Well, a very good morning, race fans, and a warm welcome to the home of British motorsports here at Silverstone Circuit, here on BARC TV, ready for day two of a mouth-watering weekend of race action presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. Dave Goddard here, ready to take you through the action as ever. We've got a very busy programme of 14 races coming up today. Unfortunately, it looks like we have a delay to the start of the action, as you can see from our cameras, due to fog around the circuit at the moment. Hopefully that will clear in the next half hour or so, but there is a delay to the start, unfortunately, so our apologies. We'll wait to see what the stewards of the meeting decide. Hopefully the fog will burn off and the racing can go ahead. Scheduled to begin the action with the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, their Sigma 150 and Sigmax classes racing from a combined grid. That will be our first race of the day. That's followed by the first Classic Touring Car Racing Club event of the day, pre-83 and pre-66 touring cars for their second event of the weekend. It was Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escort that won their first race yesterday. Then we've got the first race of the season for the Mini 7 Racing Club, the Dunlop Mini Miglia Championship, the more powerful of the mini classes we've got here this weekend, supported by Mini Spares. Then the pre-93 touring cars, mainly BMWs in that division, teaming up with the Jaguar Challenge, and that's followed by the opening round of the season of the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. After that we have the event that most people have come to see this weekend, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Super Touring Revival Series, the famous cars of the 1990s. They're combined with the pre-2003 touring cars, mainly Honda Civics in that division. And that's followed by the Dunlop Mini 7 Championship, supported by Mini Spares, the slightly less powerful of the divisions run by the Mini 7 Racing Club. After that we have one more race before lunch, which is the second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Harry Hickton yesterday scoring his first ever win in their first race of the season. Then there's a break for lunch, which will be followed by the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 135s. They had a cracking race yesterday, won by Jamie Winrow. That's followed by the Classic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. And then the second race is for some of the classes racing this morning. Caterham Graduates, Sigmax and Sigma 150, the Mini classes and the BMWs. But as we say, a delay to the start of the race action, unfortunately, here at Silverstone due to heavy fog around the circuit. We'll wait to see if weather conditions improve over the next half hour or so and be underway as soon as we can. We can only apologise to those of you who have got up early to tune in for a full day of motor racing here on the Silverstone International circuits, and we will be underway as soon as the weather conditions allow. We'll wait to see what the officials decide here at the British Automobile Racing Club, but a delay to the start due to fog, and we will be underway as soon as we are able.
Morning everybody, welcome to a rather foggy Silverstone, the rather now delayed start of the second day of this BARC race meeting. We're not going to say because the fog as it is, we can't start at 5 o'clock. The BARC are doing track inspections, looking forward to hopefully a 9:30 start time. That will affect the lunch break, of course, but keen to try and get everything in because there's not a huge amount of time to play with at the end of the day. So for now, we're not going to start or 2 minutes past 5 now is, but we're looking to line 30, fingers crossed. Over here, it says tentatively the fog is lifting a little bit now, I can't see the bridge, the gantry. But 9:30, we will have a final wrap for another update and hopefully get closer to Scarif racing.
Well, once again, a very good morning, ladies and gents. If you have just joined us here on BARC TV, we have a delayed start to our second day here at Silverstone due to fog. We'll be delayed for about, we believe, half an hour or so before we see any action on track. So apologies to those of you tuning in expecting our opening race. We do have a delay due to fog. We are going to replay for you, while we have this delay, some action from yesterday. For those who missed it, race number 1 coming up from yesterday for the Super Touring Revival Series, the race that I think most people were here at Silverstone to see yesterday, combined with the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. So we're going to play that out for you now. While we have this delay, you can enjoy some Super Touring action from yesterday here at Silverstone. Those of you who grew up like me watching BTCC in its famous 1990s Super Touring era, get ready for a very big nostalgia trip. This is going to be something special indeed. There they are, the Super Tourers, behind the pace car for the rolling start. Rickard Rydell, aka Jason Minshaw, in pole position in the Volvo S40, alongside the one and only Anthony Reid in the Nissan Primera. Both of those cars went to race in Scandinavia after their days in the BTCC before being repatriated. Colin Turkington is there in the MG. And there is Jim Pocklington in the colours of the 1990 Vauxhalls, one of the very first Super Touring cars ever built. This is going to be something very special indeed, and something that's a lot of fans and drivers have waited for a very long time.
Which is now under the wing of the
Super Touring cars at Silverstone. Pre-03s, mustn't forget them as well. They're effectively the Super Production division. But here we go then, history in the making here at Silverstone. We get underway. Down towards the first corner they go. It's Jason Minshaw in the Volvo at the front of the field for this 15-minute race. Anthony Reid on his outside. Looks like Richard Wheeler, unfortunately, is not there in the second Nissan. John Cleland in third place, and Colin Turkington behind. It's incredible. I can't believe I'm talking about these legendary names. This is brilliant. Cleland goes for the inside as they go into the right-hander at Village. Preble leads the Pre-03 category. The leaders come down towards, and Minshaw's gone wide there in the Rydell car. Hope he's not got a problem already. John Cleland has the lead at Silverstone. This is the circuit, well, it was the national circuit where he did his last ever BTCC race in one of these cars, the 888 Vectras. Side by side for second, Anthony Reid and Colin Turkington. Who would have thought we'd have got this top three here at Silverstone today? Anthony Reid, Colin Turkington and John Cleland are fighting for the lead at Silverstone in 2022. We have gone back in time around 25 years here today, ladies and gents. Jason Minshaw, aka Rickard Rydell, is in there as well. Reid's taken the lead in the 23. It's Cleland in second. Here comes Turkington in the BTC MGZS, Jason Hughes' car, and in behind them as well. Here comes Tony Absalom at the wheel of the Mint Motorsports Cavalier as well, the green and white car. Behind him is Darren Fielding, ex-BMW racer, in the ex-Spa 24 Hours XE and Heward Vauxhall Cavalier. And then in behind them we can see Jim Pocklington in his Cavalier as well. Round the outside goes Jason Minshaw. He's taken the lead from Anthony Reid. They're swapping the lead for fun, I think, these four. This is magnificent stuff. There's the Mondeo as well, dropping back a little bit. That's the car of Andrew Strachan. Father Alan has rebuilt that car. Raced with Josef Kopecki in the Czech Republic after it was sold on by Andy Rouse's team. Further back in the order we've got Rob Salisbury in the Honda Accord as well, the ex-Paula Cook car you can see there in the background. So unfortunately it looks as though Richard Wheeler in the ex-David Leslie Nissan failed to take the start, which is a bit of a shame. Hopefully we'll see him out tomorrow. So it's Rydell. I can't resist calling Jason Minshaw that in this race, who lead. He ran a bit deep into club there over the curb. Anthony Reid goes for the outside. We remember the confrontations between Reid and Rydell at Brands Hatch a few years back in Pierian. Reid takes the lead. Here comes Turkington around the outside in the MG. John Cleland on the inside. Then we've got Tony Absalom, aka well, either Jamie Wall or Richard Kay, I suppose. And behind him is Darren Fielding in the car raced by Ian Heward. It raced in South Africa at Spa and elsewhere as well. Anthony Reid back in the Primera, leads the way. It's like he's never been away. In the Pre-03s, it is Gary Preble in the white Honda Civic, and he's keeping up. You can see there with the Super Tourers. He's got ahead of Jim Pocklington in the Cavalier with such a long and impressive history. He's having a go at Darren Fielding as well. Gary Preble saying, I could play with these Super Tourers as well. What an awesome sight as they come down the Hanger Straight there in the afternoon sun. Minshaw and Reid swapping the lead. It's like 1998 all over again, it really is. Cleland in behind in the Vauxhall Vectra. I can hear on the circuit PA in the background Ian Titchmarsh and David Addison here this weekend. They commentated on these cars in period. They'll be loving this too. Turkington's up to third. He's got ahead of Cleland. There's Jim Pocklington in the early 90s Vauxhall livery. Great to see that car back in its period livery after it's raced in so many other places, that car, over the years. I could give you the full history of that car, there just isn't time because we've still got the battle between Reid and Minshaw going on at the front of the field. Minshaw dropping back there, he made a mistake coming through Village and the link, and he's lost a couple of spots. Turkington and Cleland have gone through as well. Here's a fight back in the Pre-03s. 214 is that of Andy Abrams making a return to racing this weekend in his Honda Civic, chased by 114. That is Steve Barber, and even he's in a BTCC tribute livery, the Lego Star Wars livery there, used by Tom Chilton on his Honda in the early 2000s. I am sorry, I did warn I'd get very nerdy during this race. Reid leads, Turkington second, Cleland third. Words I never thought I'd be uttering. Minshaw fourth, then the Cavaliers. Belgian livery on Darren Fielding's car there. Through Abbey they come. Car John Cleland is driving, it's Derek Warwick car built by 888 Engineering. Raced at Bathurst as well, Warwick sharing it with Bathurst legend Peter Brock back in 1997. That very car was rebuilt after a crash in qualifying, went on to finish 6th. He gets past Turkington in the MG. Colin Turkington, of course known for his 4 BTCC titles in BMWs and the BMR Subarus as well.
Yeah, they're coming down the straight now. Here they come, and it is still the Primera that has been playing.
Out to Stowe Corner, Reid, Cleland, Turkington, Rydell at Minshaw. Although up the inside, side by side with Turkington, Minshaw takes third place in the car that he rebuilt. Bought it some 8 years ago after it's been raced in Sweden and Norway following its success in the UK. Raced by Rydell and Gianni Morbidelli. Jan Flash Nilsson took the car to Sweden where he won the Swedish Touring Car Championship with it, so Sweden being one of the last bastions of super touring cars from their twilight years. Here comes John Cleland, he's going for the lead as they come into Abbey, he goes through. Cleland takes the lead. Oh, and problems for Anthony Reid, something blue there. Reid's out of it, there goes the Nissan. So it's Minshaw now second, Turkington third, then it got back to the the independent Cavaliers, you could say, with Absalom in fourth in the Mint Motorsport car, then Darren Fielding. It's the Fielding car, as we mentioned, built for the Spa 24-hour race in 1993. They're coming up to lap Simon Mann, the purple BMW there on his debut. Fielding car also run by Richard Hawken in Euro Saloons. Rebuilt by Cleland Motorsports. And John Cleland's had a hand in that car as well. Still Cleland from Minshaw. We mustn't ignore the pre-03s as well. It's easy to get nostalgic about the Super Tourers, and Cleland's boxed in there. Look out, Simon Mann. And Minshaw says, thank you very much, I'll go around the outside and take the lead for Volvo. Simon Mann, the ex-Time Attack competitor on his debut. They're coming up to lap Anton Martin, first time in his BMW as well, normally a Ford man. There's Gary Preble, and he's under pressure for the lead in the Pre-03s as well, because his old Castle Combe rival Chris Southcott is up there with him. Jim Pocklington has pulled the earlier Cavalier into the pits as well. These cars with a couple of teething troubles. Preble really under pressure there. Chris Southcott, who's raced in mod sports with an MG Midgets and various other saloon classes as well. There's Pocklington. I think he's been into the pits with the Cavalier. Yes, he has, so he's quite a way down the order now. There's the battle for the lead. Turkington going for it as they go into Stowe there. He concentrates on the Pre-03s. There's of course 2 races in one. There's Andrew Strachan in the Mondeo in the background. The colours used by Paul Radisich and Kelvin Burt in the 1995 BTCC season. But never mind that, because Southcott goes through and takes the lead of the Pre-03 splits. Two former Castle Combe legends, these two. Southcott having raced in their domestic saloons with a Peugeot 205. Gary Preble, I think, has the record for most wins at Castle Combe in recent years before switching to classic touring cars. They come up to lap Simon Mann. Still, just under 6 minutes of this race to go. Cleland has got the lead ahead of Turkington. Preble retakes Southcott for the lead of the Pre-03s.
I still wonder whether maybe
There's the lead battle. Cleland, Minshaw and Turkington. The battle for fourth now sees Darren Fielding, who's just got ahead of Tony Absalom, the battle of the Vauxhalls. Southcott and Preble are now 6th and 7th overall. There's Andrew Strachan in the Mondeo. Don Hughes is 9th in the yellow Peugeot 306 as Minshaw dives for the inside. He goes through at club. This is just like a classic super touring race of the late 90s. Six, of course, would say with less contact, but these cars very valuable these days. We come up to lap Neil Ashcroft in the Honda number 119. He gets out of the way. Oh, and Anton Martin power slides the BMW, normally used to front wheel drive Fords. The Pre-03 leaders had to get out of the way there. So Minshaw leads in the Volvo, the man from Wrexham. He's just done the fastest lap of the race as well, 1:11.29. Turkington third, then Fielding, Absalom, then the Pre-03s. That's Anthony Reid's car that went out earlier on, sadly. Great shame, because he was fighting for the lead as well. Here's the fight for fourth place, the two Cavaliers. Darren Fielding, raced of Super Touring Mondeo in some events in the past, the blue and yellow Rapid Fit liveried car. He's pulled away a bit from Tony Absalom now in the Fujifilm Mint Motorsport car. A bit of smoke coming from that car, I see, perhaps. Still 4 minutes to go. And this is the race, as we said earlier, that 1990s racing fans have come to see. Through go the leaders. John Cledden losing a little bit of ground there, just over a second off. Minshaw now has Preble back up the inside, and that's a back marker he's passing. Sorry, Steve Barber being lapped in the Lego Star Wars car. The Tom Chilton look-alike. There's retro touring car liveries everywhere you look here today. Some retro touring cars themselves and some retro touring car drivers as well. Preble looking to start the defence of his Pre-03 title in perfect fashion. Here are the Super Touring leaders. Minshaw from Cleland. Turkington's dropped back a little bit now in the car owned by Jason Hughes. See him out in his Vectra later in the season as well. Not quite ready for the Classic Thunder event today. I think one of the BMWs there. It's the 137, Callum Granger goes a lap down. Couple of laps to go. It's going to be lapped James Alford in the bright yellow Civic. Mason Minshaw a bit sideways there through Abbey Corner. Of course, Super Tourers never raced on this international layout at Silverstone. This layout didn't exist when these cars raced in period. The wing hadn't been built then. Lapping Rob Salisbury there in the ex-Paula Cook Honda Accord. Raced in the colours of DC Cook Motorsport in period, not in the Honda Works colours. So when Super Touring ended, a lot of these cars were laid up in storage for several years until they were bought and the revival movement began. Already giving you the history of the Minshaw car, raced in Sweden and Norway before Jason bought it. The car that Sir John Cleland is in, we mentioned raced at Bathurst, that raced in Sweden as well with Jan Brunstedt, and in Norway. Then Alex Skoulidge brought it back to the UK and raced it in the Dunlop Motorsport News Series and the Euro Saloons as well. There are the Pre-03s. Gary Preble has now pulled away from Chris Southcote. They are in 6th and 7th overall. Third in Pre-03 is Don Hughes with his Peugeot 306. They were one of the dominant cars in the early years of the BTCC production class, likes of Simon Harrison and Roger Moen. Oh, Cleland slowing a bit there. And Turkington goes through. Don't tell me John Cleland's got a problem. Some of these cars haven't raced for a while. Southcott in second with his Civic. He's dropped back now from Gary Preble. Looks like we are now on the possibly the last lap of this one. We may get one more lap out of it, we shall see. Minshaw's pulled away now from Colin Turkington. Now, where is John Cleland? We saw him slow as he came out of Abbey. So we'll try and find the Vectra. Let's see if the checker flag goes out this time. We may get one more lap out of this, depending on the pace of Rickard Rydell, aka Jason Minshaw. 20 seconds on the clock as he comes out of close, so I think we're going to get one more lap. Indeed we are. Through to start his final lap goes the 1998 BTCC winning Volvo S40. They were all sceptical and said it was just a publicity stunt when Volvo came in with the 850 estate in 1994. Cynicism disappeared the following year when they switched to the saloons, and Rickard Rydell and Tim Harvey were winners virtually straight out of the box. Volvo became one of the icons of the Super Touring era in the second half of the 90s. Gary Preble continues on his way in the Pre-03s. He's heading for victory to kick off his title defence in style. Super Tourers, of course, not racing for points this year, only a 4-meeting exhibition series. Something flew off there as Jason Minshaw came into Stowe for the last time. Well, that was just a bit of debris he ran over, but he's heading for victory. Cleland into the pits. I thought there was a problem with the Vectra. That's a shame. Here comes Jason Minshaw up to lap Anton Martin for, I think, the second time. Here he comes to win the first Super Touring revival race of the season. Jason Minshaw in the Volvo takes the victory. Second will go to, I think, Colin Turkington in the MG. He'll win the BTC class.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a stark contrast to yesterday. It's pretty cold this morning. We've had a delayed start as well due to fog. However, I am delighted to say we are about to go racing. It's time for the Sigma 150 and Sigmax race here. Opening race of the day, we've got Oliver Smith here. Let's just have a quick word with these guys. We've got Angus as well. Oliver, bit of a delayed start this morning. Is that probably a good thing?
I think so. It's given me a few more minutes to rest, I think, to catch up, but look at some telemetry from yesterday. So it's a good thing to let the track clear up a little bit. It was pretty foggy when I got in this morning, so.
I mean, completely different conditions to qualifying yesterday, isn't it? Have you had to do any setup work or anything overnight?
Not really, because I wasn't prepared to change anything. So
fair enough.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's going to be obviously a lot cooler. So, yeah. But then I don't know. We'll see how things change.
Racing's racing, isn't it?
Racing's racing, yeah.
All right,
you have to be better than the next guy.
Yeah, exactly. Talking to us. Let's grab Angus over here very quickly as well, if we can. Very quickly. Slightly different conditions than yesterday, huh?
Very different. Hopefully getting a better result then today than yesterday. Yesterday was not overly successful for me, unfortunately.
It's going to be a cold track, we know that. So does it kind of level the playing field a bit?
Hopefully so. They're a little bit of slippery off the start, the first few laps. Yeah, it will be some bunching and some action to the first few corners, I'm sure.
Great, well, enjoy it. Thank you for talking to us. Stay safe as well, everybody. Right, it is time now for the Sigma 150 and the Sigmax for the Caterham Graduate Racing Club. I'm going to hand over to Dave Goddard to take you through what is promising to be quite an exciting start.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian, down in the paddock. And good morning once again from the Silverstone International Circuit's race fans. We are about to get underway in about 5 minutes' time. Thanks for your patience during the enforced delay there. We'll be starting at 9:30 with our Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigmax and Sigma 150 races. The fog has started to burn away, so we're ready to go racing with only the minimal delay of about half an hour. We'll have a look at the line then. First of all, what does Sigmax and Sigma 150 mean? Well, it refers to the engines in these Caterham Graduates Racing Club Caterham 7s. They're 1600cc Ford Sigma engines. Sigma 150 means 150 brake horsepower, based on the Caterham Motorsport 310R specification, while Sigmax is an upgrade of the 1600cc Ford Sigma engine to Caterham Supersports specification. They have about 140 brake horsepower. And the 150s, the more powerful cars, start at the front of the grid. The Sigmax division starts behind them, so it's a slightly split grid by a couple of rows. It will be a standing start and a 20-minute race. The top names in the Sigmax division from last season have moved up to the Sigma 150 category, and it is the reigning Sigmax champion in his first race for Sigma 150 who qualified on pole position in yesterday's qualifying session number 28, Harry Senior. He'll be on pole for this race alongside the man who finished third in Sigmax last year, now in the 150s. Number 24, Ben Winrow, will start alongside him. Second row, 79, Jeff Newman, alongside 143, Alan Curtis. Jeff Newman, one of many graduates of the Caterham Academy here this weekend. This club originally formed back in 1998 by graduates, as the name suggests, of the old Caterham Scholarship, which preceded the Academy. Many of these drivers have raced for many years with the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, one of the friendliest and most welcoming single-make UK championships, certainly in UK club racing. And great fun they are as well. We had a great race from the Sigma 135 division, the slightly less powerful cars running in separate races. They had their first race yesterday. Looking at the Sigmax division, it lines up behind the Sigma 150s. Number 111, Max Haynes, the ex-Super 1 kart racer, has qualified on pole. I suppose you could rename him Sigmax Haynes, couldn't you? Alongside number 5, Will Racer, another ex-kart racer. He's done Citroen C1 racing as well. Second row for them is number 20, Andy Molson, who's raced with the club since 2004. Very experienced Caterham racer, an optician by profession, and his business is one of the sponsors of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Starting alongside Glenn Burtonshaw, number 72, a late entry for this weekend, but he was fourth in the Sigmax points last year, so could be a favourite for their championship this year. Behind them on the grid, number 4, Kevin Barrett, and number 9 of Neil Sturgis. So those are just some of the names to look out for as we get ready to go racing here at Silverstone. The course car has just done a final exploratory lap. 3 races today for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Looking at the sponsors of the club, one of the main sponsors is Yokohama Tyres. All the cars running on controlled Yokohama A048s this weekend. P4 and Luxbox lighting businesses run by Rob Warner, who is racing today in the Sigma 150s. He's out in this race. He lines up on row 8 of the grid, car number 58. Look out for him. Another sponsor is Alfix Solutions and RacingTelemetry.com, run by Angus McLean, who we heard from earlier. He's actually next to Rob Warner on row 8 of the grid. Other sponsors, Motor Wheel Service, MWS, that's run by Oliver Smith, who we just heard from down in the paddock, and Molson Associates Opticians, run by Andy Molson, who we just mentioned. A club very much run by its members, for its members, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Even the club treasurer is out on the grid for this one, Peter Marsh, number 8. He's been racing with the club since 2009, ex-autocross racer. He's actually starting right at the very back of the Sigmax grid, Caterham Graduates, but we'll wait to see what progress he can make. Also worth looking out for in the Sigmaxes is number 99, Nick Powell, noted historic racer. He's raced cars as diverse as an Austin A35 and a Lotus Elan as well. Unfortunately, the Elan got wrecked in a crash at Spa-Francorchamps last year. The cars are about, I believe, to be released from the assembly area. The fog has started to burn off, and then the cars are going to be released. There is number 28, Harry Senior, in pole position for the first of 14 races taking place across the day here at Silverstone. All the qualifying was done yesterday. It's racing all the way here at Silverstone today. The marshals just awaiting the all clear from race control to release the cars from the assembly area for their green flag lap. They get the signal from the assembly marshals, and here we go. Harry Senior leads them out. 24 is Ben Winrow, the blue and red car, and 79 of Jeff Newman. 143 Alan Curtis, 25 Steve Clark, 36 is Toby Clues, Simon Shaw, car number 86, 44 is Chris Skillicorn, then 69 John Curry, 83 Jonathan Ems. He's followed by Harry Kramer. He could be quick in the number 121 car. Second place in the points last season behind number 1 Jamie Elwood, the man starting behind him there. Car number 1, the black and orange of Jamie Elwood, struggled a bit in qualifying, only 12th on the grid. Shows how evenly matched these cars are. 67 is Doug Christie, 97 Ollie Smith we've heard from, then Angus McLean, there's Rob Warner, 58, 66 is Barry White, James Gilmore in 110, 130 is Roger Gaunt, then 122 Gary Curtis, 199 Michael Curley, Dan Hamilton in 84, the very green car of Kim Raymond, number 15, 56 is Paul Armitage, Bronick Masagada in number 150, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and 93 Rob Appleton. Those are all the Sigma 150s. Then we've got the Sigmax, Max Haynes in treble 1, number 5 Will Rayson, 20 Andy Molson, 72 Glenn Burtonshaw, number 4 of Kevin Barrett, 9 is Neil Sturgis. Then we've got 156 Paul Richardson, number 6 Stephen Arnold in the yellow car, 96 Danny Scarborough, 119 is Andrew Sagar. Next we should have Peter Tattersall, number 80, a real veteran of Caterham Racing. There he is in the blue car. 99 is Nick Powell, 52 Mike Downing, 10 is Phil Clark, 51 Phil Isherwood Crook, a newcomer, and number 8 Peter Marsh starts at the back. All present and correct then for this first race of the day here at Silverstone. Still a bit of fog around, as you can see, but the visibility now good enough to go racing. The cars head up through the right-hander at Abbey first of all, then the left at Farm that we can see there in the background, then the right-hander at Village, and then through the link to Chapel Curve, the slight left-hander, then onto the Hanger Straight. We see them charge down under the bridge into the daunting right-hander at Stowe Corner. It's weaving to get some heat into these Yokohama tyres. Track dry but cold. A bit slip and slide in the early laps. This will be a 20-minute race. The cars head out to the right-hander at Stowe, then it's along the Vale, uphill slightly, past the pit entrance and into the Club Corner complex. Harry Senior leading the round. It's left first of all, then this long right-hander which brings the cars to the end of the lap into the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight. Settling in for a great day's racing here on BARC TV. It's a big field of Caterhams. Pick your cars to follow, viewers. Who do you think is going to win our first race of the day? Caterham Sigma 150s, slightly more powerful cars at the front of the grid. The start line marshals bringing them into order. Harry Senior, the grey car with the red stripe. Alongside him is Ben Winrow, the former Clio Cup star in blue and red. At 79, Jeff Newman, the blue car with the Dayglow yellow roll cage and stripes, easy to pick out in these slightly gloomy conditions. Alongside him it is Alan Curtis in the silver car. Max Haynes, the first of the Sigmax cars further back. Kim Raymond's car, one of the brightest on the grid, that very acid green machine further back. This is where there's sometimes a bit of confusion as to where drivers line up, and the start marshals have their work cut out. Thanks again to all our volunteer marshals, the Orange family as we call them. Could not go racing without them. Take a look on the BARC website if you're interested in becoming a marshal, getting up close to the action. New marshals are always welcome. Once everybody is into line, the green flag will be displayed at the back of this big grid of Caterhams. Then the 5-second board will go up on the gantry, and then after that the red lights will come on. When they go out, we will be racing here on the Silverstone International Circuit. Last few cars just being lined up. Max Haynes, the black and red 111, a newcomer to Caterham's, but a quick kart racer. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid. There's the 5-second board. Red light's about to come on. It's time to go racing here at Silverstone with the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. The red lights are on, they go out, and away they go. Delay for the Sigmax category. They get underway after a few seconds. The Sigma 150s are away. Down to the first corner, it's Ben Winrow who's made a great start, will lead the way. Harry Senior's dropped back to third place. Charging through the middle there is car number 83 of Jonathan Ems. He's got away well. There go the second group, the Sigmax category. It's a dice for the lead as they go into Village. Ben Winrow loses out to the number 25 of Stephen Clark, the former Supercar champion, has taken the lead away. Here's our second group. Decent start by Glenn Burtonshaw in the number 72, the green car, as they head out into the murk down towards the Hanger Straight for the first time. Look for slipstreaming down the straights among our Caterhams. It's Harry Senior, reigning Sigmax champion, now in a Sigma 150, leads the way side by side with the 25 of Stephen Clark. He's got the inside for Stowe Corner. He's got the lead in the blue and red car. Third is Ben Winrow in number 24. The squeal of these Yokohama tyres as they struggle for grip on the cold track surface. They've warmed their tyres before the start on the green flag lap as best they can. Clark leads, a multiple champion in 450 national supercarts over the last few years. Second is Senior. Winrow is in third place. Looks like Toby Clues up into fourth in the 36 car. Almost three wide there out of club corner, and the leader dodges across to take the inside line, then back again trying to break the toe. Senior will go for the inside into Abbey, and he takes the lead away, or does he? Stephen Clark fights back. We're only on the second lap. This is tremendous stuff. Here come the Sigmax category, and we will pick up on their race leader as they cross the line. Over the line they go together. Now in Sigmax it's Max Haynes from the 5 of Rayson, who goes for the inside, takes the lead into the first corner at Abbey. Will Rayson, your new leader there. Already we're only on the second lap and I'm struggling to keep up with this. Caterham racing at its best here at Silverstone. Certainly worth the additional weights. 28 Harry Senior leads, chased by Stephen Clark. Third is Ben Winrow. Clues in fourth place. Alan Curtis was fifth, but Jamie Elwood already starting to come through. He gained 6 places on the opening lap, the reigning champion, and he's in 6th position now, the black and orange car. Stephen Clark has the lead back again as they come out of Stowe. Great duel between these two. A little bit of a lock up there on cold tyres for Clark. The tyres now coming up to temperature. Here's the Sigmax division. It's Will Rayson, number 5, with the lead, chased by Max Haynes. Third place is Glenn Burtonshaw, one of the title favourites this year. Max Haynes, the newcomer, looking set to shake up the order. The leaders still swapping lines, swapping places. Senior tries to go around the outside into Abbey. Stephen Clark has the lead. Sigmax now led by Haynes, who's taken the lead back again through club corner ahead of that very bright number 5 of Rayson. Burtonshaw is next over the line. Well behind overall, of course, the less powerful cars fighting for 27th overall. Rayson back up the inside into Abbey. He takes the lead. 2 races in 1 here on the Silverstone International circuits. Looking at the lap times, as the leaders come down to Stowe, the Sigmax division, they do lap a couple of seconds a lap slower than the quickest of the Sigma 150s. Fastest lap of the race so far by Harry Senior, 1:15.754. It's Clark who still leads through the club complex. Ben Winrow trying to go with them in third position. Here comes the Sigmax division. Max Haynes and Will Rayson still side by side. Glenn Burtonshaw looking on from third position in the green car. The rest of them string their way through behind. Here's the fight for the lead into Abbey. Stephen Clark defending. Holds his lead this time through. Ben Winrow third, then it's Clues in fourth place. Jamie Elwood, the reigning champion, one of the most experienced men in Caterham's in this race, is in fifth position. Sixth is Jeff Newman, number 79. Senior right on the tail of Stephen Clark as they go through Village up towards the link onto the Grand Prix circuits. Here is the right-hander up the link, then it's through the slight left flick at Chapel. You'll see the two leaders leaving the rest of the field behind slightly. Fourth place, it is now Elwood. He's got ahead of the 36 car of Toby Clues. And next in the order, the blue and yellow of Jeff Newman, ahead of Alan Curtis, 143, and Jonathan Ems, number 83. The leaders together as they go into Stowe Corner. Harry Senior's back ahead as they came down the hanger straight there and into Stowe Corner. Up towards Clubby. Stephen Clark going to have a stab back up the inside. He certainly is. This is a terrific duel between these two. Ben Winrow trying to close up, hoping they take time off each other as they battle. Clark retakes the lead. Here's a battle further back in the order. There's Max Haynes, the triple one. This is the lead battle in the Sigmax category, and they're catching the tail of the Sigma 150s. They'll start to overlap. Haynes up the inside there. He's in among Sigma 150s, chasing the 150 car of Bronik Masoyada. Goes through. Haynes leading his category. Rayson boxed in there behind a couple of slower Sigma 150s. New fastest lap for Harry Senior, 1:14.819. 93 in this battle as well. That's Rob Appleton, started at the back of the Sigma 150 grid. But still your leader overall, is it Clark or Senior? They come out of the murk down towards Stowe Corner. It's Clark that has it with the red nose. Senior to the inside, the grey car with the red stripes, and he goes through, I think, under braking, but Clark fights back. They're absolutely side by side. Senior on the curb on the inside of Stowe Corner. Clark therefore able to hold his lead. Senior had to ease off a little there. Try the run on the inside, perhaps into Club Corner. No, he's not close enough. This is terrific stuff. Max Haynes has been able to pull away at the front of the Sigmax category, and Glenn Burtonshaw trying to make a move for second in class. Here's a move for the lead coming meanwhile in the Sigma 150s. They come down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, but no, Stephen Clark has not managed to make it through. Harry Senior has the lead once again. It was Clark who led at the line, but Senior back ahead at Abbey. Side by side over the timing line, separated by 0.2 of a second. Senior throwing that 28 car around. The tyres now up to temperature, so they can really fight each other. This is lap 6, still just over 13 minutes of this race to go. Winrow on his own in third, the red and blue car. Then it is Jamie Elwood, the reigning champion. Clues behind him, then Newman Curtis, the 86 of Shaw. Jonathan Ems down to 9th, and Harry Kramer, number 121, completes the top 10. Side by side, down towards Stowe Corner. Clark pulls back ahead, around the outside line. This is tremendous stuff. Caterham racing at its very, very best. Up towards the left-hander at Club Corner once again. Is Senior going to go for the inside here? He's thinking about it, he's having a look. Up the inside he goes through, under braking for Club Corner. I've already lost count of how many times these two have swapped the lead. Ben Winrow is not able to catch them. He's just over 2 seconds down. Meanwhile, Max Haynes has pulled away at the front of the Sigmax battle. All eyes on this lead battle in Sigma 150, and Clark's back ahead as they come through Abbey this time. They're swapping places for fun, these two. They're 2.5 seconds clear of Winrow. Elwood is now in 4th place, but nearly 3 seconds down on Ben Winrow. Swing their way through Village and then up towards the right at the link. There's the black and orange car of Jamie Elwood, multiple Caterham Graduates champion, in 4th position. 5th behind him, it looks like, is now Alan Curtis that may have come through. It could be Toby Clues though. There's Will Rayson, the number 5 car, holding 2nd, is he? No, coming through there, the number 9 of Neil Sturgis, but he makes a mistake on the exit of Village, and Rayson back ahead in this fight among the Sigmax cars. Max Haynes has pulled away from them. He's in the top 25 overall now. It's Harry Senior back ahead. You can't take your eyes off this lead battle. He's really throwing the car through Club Corner there. out of the final turn up towards the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights. Across the line, 7 laps completed. Has Winrow closed the gap? No, he hasn't. Still there in third in the number 24. Then it's Elwood. Curtis is up to 5th. Newman 6th. Clues 7th. Then Shaw, Kramer and Ems round out the top 10. Max Haynes continues to dominate the Sigmaxes ahead of Kim Raymond's number 15 now. Will Rayson is second in that division ahead of Neil Sturgis. Glenn Burton Shaw down to 4th. There's the number 20 car of Andy Molson holding off Stephen Arnold. Here comes Burton Shaw having a look for 3rd in class up alongside the number 9, which is Neil Sturgis. There's battles all the way down the order wherever you look. Max Haynes now catching the number 84 car. It's Dan Hamilton. As up the inside, Harry Senior sends one at the inside of Stephen Clark into Stowe and retakes the lead once again. They've not been more than about a foot away from each other in this race any time, these two. Harry Senior, his first race in the Sigma 150 category. It's turning out beautifully for him if he could just shake off Stephen Clark. Clark was quickest in the free practice session yesterday. In all 3 Caterham categories here this weekend ran together. He's going to have a go again into Abbey, but he won't get the line away into the first corner. Winrow is still 2.5 seconds behind, just keeping a watching brief, perhaps saying to himself, if these two trip over each other, I can capitalise. There goes Max Haynes, the leader in Sigmax. Let's have a look what his margin is as he crosses the line. He's clear of Will Rayson. It's about 3 or 4 seconds clear now of the black and orange car behind, who's making a move on Neil Sturgis. They swap places there briefly, side by side into Abbey. Sturgis, the black and gold car, and here comes Burton Shaw. Sturgis ran wide there, he's going to go through for 3rd. Meanwhile, we pick up the overall race leaders in Sigma 150. Clark's taken the lead again as they go into Stowe. 9 minutes of this race to go. You almost wish it could go on all day, don't you? With action like this. Here they come into the left-hander at club once again. Clark holds it in the red, white and blue number 25. Looks like they pulled away a little from Winrow as here's Haynes. Some Sigma 150s behind him. Then Will Rayson, you can see in the background, in 2nd in class. Max Haynes is driving superbly, keeping up with the 150s as Stephen Clark again defends as we pick them up at Abbey. Harry Senior still in 2nd place. Here they come towards Village once again. Clark holding on. Further back in the order, this is the battle for the lower reaches of the top 10. Harry Kramer in the red 121 and number 86 is Simon Shaw in the yellow car. He won the Sigma 135 trophy category last season. Trophy effectively a championship within a championship for those not contesting the full season. This is a trophy round. There are a couple of trophy registered drivers in this race. Will Rayson is one. Nick Powell is the other in Sigmax. Sigma 150 trophy drivers Alan Curtis and 69 John Curry. There's Alan Curtis, 143, making a move on the inside and challenging Jamie Elwood. They're all slipstreaming each other. You can see them trying to get a toe off one another down the straights. Here are the leaders. Harry Senior is back ahead once again. 7.5 minutes to go. It's never been more than about 0.3 of a second in it at the line. Across the line behind them is Ben Winrow as Clark to the inside, heading towards Abbey, retakes the lead. How many times have these two swapped position? It's going to come down to whoever's able to take the lead on the last lap. And they say in Caterham racing, the one place you don't want to be is leading going into the final lap of a race, because you will get slipstreamed. Is that going to ring true here? We'll wait and see in 7 minutes' time. Ben Winrow on his own. He's got nobody to work with in that 3rd place. And the Crocodile and cars for 4th, headed up by Alan Curtis. He's running well in the 143, ex-kart racer who's come up the Caterham ladder, started in the road sports division. There are the leaders. Senior back ahead once again. Seems to be stronger in this part of the lap, Harry Senior. That's where you need to be stronger, to get through and then defend your lead through club corner up to the line. Clark, though, up the inside, and Senior hasn't been able to defend his lead through club corner because Clark gets the inside line away. but now runs a little wide on the exit. They're going to be side by side out of the club complex. They're going to be absolutely together at the start-finish line. 500ths of a second separates the two of them. Senior ahead, then it's Clark. Still, Winrow is unable to close in. This is terrific racing between these two. Just on a personal best lap of 1:15.065. Senior's now got the fastest lap of the race, 1:14.804. Looking back, it is still Max Haynes leading the Sigmax ahead of Rayson, Burton Shaw, Sturgis, and the number 4 of Kevin Barrett. Leaders come into the Hanger Straights. Senior's got the lead. There's a battle further back in the order. 199, Michael Curley. He's down in about 21st place at the moment, just ahead of Max Haynes. There is Haynes coming through the link. He's leading a charmed life out in front of the Sigmax division at the moment. Will Rayson, there's his nearest pursuer with the orange wheels, car number 5. Glenn Burton Shaw, third in class. Ainsley, 111. Looking great out in front at the moment, the ex-Super 1 kart racer. Can he take a season opening victory? Meanwhile, Harry Senior leads Stephen Clark. Still, there's never been a gap greater than 0.3 of a second at the line between the two of them. Winrow is closed up by a few tenths, and here's the fight for fourth. Jamie Elwood has got ahead of Alan Curtis. Jeff Newman in there as well, and Toby Clues in the number 36. Oh, look at this, Newman up the inside into Village, getting very busy indeed. There's about 7 or 8 cars squabbling over fourth place. Hard to know where to look in this one. 61 and 66 battling it out as well. 66 Barry White and 61 Angus McLean. Magnificent midfield scrapping. Jamie Elwood, the reigning champion in Sigma 150, has fourth place at the moment. Alan Curtis trying to get up the inside in the silver car with the white roll cage. He goes through. Jeff Newman behind them in 6th. 7th is Harry Kramer. Clues down to 8th. The rest of them come through. Shaw under fire there in the 86. Simon Shaw from 83. Jonathan Ems. He's raced in America for a few years as well. Began racing in the Caterham Academy in 2013. Has raced SCCA SRF3 in the United States as well, Jonathan Ems. He's the back of that group. There go the leaders. If anything, I would say that Winrow has closed in by a couple of tenths on that last lap. Curtis is next, then Elwood, Newman, Kramer, Clues. The 58, which is Rob Warner, he's come through well. He's next in the order. There he is, the blue and orange car. In fact, he's behind the number 44, of Chris Skillicorn. Second in the Caterham Academy in 2020, his third season of racing. Many of these drivers have never raced anything other than Caterhams. They are just so much fun to drive. There we go, the leaders. Senior with Clark still on his tail. Winrow in third, and he has closed up a little. Gap came down by a few tenths on that last lap. Winrow is lapping very quickly indeed, hoping that the two leaders take time off each other. Meanwhile, everybody else is in a NASCAR-style draft for fourth place. Jeff Newman moving to the inside. Max Haynes is still leading the Sigmax category further back in 22nd overall. 69 of John Curry looking for trophy points. Side by side over the line once again. New fastest lap for Stephen Clark. He led at the line, but Senior leads back up the inside into the first corner as Abbey. Nothing between these two at all. Who's it going to be? We could have a dead heat here. It has happened in Caterham racing in the past. There's Max Haynes. Don't think there's much chance of a dead heat in the Sigmax category. He's well clear in among the Sigma 150s. He's got past the 199 of Michael Curley. His next target, number 122, which is Gary Curtis. Closing stages now, just over 90 seconds left on the clock. To see when the last lap board is going to come out. That's the signal for the drivers to unleash their finishing kick. It's like the finish of a stage in the Tour de France. You've got to know, if you're in a big slipstream like the Battle for Fourth, when to make your finishing move, as it were. Now I imagine they'll get the last lap board this time. Clark has got back ahead while we were watching the midfield there, the 25. Is the last lap board going to go out? Yes, it is. 1 lap to go. Stephen Clark versus Harry Senior for the lead. They've got back markers ahead. The number 10 of Phil Clark, the 52 of Michael Downing about to be lapped. Stephen Clark throwing his Caterham around just like he did in his supercart. Harry Senior up behind him. He wants a win to crown his debut in his new category. Here's the battle for 4th place. They're almost 5 wide down the Hamilton straight there. This is fantastic stuff. This Skillcorn has come through well in the 44 in there. It's Curtis in 4th place at the line. Now the leaders are in among back markers here. They'll be frantically waving them out of the way here. They want to get through. Oh, the leader being squeezed there. They're going to be 4 wide into Stowe Corner. This could be dodgy. Senior gets through. Clark's there on the outside of this contact. 52 of Downing has tangled with Clark. The lead battle is all over. Stephen Clark out of the race. He's tangled with the back marker 52 of Michael Downing, and Stephen Clark will be furious. What a shame. Not a sad way for that race to end. A cracking race between Harry Senior and Stephen Clark. Senior comes home on his own to take the victory and makes a fine debut in the Sigma 150 category. What a shame for Stephen Clark. You could see it was coming as they came down the straight there into Stowe Corner with those 2 back markers. They tried to go 4 abreast, it didn't work. Ben Winrow inherits 2nd place, and we'll wait to see who comes home in 3rd. There's the column of cars home for 3rd. Jamie Elwood at the head of it, ahead of Curtis Newman, Kramer. Curtis. Makes me a second now, just changed as I tried to read it out because Chris Skillicorn's transponder wasn't working. Jamie Elwood 3rd, Curtis 4th, Skillicorn 5th, Newman 6th, Kramer 7th, Clues 8th, Shaw 9th, and Warner 10th as quickly as that. I think they were separated by just over a second, those 7 cars. Jonathan Ems was on the back of them as well. The Sigmax division, if we look further back, is going to be won by Max Haynes in 111. 18th overall for him. 2nd behind him is Burton Shaw, and Sturgis 3rd in number 9. We'll confirm that result in a second. Drivers sounding the horns as they head round on their slow down lap, waving a thank you to the marshals, waving to the crowd. Hopefully we will see a replay of what happened there on the final lap. See it here, 4 into 1, didn't go, coming into the final corner. The leader's trying to go round the outside of the back markers. Downing hit the brakes. There was just no way he could stop in time as Stephen Clark came round the outside of him. I'm sure that was nobody's fault there, just a racing incident. Just 4 cars into 1, didn't go. Poor Stephen Clark, who'd fought so hard for the lead of that race. Tangles with back marker Michael Downing. You can see the frustration of both of them. What a shame that it had to end that way. That left Harry Senior alone at the front to take the victory. Hopefully they can repair those 2 cars for the 2nd race, which is coming up this afternoon. But the race winner, Harry Senior, completed 16 laps. Clark did get the consolation of the fastest lap, 1:14.525. 16 laps completed by our race winner, a time of 20:06.919. Cars being waved round towards Parc Fermé now. Ben Winrow was 2nd, then it was Jamie Elwood who completed the podium, just ahead of Alan Curtis, then Chris Skillicorn in 5th, Jeff Newman 6th, Harry Kramer 7th, Toby Clues 8th, Simon Shaw 9th, and 10th went to Rob Warner, quicker than I could read them out as they crossed the line. Jonathan Ems was just behind them as well then. Doug Christie, Angus McLean, Barry White and Jonathan Curry completing the top 15. In the Sigmax division, it was a win in 18th overall for Max Haynes. Well done to him by a clear margin. 2nd in 23rd overall was Glenn Burtonshaw, then Neil Sturgis, Will Rayson. Completing the top 5 was Andy Molsom, ahead of Kevin Barrett. Oh, we can hand down shortly to Parc Fermé, where Ian Waterhouse, our race interviewer, is going to be with some of the drivers in just a few seconds' time.
Yeah, welcome everybody down to Parc Fermé. Quite a dramatic finish that, wasn't it? We've got Max Hayes here. He won in the Sigmax category. We still haven't seen Harry Senior, your outright race winner. We're trying to work out where he is. We haven't seen him come through. He definitely came over the checkered flag in first place. Just stay with us just a little bit longer. We'll see if we grab a quick word of Max very, very shortly. And we're going to try and work out where Harry is. Whilst we do that, let's have a look at some of the cars just coming in. It's a wonderful sight. The racing is always so close with the Caterham Graduates. The Sigmax and the Sigma 150 categories combined, they make an incredible sight. I've made it about 41 cars in total. A good friend of ours over here, Peter Tattersall, as well. It was this man's birthday the other day as well. Let's just go, happy birthday, Peter. There you go, Peter Tattersall was his birthday the other day. Still, surprisingly, no sign of Harry Senior. Where is Harry Senior? Harry, please, we want to see. Oh, here he comes now. I think he's coming in now. That's good news. Here he comes. He's going to pop in. Let's go have a word with him. Finally, we've got our Sigma 150 race winner. Harry, you do donuts or something out there? I didn't think you were coming back.
Oh, well, so we had a last lap board, and obviously then everything happened with Stephen, and I came round celebrating, and there was no checkered flag. I kind of knew that would have been the checkered flag, but I wasn't taking any chances. I might have some choice words from Darren for maybe taking it twice, but oh well.
Well, you won the race, and Stephen pushed you all the way. Unfortunately, of course, it didn't quite end so well for him, but great racing again, Harry. And we always seem to talk in Parc Ferme, don't we? How many trophies have you got now?
I've no idea. I mean, Stephen was driving unbelievable. I mean, from last year, he stepped it up again. You know, straight out the gate, he was feisty as I've ever seen him. It's such a shame about the last lap. I'm sure we'll have a few choice words with whoever it was, but oh well.
Well, look, congratulations anyhow. I know Chris wants to talk to you, so I'm going to grab a quick word with Max if we've still got time. Max, media duties apply. That's what happens when you win races. You have to come talk to media. How was it out there?
It's brilliant. It's my first ever win, so didn't really do much of it in go-karting, so this is great. Yeah, really happy to be here. Yeah, it's wicked.
First ever win. That's what I like to hear. Come on, tell us, how are you feeling right now? You must be jumping through hoops.
Yeah, ecstatic. You know, big thank you to my dad and CTS Motorsport. They've really helped us out. We had a car that didn't start on Thursday night, and we were there tearing our hair out trying to get auto electrician down to our garage. So Mark and John and Leanne at CTS Motorsport really helped us out. But yeah, it's wicked. I love it.
Well done. Really happy for you. Hey, it's a round of applause and it shouts. There's celebrations down here in Parc Ferme, but there's still a lot of action to bring you today. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to tell you what's coming up next.
Thank you very much, Ian. Well, coming up next is a recovery job for the Silverstone Volunteer Marshals and the recovery team. Down at Stowe Corner, 2 cars being loaded onto the flatbeds. Stephen Clark and Michael Downing. Hopefully they can get that damage repaired for race 2, which is due off at 3:15. As we say, we are this morning running an hour behind, but they will run into the lunch break a little bit later on, which has been reduced by half an hour to catch up with time. That's a great shame for Stephen Clark. He raced so well there in the 25 car. Hopefully we'll see him back out later. Our next race is first of the day for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, which is the Pre-83 touring cars, sponsored by Orange Aero and Shell Oils, and the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars. That is coming up next. And while this recovery operation takes place, Ian caught up with some of the drivers earlier in the weekend.
Right, not too long to go now before we've got the second Pre-66 and Pre-83 race. Somebody I wanted to talk to, this man over here, Alan Greenhall. Let's have a quick chat with Alan if we can. Sorry to interrupt you, Alan. You know me, I never like to interrupt, but I do it anyway. Yeah. First of all, race 1, how did it go for you?
Poor, yes. We had very little grip, and then I spun, so that was all going wrong. But the car finished the race. So
nobody can catch you on the straights, though, can they?
No. Unfortunately, it just doesn't go around corners, so we have to balance those 2 off.
So race 2, what do we need to do? What do we need to change?
New set of tyres. We got a new set of tyres, so that's good. But other than that, maybe a new driver.
Give over. Come on. Multiple winner, this man. I'm not having any of that.
No. Well, I saw the Jag in the gravel pit. So
David, yeah,
and so I mean I slowed down because of the thing, and then spun. So I don't know whether he's spun off on something or his engine let go or something.
We heard a potential brake issue is what we heard. It's not confirmed, but yeah.
Right. Oh well. So so I've got to go and see the clerk of the course now.
Oh, okay. Oh dear.
Naughty boy.
Naughty boy. Best of luck for race 2 anyway, Alan. Let's go have a chat over here, because who doesn't love a Rover? My first car was a Rover. I was just saying, John, my first ever car was a Rover. What's it like driving one of these?
Actually, no, it's absolutely fabulous. My dad had a mustard sort of orange one with velour interior, and this has still got some of the chocolate brown. Well,
a Rover 214, so nothing like this, but it had fake walnut dashing.
So I've gone for the all brown door pockets, brown door cards, everything. It's great. It's really fun out there today. Some great racing, and I'm a rally guy, so it's all brand new to me.
So you're going in the corner sideways then, is it?
Well, I found the handbrake in there and I was quite excited initially. I felt a bit grounded, and then my mechanic said it's not actually connected to anything, so I sort of got a bit upset at that point. But no, fantastic racing out there today, really good. Fabulous cars. The liveries are also iconic. It's a brilliant day out.
We've got to do it all again. What have you learned from race 1 that you can bring into race 2?
Be faster. Make less mistakes. That's about it, really, I think.
It's a bit of a obvious question.
Don't stay out as late as I did last night.
Well, if the sun's shining, who knows what's going to happen. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Right, it is almost time for the second 366 383 race to get underway. So I'm going to hand to your commentator, Dave Goldman.
Good to hear from a couple of the drivers there. Ready for the second race for the Pre-66 and Pre-83 touring cars. It was the Pre-83 champion, multiple Pre-83 champion, defending his title this year, number 11 Stephen Primet, who took the win in yesterday's race. That gives him pole position for this race, indeed based on yesterday's result. Mark Thomas was second in his Ford Capri. Now, it was originally the Pre-66 winner, Robert Gray, in his Ford Mustang, who finished third overall yesterday. He was excluded from the results of yesterday's race. The car failed post-race scrutineering. The reason, we believe, is he was running non-compliant tyres, so didn't comply with the regulations. He will be hopefully out in today's race, but starting from the back of the grid as an invitation class runner. So the inherited win in Pre-66 went to Phil Bullen-Brown in his Mini, but he is a non-starter, unfortunately, in today's race, so we won't see his Mini out. We will see Jonathan Page's Mini. He'll be the first Pre-66 car on the grid on row 4. So Primet and Thomas on the front row. Look out for Mark Osborne in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Sensational race yesterday. Started at the back of the grid, came through to finish 4th on the road, inherited 3rd in the result. Nick Strong was 4th in his Capri. There's Malcolm Jeffs in his Golf. He started on pole. He qualified on pole for yesterday's race, but then broke down during the race, so he starts towards the back in this one. The other Golf there, the red one, is Duncan Leftley. There's Nigel Garrett in his Fabergé Brutes liveried Chevy Camaro. Piers Grange with his Mustang. Colin Claxton's Dolomite Sprint. Malcolm Best in the red and white Capri. There's the couple of drivers we just heard from, Alan Greenall's Falcon and the Rover SD1 of the Hong Kong-based driver John Saunders. So many wonderful cars in this field. Steve Yates with the Chris Hodgetts lookalike Escort, the RS 1600 there, the Mark III Escort. Kevin Bottomley in the blue Mini. Cars of all shapes and sizes. You can see there two massive American beasts following a Mini round to the grid. This will be a 15-minute race. And here are the front row. Pole position for the white Mark I Escort of Stephen Primet. Usually number 1 as reigning champion, but we've already got a number 1. That's the Pre-66 reigning overall champion, James Ibbotson, the young gun from Milton Keynes in his Hillman Imp. 2 Imps out there, David Heel driving the other. Mark Thomas in the Capri alongside him. Wonderful period, late 70s livery on that Capri. Let's look at that. Oh, problems for Nathan Beresford in his BMW. That's the BMW 1800 Ti. Used to be a rally car, that machine. Nathan, his first full season of racing last year, won the Class B Championship in Pre-66, but he's not going to start this race. Unfortunately, the car letting him down on the green flag lap. The rest of the grid is being brought into order. That car will be pushed behind the barriers by the volunteer marshals. And Nathan Beresford will have to sit this one out. Second row, the black Dolomite Sprint of Mark Osborne. Alongside him, Nick Strong in the Mark 1 Capri, the man from Birmingham. Then we've got Graham Smith in the yellow Escort, alongside Duncan Leffley in the red Mark 1 Golf. Jonathan Page next, the first of the pre-66 runners in his Mini. Watch for the power of the big American V8. Nigel Garrett in the Brute 33 liveried Camaro. And Piers Grange, long-time classic Ford racer with his Mustang. Ford Falcon of Alan Greenall as well. David Heel in the orange and blue Imp as well. There's number 21. That's the Davies twins Mini. Which of them is in the car for this one? I think it's John Davies driving in this one. That car has been owned by the Davies family since new. Their father Jack Davies bought it back in the 60s when that car was brand new. Used it on the road for many years. Great story behind that car. There is Robert Gray, 37, at the back with his Mustang. Now running in the invitation class, so he can't score points because he's running on non-compliant tyres, but he has been allowed to start from the back of the grid, alongside Steve Evans in the Austin A40, shared with Brian Bedford. Malcolm Jeffs in position. Good to see the Golf back out after retiring yesterday. Wonderful cars on this grid. A cracking race about to take place. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. 5-second board is displayed. The red lights are on. The pack about to be unleashed for 15 minutes of classic touring car racing. Away they go. Charge down towards... Oh, and the Pilsetter hasn't got away. Stephen Primmett's stalled. Hopefully everybody's going to miss him. Keith Evans only just misses him in the Alpha Cert. One of the Minis goes onto the grass in avoidance. A disaster for Stephen Primett. Now we're going to watch him come through the field once he gets away. Who's leading? It is Mark Osborne in the Triumph Dolly Sprints. Down towards Village for the first time. Mark Thomas in the Capri in second. The Mark 1 Capri of Nick Strong is in third. Jonathan Page in the Mini leads the pre-66 splits. Many subclasses according to engine size in this division as well. Now Primett's got away. He's already made up 4 places in the first couple of corners, so watch for him charging back up the order. He seems jinxed on the Silverstone layout. He crashed that car here a couple of years ago. Look at him charging through. He's taken about 5 cars in one move there at the link. Primett's on the charge back through the field then. The leaders are coming down towards Stowe Corner. It's Mark Osborne in the Dolomite, the Welshman, who leads the way. Second, Mark Thomas in his very smart Mark 3 Capri. Nick Strong's Mark 1 Capri third. Graham Smith in the yellow Escort is in 4th place as they head up towards Club Corner for the first time. Osborne started at the back in yesterday's race and came through to finish what became 3rd after the Mustang was disqualified. Graham Smith in 3rd place there. He's got ahead of Nick Strong. Then we've got one of the E30 BMWs. That's young Will Davison. Then Page and Grange battling for the lead of the pre-66 division. Power of the Mustang should tell here down the straight, but the Mini is more nimble through the turns. Duncan Leffley behind the Mini's Golf, ex-Alfa Romeo racer. Piers Grange, not surprisingly, does pull ahead down the Hamilton straights. There's Alan Greenall in the big Falcon. Had a spin in yesterday's race. Gets through past Colin Claxton's Dolomites. Now, where is Primett up to? He's up to 15th place already from a near 40-car grid. We did have quite a few non-starters for this one, and unfortunately that had problems yesterday. Lost a few of the Lotus Cortinas in particular yesterday, sadly. Well, there's Primett. He's up with Claxton already, so that's how many places he's gained in the first couple of laps. Well, the first full lap of this race, indeed. Piers Grange in the red Mustang leads the pre-66 division, sponsored by Pultec Classic Race Engines. And problems again for Malcolm Jeffs, that is, in the Golf. It's let him down again, unfortunately. Such a shame after he qualified on pole for yesterday's race. There is Steve Evans at the back in his Austin A40. Looks like he's got a problem slowing up as Mark Thomas in the Capri starts to attack Mark Osborne's Dolomites for the lead. But I think we've got a safety car coming out. Yes, yellow flag's out, the safety car is coming out. Now let's have a look for the reason why. That might be for Malcolm Jeff's Golf that we saw stranded. I imagine that's stranded close to the circuit somewhere. So the safety car is going to pick up the leader. There is the safety car. Pick up Mark Osborne. Everybody will form into single file behind it. So I think that's the first safety car we've had this weekend. Will Davison going well in the BMW E30 there. Piers Grange leads the pre-66s in the Mustang ahead of Jonathan Page in the Mini. Third of pre-66s is Greenall in the Ford Falcon. So there is Malcolm Jeffs. We can't see from that angle whether he's had a problem again or whether he's gone off, but he's only just getting out of the car. I can't work out where that is, unfortunately. Where is Stephen Primet up to? Let's have a look. The Escort is into the top 10 now, he's in 10th place. And yes, JCB being brought in, so that car's in a gravel trap, unfortunately. Luckless weekend for Malcolm Jeffs. He and Duncan Leffley have switched from Alfa Romeo racing to Golfs over the last few years. The only Alfa Romeo on the grid right at the back there, Keith Evans in the little Alfa Sud. The Battle of the Hillman Imps being led by very experienced David Heel. In the orange and blue car there, leading James Ibbotson, who beat him in a terrific fight yesterday to kick off his title defence. James Ibbotson, in his first full season of racing last year, won the pre-66 title outright. They're the navy blue Hillman Imp Super. Just ahead of number 51, that's Josh Smith in his BMW. Lights are still on atop the safety car. So we will be doing another lap behind it. We've got 10 minutes of the race to go, so we should get some more green flag racing in. Sheer variety down this field is what the attraction really of this series is. There's Nigel Garrett in the big Camaro, behind John Saunders in the Rover SD1. Graham Smith going well, number 197 with the yellow Escort. First time I've seen him out with the club, and he's up there in third overall. Here's Grange. Jonathan Page has got Alan Greenall behind him, and there is Primet up into 10th place. What a recovery by the Escort. It's Mark Osborne, the man from Bilthwells in North Wales, who has the lead. He is a former champion in the Pre-83. His big rivalry with Stephen Primet there. Good friends off track, but big rivals on it. Another car we're missing that could have been a contender is Mark Cholerton. He had problems in qualifying yesterday and failed to race. And another car that won the championship 2 years ago, but he's not here this weekend, the BMW E21 of Mike Luck, although Mike has now called time on his driving career. It'll be young Tom Harvey racing it this year. We'll see him out later in the season. Now there is Malcolm Jeffs. He's been rescued by the marshals and the telehandler. He's heading, it looks like, into the pit lane. So we should, yes, see the safety car, just as I say that, we see the safety car lights go out. We'll be going racing again this time, but somebody asking on our YouTube feed what caused the safety car. It was Malcolm Jeffs' Golf in the gravel. Safety car has pulled into pit lane. It's up to Mark Osborne to control the pace. They can't pass until they go green, of course. Mark Thomas in the Capri in second place. Stunning looking car, that is. There's so many stunning looking cars out there. There's the green flag, and we are back underway with this Pre-83 and Pre-66 touring car race. Towards Abbey they go. It is the Dolomite Sprint at Mark Osborne from Thomas, Smith, Davison, Strong. Piers Grange in 6th leads the Pre-66s. There's Duncan Leffley in his Golf in 7th place. The top 10 completed by Jonathan Page, Alan Greenall and Stephen Primet. Through Village and sideways there, the Capri, a power slide from Mark Thomas. Just how Gordon Spice drove them back in the late 70s. Of course, we saw Jerry Marshall, one of Britain's greatest ever saloon car racers, did briefly race the Triplex Capri. Triplex replica now raced by the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Stuart Kay. Oh, and smoke from Mark Thomas's car, he's in trouble. Oh, what a shame. Slows on the outside, he's still going. He'll try and make it back to the pits, I think. I thought the engine had blown up there, but he's still going. Now, is he going to head for the pits this time through? No, he's not. Still there in second place. Graham Smith third in the escort behind him. 6.5 minutes to go. Now, can Mark Thomas survive here? There's Nick Strong, his beautiful Mark 1 Capri. Piers Grange, former Blue Oval Saloon champion with his escorts, leads the pre-66 division. Well, Mark Thomas still going. That smoke seems to have lessened. Is it dropping a bit of fluid there, possibly, the Capri, though? It's the last thing we need. Here's Primet. He's come through from the back after stalling at the start. He throws it up the inside of Duncan Lefley in the Golf, goes through up into 7th place. Can he catch the leaders here? He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:20.312. That's nearly a second quicker than the pace of the leaders. A pair of escorts. There is 1:69. Steve Yates in the colours of Chris Hodgins, the Brooklyn escort from the mid-80s. He's got the black version of Anton Martin behind him. The back markers there, Mike Broadway. Yeah, that smoke's getting worse again from the Capri. I imagine we're going to see Mark Thomas end his race shortly. That's a great shame, challenging for the lead here. Still in second place at the moment. It's not slowing him down, whatever the problem is. Will Davison's going well. He's got up into 4th position in the E30 BMW there, ahead of Nick Strong. Nick Strong also racing his Jaguar XJS today. The Jaguar Challenge later on. There's Primet, he is catching the leaders. Can he complete a burn from the stern, as they say in American racing? He's got ahead of the pre-66 leader now, the Mustang of Piers Grange. Then it's Lefley. There's Jonathan Page in the Mini, and headlights a flare. Alan Greenall is behind him in the big Falcon. Capri still challenging as they go through the link. Swing their way through towards the hangar straight. Primet on the tail of Strong in the Capri now. Can he catch our leaders? Greenall's dropped back a bit there from the Mini. Must have made a mistake up at Village. Then Nigel Garrett. Great to see him back with the CTCRC. Won many races and titles with the Triumph Dolomite Sprint in the 90s. Smoky Capri still there in second place for Mark Thomas. Just hoping to keep going for a finish. Primet another fastest lap, 1:19.935. Only driver's a lap under 1 minute 20 seconds so far. He's passed Nick Strong there. Up into 5th position now. He's lapping a good couple of seconds quicker than the leaders. He could win this, Stephen Primet. Oh, the leader's gone wide around the back marker there. This could be Mark Thomas's opportunity. They met Steve Evans' Austin A40 in the worst possible place there, and Mark Osborne had to run wide over the curves. He's held his lead though, but that's bottled the leaders up slightly. There is the Capri in second. He's had a sniff of the lead there as they came onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Graham Smith behind him. Here comes Primet. He's challenging Will Davison in the BMW now for 4th position. You can see how the leaders have closed up as a result of that loss of momentum for Mark Osborne. Primet's up to 4th. He's ahead of the BMW. His next target will be the Mark 1 escort of Graham Smith. There's been a change for the lead in the pre-66s as well. Piers Grange has lost out to Jonathan Page's Mini. The smoke screen appears again. It seems to appear just on that down as they come down the straight there. Primet's trying to go through the middle as Smith up the inside. Thomas turns in. I thought he was going to clip the side of the escort there. Stephen Primet knows he's quicker than these two, and he's just trying to find room to get through and catch his great rival Mark Osborne. Just under 2.5 minutes to go. Get a couple more laps out of this, I think. Up to 3rd now is Primet, ahead of Graham Smith, his fellow escort pilot. William Davison in the BMW is 5th. Over the line they go. A couple of laps left now. Primet, can he get past that smoking Capri of Mark Thomas? Tension beginning to mount here in the closing laps. We don't know if that Capri is dropping any fluid. He's challenging plunging through the link out of village there. Be mindful that Primet is there behind him. We know Primet is lapping quicker. The leader's lapping in the 122s. Primet is in the mid 120s as they head down the Hanger Straights. Primet in the slipstream. Still a bit of smoke there from the Capri. Here comes Primet. He'll go for the inside. Will take second place into Stowe Corner. And now Mark Osborne, if he looks in his mirror, will be thinking, oh no, not you. His championship rival for the last few years is in his mirrors now. Here comes Stephen Primet. Can he complete a last to first? He was so close to being collected when he stalled on the grid. But he could be heading for victory there, coming into the final lap this time in his pre-83 and pre-66 Touring Car Championship race. Over the line they go. There's back markers ahead. The Alfa Sud, the Morris Minor of Patrick Harris, Luke Wilson's A40. Keith Evans in the Alfa Sud trying to get out of the way there. He does so. Here they come then. Can Primet complete it? It's England v Wales. Triumph versus Ford for the victory. That smoke is getting worse and worse from the Capri. And in among this group of back markers, Mike Broadway in the BMW gets out of the way. Patrick Harris in the Moggy Minor goes wide over the curbs. They're heading up towards the Hanger Straight for the final time. Primet's right with Osborne. Surely he's going to get him as they come down the Hanger Straight for the last time. Here comes Stephen Primet. He moves up alongside Osborne defending. It's going to be a cracking battle to the finish between these two. Osborne weaving about there down the straight. The Capri's pulling over. That's cried enough. And here comes Primet. Can he get past Mark Osborne? He's going for the outside into Stowe Corner. This is a brave move. They're absolutely side by side. There's one corner to go. This Primet's gone all the way around the outside. He's done it. Oh, brilliant by Stephen Primet. Can he hold it through the club complex? What a drive by Stephen Primet. Stalled on the grid, got away last, and takes the lead with less than 2 corners to go. Out of the final corner, he has done it. What the Americans call a burn from the stern from Stephen Primet, last to first at Silverstone. A terrific drive. Mark Osborne can't believe it. Graham Smith, well done to him, a fine 3rd place. Strong is 4th. 5th goes to Will Davison. Duncan Leffley will take 6th in his Golf. And we'll wait to see who takes the pre-66. They're side by side as well out of the final corner. No, that's for 2nd. Greenall's got through. Where did Alan Greenall get through there on the final lap? We were watching the battle for the overall lead, but in pre-66, Alan Greenall snatches the win from Piers Grange and Jonathan Page on the final lap. What an incredible finish. Just over a second covering the 3 of them. Well, need to catch my breath after that one. That's the drive of the weekend so far from Stephen Primet. Stalled on the grid, was nearly collected by several cars, got it going, and screamed past a lot of them. Mark Osborne can't believe it. I don't think Primet can believe it. And pre-66, it looked all set for a victory for Piers Grange after the safety car. But then, I don't know whether the Mustang developed a slight problem because his lap times did drop by a couple of seconds. It looked as though Jonathan Page was going to get through, and then Alan Greenall sprang through from nowhere in the Ford Falcon. Fair play to Robert Gray as well. He started from the back of the grid. He got up to 11th overall. That was classic touring car racing at its very, very best. And only a couple of retirements as well. Malcolm Jeffs we saw go out with the Golf, and the only other casualty was Nathan Beresford on the green flag lap. The results as follows then. Stephen Primet, the winner, by 3/4 of a second from the back of the grid after stalling at the start. Mark Osborne in 2nd, and Graham Smith an excellent 3rd. They're all in Class C of the pre-83s. Nick Strong wins Class B in 4th place overall, and the pre-66 win, a surprise win for Alan Greenall on the final lap. Hopefully we'll hear how he did it down in Parc Ferme ahead of Piers Grange. Class win for Jonathan Page as well. Class wins too for Nigel Garrett in the Camaro, and Robert Gray the invitation class in the Ford Mustang. Further back in the order, the Lotus Cortina class. We didn't get much chance really to concentrate on the midfield in that one. The Lotus Cortina class went to 201 Pat Keneally in 15th place overall. Class D of the pre-83s went to Steve Yates in the Chris Hodgetts Escort. Pre-66 Class E, the Hillman Imps, it was David Heel on top this time by 2 seconds ahead of James Ibbotson, the reigning champion. And pre-66 Class D went to Luke Wilson in the Austin A40. Class B, no finishers, as Nathan Beresford was the only entrant to start. Wow, what an incredible race. Classic touring car racing at its very, very best, and there's no let up in the saloon action, because coming up next it's the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, the first race of the season for the Mini 7 Racing Club. Some big names in this race, and the Minis always absolutely cracking around Silverstone. I'm really looking forward to this next race. First of all, I'm going to take a quick pause for breath, and we'll hand down shortly to Ian in Parc Fermé to hear from some of the drivers from that brilliant classic touring car race.
Right, welcome down to Parc Fermé, and it was an exciting race again, wasn't it? A little bit of confusion actually as they pulled into Parc Fermé, because we've got Stephen Primmett here, second and third. Mr. Osborne have actually parked over there, but let's grab Stephen again whilst he's here, because at one point he was running well down the order. Stephen, plenty of pace, so it looked like in the early stages you were just taking it easy.
Mate, that's ridiculous. I stalled on the line, obviously, it's dead last. I've got to shake Alan Greenhall's hand. He missed me by about a millimetre as I sat there like a sitting duck with 40 cars bearing down on me, and I thought, this is it, I'm written off. Someone's got to hit me. And I just, oh mate.
It was incredible.
That's the best drive ever of my life. Not ever, but for me.
Just seeing you coming through, I mean, did you even imagine at any point that I can win this?
I didn't. I just thought Mark Osborne got to third, so that was my target. I thought he'd done it from the back to third.
Yeah.
So I've got to match him, otherwise I've... But mate, last corner, last lap nearly, and I got in the lead. Oh, mate.
I can see what it means to you,
so
Stephen.
excited.
It's incredible.
So excited. Wow.
I think you need to go have a lie down. Congratulations, Stephen. Really mean it. Fantastic stuff. Incredible stuff there, yeah. Of course, it was Stephen who stalled on the line, as we saw there. Swamped by everybody. Alan Greenhall nearly took him out, but managed to avoid him. Drama, excitement. Unfortunately, second and third are all the way over there. We're not going to get a chance to chat to them about a wonderful racing from the pre-66 and 83s. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what's coming up next.
Well, well done indeed to our pre-83 and pre-66 touring cars. That was an absolute cracker, as was yesterday's race. They have done themselves very proud indeed this weekend. In fact, all of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club they've excelled themselves this weekend. Their biggest ever entry of cars. Full credits to their chairman, Stuart Kay, and all his helpers. Stuart... originally was intending to race his Capri in that race we've just seen here today, but the grid was oversubscribed, so he didn't get into his own race. Would you believe? We'll see him out later in the season. Now, next up, it's time to go Mini racing. Oh yes, the Mini's always spectacular. It is the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, the Miglia category. These are the more powerful of the two classes run by the Mini 7 Racing Club, and a fine grid of them we have. Two divisions, the Mini Miglias are first outs for this one, and the Mini Libra category lines up behind them. That's for more modified A-series engines, as opposed to the slightly more standardised engines in the Miglias. And we've got some interviews that we recorded yesterday with a couple of the drivers down in the paddock.
Right, hello everybody. Welcome down to Parc Fermé. Qualifying's just actually finished for the Mini Miglias. We're going to see if we can grab a quick word we've got Darren Cox over here. Let's see if he can be for a quick word. Chaps, how are we doing? Let's just have a quick word with both of you. Qualifying, how did it go?
I have no idea because I haven't seen the lap times.
How did the car feel?
Oh yeah, great, fantastic. I mean, obviously it's NF Owen's old car, so it's a well-proven car, and now it's got to be all about the driver. I've got no excuses. However, I've got plenty of excuses. So yeah, but it's great. I mean, look at the grid we've got here. Fantastic crowd here, and you know, it shows how fantastic the Mini 7 Racing Club is, with all these drivers here in this class, in the 7s class as well, and some top line drivers, and me and my brother.
That's what we like to hear. Now, you mentioned excuses, of course.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about, because you do quite a lot in media for motorsport, don't you? Tell us a bit more.
I've made quite a lot of excuses for other people's driving normally, and now it's down to me. Yeah, I used to work for Nissan doing their motorsport stuff, so now having a go myself. Not watching people like Miguel Faisca is here somewhere, driver coaching me. He's probably hiding so that no one knows he's trying to help me go that slowly. So
I think you're selling yourself short here, Dan.
Well, that's there we go. But no. As I say, fantastic club. It's great to be here. You know, everyone tries to help each other out, and it's very, very, very competitive at the front. You know, the guys at the front are either ex-touring car drivers, or they've been doing this for 10 years. So I mean, I can't even get my new hands device off, so I've got to keep my crash helmet here.
So I bet let you trying to get it off then. Try. Obviously, a little bit of friendly competition because you're in the Libras. Darren's in the Mini Miglias. How did the car feel out there?
It's the first time it's actually completed a full session, so I'm absolutely chuffed to bits. Yeah, it's been very, it's a very overcomplicated car, and I've had a lot of niggling problems last year, but it's running absolutely sweet now. So fingers crossed we can actually finish one race.
Big season then coming up.
Big season,
right?
hopefully big season. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for talking to us. Right, yeah, it's time for the racing action to get underway. So let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard. Enjoy.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. So the Mini Miglias and Mini Leap category heading to the grid then. And in pole position from qualifying yesterday, number 23, Rupert Deeth. Very experienced Mini Miglia racer will start from pole. Alongside him will be number 21, the pink car there of Aaron Smith, regular race winner over the last few years. And third on the grid is the reigning Miglia champion. Number 1, somebody called Andrew Jordan. Yes, the former British touring car champion is out there starting third on the grid for his title defence, alongside number 11, Kane Astin, the former Mini Sevens champion. Row 3, 87, Ashley Davies, the Welshman, alongside 14, Colin Peacock, a real veteran of mini racing. On the fourth row of the grid, look out for car number 46. That's the three-time Mini Sevens champion, Jeff Smith, another ex-British touring car champion, Andrew Jordan's former teammate as well. I wonder if the Jeff Army are here supporting him today. They start from the front, and the Mini Libre category for the more modified machines starts further back. They're headed up by Richard Colburn, the noted historic racer, car number 219, alongside number 171 of Dan Lewis, regular race winner last season. 232 Craig Cox, just heard from his brother Darren Cox, further forward on the grid, the CEO of the Race Media these days. So he does a lot behind the scenes. Number 66, Darren Cox, that's the black car towards the back of the Miglia grid. Darren Cox also, his media group controls WTF1 and World's Fastest Gamer as well. So he does a lot behind the scenes in World Motorsport, does Darren, but a chance for him to get behind the wheel here today. That's a few cars being formed into line. At the back of the grid, Custom Minis.co.uk carts, 133 Les Stanton from the West Midlands. Hugh Turner at the very back of the grid in 1, 2, 3. This will be a 20-minute race for the Mini Miglias. Away they go. Great start by Aaron Smith, number 21, and Andrew Jordan very slow away. He's almost stalled there. He's towards the back of the lineup as they head into Abbey Corner for the first time. There's Jeff Smith side by side with the number 48, which is Phil Bullen-Brown. Oh, and we've got a tangle on the first corner. Chaos further back. The 47 car of Darren Mason involved. Peter Hills in 126 came to a halt to avoid that. Who else is involved? 171 of Dan Lewis, 89 Sean King as well. That might be a safety car. Aaron Smith leads Rupert Deeth. Kane Astin, I think that is in third place. Darren Mason's getting going again. There's a lot of damage to that car though. He'll pull that over into the pit lane exit. Sean King is parked there as well. Dan Lewis keeping going but very slowly. He'll be heading for the pits, I think. Oh, we'll pick up the leaders into Stowe Corner, and Rupert Deeth trying for the outside on Aaron Smith. Kane Astin, number 11, in third place. It's Colin Peacock in the red car in fourth position. They start to sort themselves out around this opening lap. Bit of smoke from somebody there, and that was tyre smoke or engine smoke, I didn't see. They swing their way into Club Corner. Aaron Smith, number 21, leads the way. Runner-up in the championship behind Andrew Jordan last season. Looking to open his season with a win. Jeff Smith, the reigning Sevens champion, multiple Sevens champion now, moving up to Miglias for this season. Under fire there as they come over the line. They're side by side there. Rupert Death attacking for the lead as they head up towards Farm, and he goes through. Rupert Death takes the lead in the Swift Tune powered car. Nick Swift, of course, one of the UK's most famous mini racers over the years. Kane Astin up there in third. Battle is joined at the front of the field in race 1 for the Mini Miglias. Fourth place is Colin Peacock. Fifth is number 45, Chris Morgan. He's going well, ahead of Jeff Smith. Then it's Ashley Davies, the Welshman, ahead of Phil Bullen-Brown. We didn't see him out in his classic Mini in the previous race, concentrating on his Miglia here today. I think that's the ex-Peter Baldwin car that he's driving, the orange and blue car. Peter Baldwin, one of the UK's most famous and most successful, certainly, Mini racers over the many, many years. Keeps his hand in preparing the cars these days. Towards Club Corner for the second time. Rupert Death, number 23 in the Swift Tune and Mini Spares livery car, has the lead ahead of the KAD sponsored machine of Aaron Smith in his familiar pink livery. Kane Astin, the former Sevens champion, in third. It's Peacock, there's Morgan, Smith and Davies, the 87. First 7 breaking away slightly from Phil Bullen-Brown. Number 20 Mark Sims in 9th place. The Sims family race minis for many, many years. And Kieran McDonald, number 88, rounding out the top 10. Who's leading the Mini Libra category? They were delayed in that first corner contretemps. It's Richard Colburn, number 219, who is ahead in that category further back as the leaders swing their way through Village. Death a little bit wide there. This could allow Aaron Smith a run as they come onto the Hanger Straights. Here's a battle towards the back of the field. That's Hugh Turner, a very smart number 1, 2, 3 car. Previously raced in the Citroen C1 Endurance Series. 171 Dan Lewis back up to speed after being involved in that first corner tangle, getting past Les Stanton. Now challenging another of the Libra runners, number 113 Phil Harvey, the Birmingham-based driver. Challenge on for second place. Kane Astin had a look on the inside. Colin Peacock closing up as well. They're three-wheeling these minis around the right-hander at Stowe. Starting to close up into a lead group now. Rupert Death leads the way in the 23. Swinging their way through the right-hander down to the exit of club to complete lap number 3. 5 cars for the lead. Jeff Smith's closing up as well in the Ball Trucking sponsored number 46, his first Miglia race. 7th place number 87, Ashley Davies. There's Phil Bullen-Brown in the background in the Peter Baldwin car. Over the line they go, the top 7 covered by just over 2 seconds. But fastest lap of the race by the recovering Andrew Jordan, number 1. He's in 12th, recovering after his slow start. Number 18 in the Napa Auto Parts colours there, Lewis Selby, gets around Darren Cox in the 66. Number 37, James Cuthbertson up behind them. The train heads onto the Hanger Straights. We see any slipstreaming this time through. There's Andrew Jordan, just caught a glimpse of him, the former BTCC champion, making his way back up the order, or trying to. Down the straight, no moves being made this time into Stowe. Just getting warmed up as this race goes on. Still 15 minutes of it to go. We're only a quarter of the way through this first Mini Miglia race of the season. Aaron Smith thinking about a move there into Club Corner. I don't think he's close enough. No, he's not. Kane Astin still third in the number 11. In a 7 champion. He won the Miglia Championship in 2015 as well. Colin Peacock in behind him. Been second in the Miglia Championship twice. Looking to go one better this year. There is Dan Lewis, number 171, recovering well. He's 4th in the Libra category ahead of Hugh Turner. Those 2 retirements, Mason and King, who went off on the first corner in that collision. Superbly smart car there for Hugh Turner. Well, so many beautiful looking minis in this series. There's Richard Colburn, he's leading the Mini Libra category. Number 219 does a variety of historic racing with his sons James and Ben. He's down in 18th place overall at the moment. Rupert Death continuing to lead the Miglias. They're getting faster all the time as their heat gets into their Dunlop tyres. There could be a change for the lead. It looks like Aaron Smith has taken over. We caught a glimpse of there. Leaders coming down towards Club Corner any moment now. Good battle going on there between the 18 of Selby and James Cuthbertson, but Aaron Smith has indeed got into the lead in the number 21 car ahead of Rupert Death, and Chris Morgan's come through into 3rd place. He is running well. Fifth, it looks like it's Jeff Smith as Deeth to the inside. They slide their way out of club. Now they're getting into their stride. This is mini racing as we know it. Up the inside, Rupert Deeth retakes the lead down towards Abbey. Chris Morgan is up into third position. It's Astin, Jeff Smith, Colin Peacock has slipped back into sixth position as Colburn continues to lead the Libra category. Here are the leaders at Village. Kane Astin had a look there for third place. It's all starting to heat up now at the front of the field as their Dunlop tyres heat up. Through to the link, Deeth, Smith, Morgan. Up the inside there, that's Jeff Smith. He's into his stride at the wheel of Miglia now. He's just taken fourth place away from Kane Astin. The red car on the right there is Colin Peacock. Leaders head down into Stowe Corner. Rupert Deeth from Aaron Smith. Again, lifting the rear wheels there on the inside at Stowe. Is Aaron Smith thinking about another move for the lead? They've swapped places a couple of times already. They've got slightly clear now of Chris Morgan, who's going superbly up there in third place. The best I've seen him run in the Mini Miglias. Jeff Smith in fourth position, holding off Kane Astin and the 87 of Davies. Colin Peacock down to seventh. Seven have gone fairly well clear of the rest of the field. Next behind them is Phil Bull and Brown. They're all over each other. Look at this for fourth, almost four wide down towards Abbey. And Andrew Jordan, I can tell you, has got past Bull and Brown in the background there. He's up into eighth place, so he could soon catch this lead septet. Rupert Deeth holds the lead ahead of Aaron Smith. Great fight between these two, and it's carrying them clear. They're just over a second clear of Chris Morgan in third. Then this quartet for fourth place, headed by Jeff Smith, no relation to Aaron incidentally. Kane Astin, Ashley Davies. There's Andrew Jordan, the red, white and black car in eighth place ahead of Phil Bull and Brown. Rounding up the top 10 was Mark Sims. It's now Kieran McDonald that's got through. Who's going to come through here in fourth? Kane Astin back up the inside, retakes Jeff Smith for fourth position. This is great stuff. We're not even halfway through this first Mini Miglia race of the season, supported by Dunlop and Mini Spares. Two leaders, see what the gap is back to Chris Morgan. 1 3/4 seconds now. Astin holds forth, but here comes Jeff Smith. Great entertainer from his BTCC days. Came back after suffering a serious arm injury in an accident up at Croft a few years ago in his Honda Civic. Turned to racing in the Minis, became very successful in the Sevens, just as quick in the Miglias as well. Last year it was Andrew Jordan, Aaron Smith and Rupert Deeth, the top three in the Miglia Championship. Peter Cruz took the Libra title, the invitation class effectively. There is Andrew Jordan, reigning Miglia champion. He is catching this group ahead of him, upping on their pace, just a few tenths up on them. Jeff Smith defending from Kane Astin, side by side between Davies and Peacock. Further back, Phil Bull and Brown there under pressure for ninth. Round the outside goes Mark Sims, then it's McDonald, and behind him is Ben Colburn, number 55, son of Richard, who's still leading the Libra class. Oh no, he's not, he's coming into the pits as I say that. Curse of the commentator for Richard Colburn, unfortunately, so that's given the Libra class lead to Dan Lewis, who's recovered after an incident on the first corner. Peacock in red, side by side in blue, Ashley Davies. Kane Astin still trying to find a way back ahead of Jeff Smith. Jeff Smith no longer 0-1 in the colours of the General Lee as he was in the Sevens when he was champion. Headlights on for James Cuthbertson, trying to get past the battling pair of Darren Cox and Lewis Selby. Napa Auto Parts colours, first seen in NASCAR, they will be seen in British touring cars this year as well on the Fords. They're further back in the order. Ben Colburn trying to break through into the top 10. He was fourth in the points in the Miglias last year, ahead of a driver who's absent this weekend, the flying Welshman Endaf Owens. But I know that his company Owens Fabrication has done a lot of work on many of these cars over the winter, doing various chassis works. Leaders coming up to lap one of the back markers. I think that's the number 28 of Rob Humphreys, about to go a lap down, and nearly 4 wide into club corner ain't going to work. Kane Aston's dropped a place there. Colin Peacock trying to come through, but no, Aston's got the inside line for the right-hander, holds the place. Just over 8 minutes to go. Look at this, they've spread across the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight there. This is absolutely frantic. Jeff Smith in the widest mini in Britain right now, holding off Kane Aston, Colin Peacock and Ashley Davies. It's the second half of this Dunlop Mini Miglia race, supported by Mini Spares. A couple of drivers, Darren Mason and Sean King, will be needing some Mini Spares after their incident on the first corner. Look at Smith throwing that Mini into the right-hander at the link. Absolute joy to watch. Rupert Death leads Farron Smith. They've gone clear of third place Chris Morgan. That car displaying the name Inch, that's the sponsorship from Paul Inch, Classic Race Engines, mini tuning specialist. Many of these cars have their engines prepared by Paul Inch or by Nick Swift. And now Andrew Jordan, look, has caught Ashley Davies, so he's into this lead group now. There's the number 28 of Rob Humphreys, he's been lapped. Kane Aston up the inside at club, takes Jeff Smith for 4th place. And Rob Humphreys, he's going to have to try and get out of the way here. They're going to go either side of him. Look out, Rob Humphreys. They've just about got round him, I think. And these 4 battling so hard, they haven't noticed Andrew Jordan has caught them. Here comes the XPTCC champion. He's going for the inside into Abbey in the Swift Tune sponsored car. He takes Jeff Smith, and Jeff Smith has really lost out there in that little contretemps coming out of club. So it's Kane Aston now 4th, 5th is Colin Peacock, Davies 6th, Jordan 7th, poor old Jeff Smith, who crossed the line 5th, has lost 3 places in 1 corner. Andrew Jordan, the number 1, stalled at the start, nearly didn't get away. He's now well into the top 10. There are the leaders, Death and Smith. Jordan lapping in the 1:18. He's slightly slower than the leaders at the moment, but once he gets through this traffic, if he can, he'll be on them. Past Ashley Davies there. Next targets will be Kane Aston and Colin Peacock, are having their own side-by-side battle here. That's put Jordan now up into 6th position. Charges from the back of the grid seem to be a theme of today's saloon car racing at Silverstone, don't they? All trouble there for Ashley Davies. Where's he going? Into the gravel, that's where. Lucky not to take anybody with him there. I don't know whether that was a brake failure or something similar there. Bounced over the curb on the inside. I thought he was going to T-bone somebody as he came back on. He's in the gravel. Ashley Davies, the Welshman, out of the race. That's allowed Ben Colburn to come through ahead of Phil Bullen-Brown, Kieran McDonald and Mark Sims there. This is a battle a little further down. It's Colin Peacock who's got 4th position ahead of Kane Aston. Jordan in 6th. Let's have a look again at that. Watch for Ashley Davies in the background. Yeah, something broke there. Either he locked up or something failed in the brakes, because he turned sharp left well before the corner there, bounced over the curves. I think that was the only way he could stop the car. But whatever the reason, Ashley Davies is out of the race. There's the fight for 4th now. Down to 4 cars. Aston and Peacock being shadowed now by Andrew Jordan, who's got his old BTCC teammate Jeff Smith behind him. Yellow flags at club, so no passing there. Rupert Death continues to lead. We haven't forgotten the lead battle as well. Chris Morgan still in 3rd place. 4.5 minutes still to go of this first Dunlop Mini Miglia race of the season. There's Peter Hills, who's been lapped in the background, number 126, another Welshman. Raced with the Welsh Racing Drivers Association with his Mini Miglia for a number of years. Long-time circuit marshal as well. What can Andrew Jordan do? He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:16.374. He's currently lapping about half a second a lap quicker than the cars ahead of him. Getting past them is another matter entirely. There go the leaders. Through to the Hanger Straights. And there is number 171 Dan Lewis, recovering from his early problem, the man from Worcestershire, to lead the Libra category further back. There is he overall in 17th place. Craig Cox is 2nd in that category, and 3rd Hugh Turner. Rupert Death continues to hold off Aaron Smith. Smith starting to get aboard, but there's yellow flags still out at club, so he won't be able to pass there because the JCB is in attendance along with the marshals recovering Ash Davies' car. Through club there goes, another back marker ahead, hoping that he doesn't get in the way. No, Les Stanton, the West Midlands driver, gets out of the way. And to Adam. Feet in between these two cars now. Aaron Smith really getting aboard, ready to attack on the back of Rupert Deeth. Which way is he going to go as they go into Village? Won't get through there. Deeth defending. This is great stuff. Just as close as we have always seen in the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge. Chris Morgan rather on his own in third in the blue car. I think he'll be happy with the podium position. Here's the battle further back. This is for 8th place, Ben Colburn, Phil Bullen-Brown, Kieran McDonald and Mark Sims. Aaron Smith is getting closer and closer and closer to Rupert Deeth. Are there still yellow flags out at club? We'll see as they come down the Vale. Well, I think the yellow flag has been withdrawn. This could be Aaron Smith's opportunity. He's having a look there. No, Rupert Deeth holds him off. Through towards club, 2 minutes to go. A couple more laps to go then, this first Mini Miglia race of the season. Andrew Jordan on the last lap was up to 5th, ahead of Kane Astin. Let's see if he's got 4th this time through as they cross the timing line. No, it's Peacock still there, with Andrew Jordan up alongside him. We concentrate on the lead battle with a couple of laps to go. Deeth against Smith. Very experienced Mini Miglia racers, the both of them. Pulled nearly 7.5 seconds clear of Chris Morgan in 3rd place. He in turn is 6 seconds clear of Colin Peacock and Andrew Jordan, who are fighting over 4th place. See in the background as they start to come through who's in 4th as they come out of the link. It's Kane Astin back up into 4th, in fact, so he's fought back. He was 6th, so he's gained 2 places. Maybe Peacock and Jordan took each other wide. We didn't see that, unfortunately. Dan Lewis continues to lead the Libra category, number 171. Leaders down into club, less than a minute on the clock, so this will be final lap this time for Rupert Deeth. And the man from Cambridgeshire hang on, ahead of Aaron Smith from Kent. Last lap board is out. They're coming up to lap Rob Humphreys for a second time in the Altered Image sponsored car. Deeth just got to keep a cool head here as he heads for what looks like his latest win. He was 3rd in the points last year, took just 1 race win last year. Andrew Jordan and Aaron Smith, who did the lion's share of the winning, and Endaf Owens as well, but he didn't contest the full season. Oh, and Deeth sideways there almost as he came out of the link. Is this going to be Aaron Smith's chance? Here they come, passing back markers. They've got the 113 of Phil Harvey ahead of them there. Here comes Aaron Smith, headlights on to warn the back markers they're there. To the inside at Stowe, past Phil Harvey. It's going to have to be into club corner. Aaron Smith, it's going to be all or nothing this time into the final couple of corners here at Silverstone. We're in for a grandstand finish. Can Rupert Deeth hang on? Up towards the left-hander. In they come. Deeth holding on. Smith will go to the inside as they come out of the final corner. Deeth moves across the defender. It looks like he's done it. It's going to be very close. They're going to finish nose to tail. Rupert Deeth takes the first Mini Miglia win of the season, just ahead of Aaron Smith by 0.171 of a second. Cracking stuff between those two. Chris Morgan will come over for 3rd place, an excellent result for him. Now, who is going to be 4th? The battle for 4th further back has just come across the line. It's Andrew Jordan who takes 4th ahead of Jeff Smith. Kieran McDonald, meanwhile, elbows Phil Bullen-Brown aside. They finish side by side. There we see Jordan 4th ahead of Jeff Smith, Colin Peacock and Kane Astin. Kane Astin went from 4th to 7th in the last couple of laps. 8th was Ben Colburn. Bullen-Brown was 9th ahead of Kieran McDonald by 0.02 of a second. And rounding out the top 10, McDonald ahead of Mark Sims and number 72 of Rob Howard. Here comes our Mini League class winner, Dan Lewis. Nice recovery after being delayed on the first lap. finishing ahead of Larry Moore in the number 171 car, in the number 71 car rather. Second in class is Craig Cox, just behind there. And third in lead will be Hugh Turner, number 123. We lost Peter Hills into the pits, and Lewis Selby has pitted as well at the start of the final lap. We lost Darren Mason, last year's top novice, and Sean King on the first corner. And the other retirement, of course, was Ashley Davies. Richard Colburn did get going again after a couple of pit stops, finished a few laps behind. The provisional results then of the Mini Miglia season opener. A win for number 23 Rupert Death by 0.171 of a second over Aaron Smith. Great fight between those two. Chris Morgan, an excellent third place, some 10 seconds back off the leader. And well done Andrew Jordan. Poor start, but recovered to take fourth place, the reigning champion, ahead of his old BTCC rival Jeff Smith. Colin Peacock and Kane Astin next. Next group headed up some 3 seconds behind them by Ben Colburn, ahead of Phil Bullen Brown and Kieran McDonald rounding out the top 10. Then Mark Sims, Rob Howard, Tony LeMay, Darren Cox and James Cuthbertson completing the top 15. Behind them was the first of the lead runners, Dan Lewis, we saw won that category. Lawrence Waugh finished behind him, then Craig Cox and Hugh Turner. The other runners, Phil Harvey, Les Stanton and Rob Humphreys. We lost Lewis Selby and Peter Hills into the pits. Richard Colburn finished several laps down. I don't think he'll be classified, unfortunately. Ash Davies ended up in the gravel, and Sean King and Darren Mason tangled on the first corner. That concludes the first Mini 7 Racing Club Miglia race of the season. Now we can head down to Ian in Parc Fermé to catch up with some of the drivers.
Right, welcome down to a very loud Parc Fermé and winners row, of course. When don't these minis put on a real show? Let's go have a chat actually with a couple of people, can we? I think we can have a quick chat with Rupert. Rupert, very quickly, let's have a quick chat with him. I know I think he's got a handy SD card, and it's all part of racing, isn't it? It's a bit like a number of sports. It's almost like signing your scorecard in golf, isn't it? You've got to do these things. You don't want to get in trouble. Let's go have a quick word. Well, my word, I don't know how you've got any breath left after that.
That's good fun. That's a good way to start the season.
Good fun. That's one description of it. Of course, you know, Aaron was all over you, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, no, that was a very, very good race to open the season up. Really enjoyed it, really enjoyed it. My tyres went off though.
Did they?
Can you believe that, in the cold?
I was, yeah. Do you know, funny enough, actually, I was looking at your times, and I think your penultimate lap was your fastest lap. And then, of course, I think the final lap, perhaps Aaron just started to go fly a little bit.
No, well, he's catching me, yeah. No, I think that's due to the tyres. But no, I'm really pleased with that. What a way to start the opener.
Super, well done. Congratulations, Rupert. Let's grab Aaron as well, because that was some racing. Couldn't quite get him there. And one more lap, maybe.
Maybe. I was pushing and on that last lap it got pretty close, but it was easy to knock into a mistake, so like a couple of times just to show the nose and boom, he's straight wide. So no, it was a good race, so yeah, fair play.
You've got to do it all again, and he did just tell me that his tyres might have been going off a little bit. Maybe there's a bit of a clue for race 2 for you.
Well, race 2 will be starting further back, so it will be more of try and get through the traffic and see if we can break away again. So.
It's not a problem for you, is it?
Oh, of course not, no.
well done. I want to go have a chat with Dan Lewis over here, the Libra winner. Let's have a quick word with him. Well, Dan, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Never easy, these things, is it?
No,
and
not.
Lots of cars on track. What was it like from where you were?
Nearly a big disaster in the first corner. There was a coming together, antifreeze all over the track, spun. I was dead last, but managed to come back and it was all good, so really happy.
What is it about today and people coming from the back of the grid to go on and win their classes?
Oh, has that happened elsewhere as well, has it?
Happened in a race before, yeah?
Oh, right. Well, I don't know, so must be something in the water.
You like Silverstone then?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah.
Right, you've got to do it all again later, of course, so have your water, relax. Still a lot of races to go. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to tell you what is coming up next.
Yes, thanks Ian. Well, what's coming up next is the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Yes, the big cats are back out. Great race from them yesterday. This grid combined with the Pre-93 touring cars, mainly BMWs. There's one or two Jaguars entered in the Pre-93s as well, a couple of Volkswagens. A bit of news we've just had reaching us. Mike Seaborn, the reigning Jaguar champion, is out with his new XJS for the first time. He missed yesterday's race. His gearbox failed during qualifying. We're told he has managed to repair this morning and will be racing from the back of the grid in this one. Before we get this one underway then, a few interviews we got yesterday with Ian down in the paddock.
Right, here we are down in Parc Fermé, the Pre-93 Jags. Race 1 is done, but of course we move on to race 2, don't we? And I want to chat to this man over here, Ian Bowyer. Ian, run any marathons in the last 20 minutes?
No, 30 miles this morning in Manchester next weekend, so...
He's not even joking either, I have to say. What's it been like out there today in race 1?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been quite slippery. Well, not slippery, but where it's hot, the tyres are getting really, really hot. But yeah, it's good fun. Yeah, really good fun.
Now, I know you're a quick driver. You've got the pace, you've got the speed. Race 2, what's the tactic? God, you can tell us now.
I'm probably not going to get overexcited at the start like I did today, and just try not to win it on the first corner, I reckon. I was just, as Andy went wide because he got the back end out, I got a little bit excited, too much power, and then I kind of went wide with him and lost my opportunity, and a couple came past me, so I spent most of the race catching up and getting back into fourth, but I think my pace was quite good. My pace seemed all right. So I
mean, they're short races, 15 minutes. Yeah. If you do lose a bit of momentum, there's not much time, is there?
No. But tomorrow, I hopefully a bit steady at the start and see if I can catch these boys up.
Ian, you'll smash it. I know you will. And don't go for a run tonight. Just relax.
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. Let's grab a word of Andy Cripps over there as well. I want to have a look at his trophy.
So if that's it. For ages, so I'll grab it.
Let's have a little look at that.
My little puppy.
It's going to be another one tomorrow, though, right?
I hope so. I hope it's as good as that one. So I might not mess up the first corner, unfortunately, where we chucked it a bit wide, got a bit over exuberant. But...
I spoke to David Griffin. He said he mucked up the start. I spoke to Ian Bow. He said he mucked up the start, and you mucked up the first corner.
Well, I like to do something. I've made quite a number of suspension settings anyway. There's lots of excuses, but yeah, it was a bit harder on that race, and it just went sailing off. And but yeah, we got it back together. I had a good battle with Mike, so that was just superb. Yeah, loved it.
And you're going to have a clean start as well tomorrow, right?
Hope so. Yeah, hopefully we're able to do the same thing again. And I think we got Dave Griffin off the start, got Ian off the start, and he obviously got away in the lead. And so, okay, we're very good friends. Lodge racing in the first place, so it's really good to get him do some nice close racing. And we were close a lot of the time. We should have some good video footage on the cameras.
Absolutely. Well, enjoy race 2, won't you, chaps? Thanks for talking to us. Let's hand back to Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Ready for our next race then, a 15-minute race for the Laser Tools Pre-93 Touring Cars, Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. The race yesterday was curtailed slightly early. We had a red flag with Matthew Davis's Jaguar off in the gravel at Club Corner. Hopefully he'll be back out today. It was BMWs who locked out the top 5 places in yesterday's race. Dave Griffin in the Diet Coke liveried BMW took the win ahead of Andy Cripps, Mike Dugdale, Ian Bauer, the reigning Pre-93 champion, and Graham Myers, all in BMW M3s. Top Jaguar was Tom Robinson, his supercharged XJR6 in 6th overall, ahead of Colin Philpott and James Ram in their XJSs. James Ram coming through well for 8th place, having struggled in qualifying with a few issues. Keep an eye on James Ram's XJS, incidentally. There's a big message on his roof today. It says, "Hi Mum." It is, of course, Mother's Day today, so fair play to all the mums out there. A happy Mother's Day to everyone. James Ram, very much a family man, has a big message for his mum on the roof of his Jaguar. Starts ahead of Tom Butterfield, a welcome returnee this weekend, and former Jag champion Derek Pearce in his XK8. One of the elder statesmen of Jaguar racing, completing the top 10 on the grid. Cars that didn't finish or figure yesterday. Looking down the grid, we didn't see Stephen Dowell, one of the newcomers with his XKR. Hopefully we'll see that out today. David Howard had an incident yesterday in the Pre-83 touring car race, so hopefully we'll see him repaired for today. We didn't see Arthur Forster's BMW E30 M3. I'm hoping you do see that lovely car out. Mike Seaborn we mentioned, and also James Wall, number 77, will start at the back as he takes over Tom Lenthal's Jaguar. They're sharing a car this weekend. Matthew Davis, as we said, his XJ R6 ended up in the gravel yesterday at Club Corner. Well, he got further than he did in this meeting last year. You may remember at the start of race 1 on Saturday last year, he stalled on the grid, was hit from behind and caught fire. Thankfully, no repeats of that this year. A couple of newcomers in the Jaguars. Andrew Maynard in an XJ40. I think that's the car that Mike Seaborn raced to the title last season, the Castrol liveried XJ40. Also, we've got Andrew Harper, number 156. His car is the first turbo diesel to be raced in the Jaguar series. Man from Derby, 285 bhp diesel. And you'll recognise that car as being in the silk cut Jaguar livery. But it's BMWs to the fore on the grid. There's David Griffin in the Diet Coke car, the Australian-born racer. Starts alongside the green machine of Andy Cripps. Second row, Mike Dugdale in the black and white car. Ian Bauer, the reigning champion, and the Jägermeister car of Graham Myers. Then we've got the first of the Jags. There's James Ram, Derek Pearce, the XK8, Ian Knight with his Golf, very potent car that one, the owner of Race Truck, builder of race transporters. Rick Walker, Lawrence Copper with his Jag. Tim Morant in the lovely Castrol liveried Series 1. He won Class A for the Jags yesterday. Class A for the standard road spec cars. Class A, B, C and D. D being for full race modified machines. All depends on the level of modification of the cars. Classes A, B, C and D in the pre-93 touring cars as well, depending on engine size. Now, if David Howard's out there, he's a bit of an interloper because though he's in a Jaguar, he's not in the Jaguar Challenge. He's actually in the pre-93 touring cars. Number 14 there, the Jag of Jack Robinson, younger brother of Tom, making his debut this weekend. It's been a standing start, 15 minutes of racing. Puff of smoke there from, I think it was Tom Butterfield. Colin Philpott, 67, good to have him back out as well. We didn't see him last year in the Jaguar Challenge. Michael Holtz, number 11, with his X300. Rick Walker in the green XJS, the lean green racing machine as he calls it. Great fun is Rick. Simon Dunford, number 5, ahead of Dean Sewell with the Series 1 XJ6. There's Ian Bauer, the number 90, the Castrol BMW. Colours used by the CBM team in the Italian Superturismo Championship in the 90s. There's James Ram, the old Mozart colours used in the 80s by Jaguar. Derek Pearce in the Tom Lenthal prepared XK8. Tom has lent his car to newcomer James Wall for today's race. James will be starting it from the back if it's out there. Good luck to James Wall. It's his first ever car race this weekend. Did his ARDS licence test last year for his 40th birthday, so fair play to him. Into line then, the Laser Tools pre-93 touring cars, combined with the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. BMW versus Jaguar at the front of the field. The first 5 places on the grid set by yesterday's results, held by BMW M3s. Then the first of the big cats, Tom Robinson in the XJR6. Tom, the managing director of Swallows Motorsport, which prepares several of the Jaguars on this grid. There's Jack Robinson, his younger brother, with the novice cross on the back of his car. Number 14. Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools BMW E30. The blue XJS on the left there is Nick Strong. We've already seen him racing his Capri today. And there is the silk cut liveried diesel Jaguar of Andrew Harper. Nice to see Jamie Sturgis out there. Normally races TCR cars, but in a BMW M535i, that lovely red and white BMW. They're very angular profiled car. Simon Lewis on the Series 1 XJ behind him. Just waiting to see if Mike Seaborn, the reigning Jaguar champion, lines up at the back and replacing his gearbox this morning. Matt Davis is there. The FINA BMW of Rob Crizzell. I've just caught a glimpse of the roof there of Mike Seaborn in the Gale Hill XJS. New car for him this year. He's at the back, so he is there. Well done to him and his team replacing the gearbox. Steve Walden in the E30 BMW lining up at the back, the orange car. He's in the invitation class. Just waiting to get the last couple of cars into line then. Thanks again to our marshals for doing so. There's Rob Crissell into line in the almost Schnitzer lookalike BMW, made famous by the likes of Joe Winkelhock and Steve Soper. Matt Davis on the left in his Jaguar XJR6. I don't think we've got Arthur Forster, unfortunately, in the E30 M3. We don't seem to have David Howard or Stephen Dowell. I think he had problems in qualifying yesterday. James Wall is hopefully at the back as well, the newcomer in Tom Lenthall's car. Away they go then, down towards the first corner, and David Griffin has the lead. Good start by Ian Bauer up into third position. It's David Griffin who leads the way as they come through towards Village for the first time. Andy Cripps giving chase, having a look on the inside. They're all jockeying for position behind. Who's going to come out in third? It's Bauer ahead of Dugdale. The first of the Jags is James Ram. He's made a cracking start. Graham Myers out over the curbs in the BMW. The Jägermeister livery car, he's dropped back. 4 Jaguars fighting the lead. Tom Butterfield sends one in there against Colin Philpotts. They charge their way down the hanger straight, this grid of big saloon cars. It is David Griffin from Andy Cripps. Third place is Mike Dugdale. Then we have got Ian Bauer in fourth, and Tom Robinson drawing up alongside James Ram for the lead of the Jags. I didn't see the red lights come on at the start of that race. I think there might be a problem with the lights here at Silverstone. David Griffin leads. Andy Cripps in second place. Then it's Dugdale ahead of Bauer. He's got through. Number 51 of Mike Dugdale into third position. James Ram and Tom Robinson battling for the lead. The Jags, Colin Philpotts sideways behind them. It's Robinson who's got the lead in the supercharged XJR6. Listen, see if you can hear the supercharger. There you can hear the whine of the supercharger on Tom Robinson's car. Super sounding car, that one. As David Griffin continues to lead, looking for win number 2 this weekend. The race, as we said, was curtailed early yesterday. It's Griffin who took the win on count back ahead of Andy Cripps, Mike Dugdale and Ian Bauer, this quartet of M3s. And Robinson, Ram and Philpott, the first of the Jags, then Graham Myers. And another couple of Jags behind them, Butterfield and Holt, and then Ian Knight in the Volkswagen Golf. Seeing if we're missing any cars further down the field. Jamie Sturgis didn't come around on the first lap, unfortunately, in the BMW M535. Very busy there in the midfield. A bit of smoke there from Rick Walker in 54. Here's the fight for third. Dugdale against Bauer. Ian Bauer, twice pre-93 champion in the Emanuele Naspetti lookalike BMW. That's the ex-Paul Bellamy car. It's David Griffin who leads the way. Diet Coke BMW's won the Bathurst 1000 in the late 90s when it was a super touring race. It was Jeff and David Brabham who took the win, sons of the great Sir Jack Brabham. Line of Jags and Beamers in the middle of the pack. There is James Wall, our newcomer, number 77. There's the Silk Cut livery, one of the most famous motorsport liveries ever from the Jaguars at Le Mans in the 80s. A pair of Series 1 XJs together there. One is a Jaguar, number 40 Dean Sewell. The other one, Tim Morant, is a Daimler. They're almost leaning on each other through there. Big stuff all the way down the order. Tom Robinson still leads the big cats. There he is, the white car, ahead of James Ram and Colin Philpott. The leaders starting to get a little more strung out now, the BMWs. Tom Robinson on the back of the number 90 of Ian Bauer, trying to take the M3s. There's Michael Holtz at number 11 in his X300 Jaguar. It's an office furniture company. Lime green and grey Jaguar. Bauer under fire from Robinson. It's David Griffin who continues to set the pace. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Mike Dugdale that time through, though, 1:14.937, and you can see he's dropped Ian Bauer. He's moving up on Andy Cripps, challenging for second place. Cripps in the green BMW, holding second. Dugdale is in attacking mode. Ian Bauer's dropped back into fourth. He's busy dealing with Tom Robinson in the leading Jag. Tom Robinson doesn't need to pass Ian Bauer, never mind being in the same class. They're not even in the same championship. It's all for pride, all good fun, as motorsport should be. Second of the Jags is still James Ram, the former champion. Colin Philpott, another ex-champion behind him. Now where is Mike Seaborn? He's up to 14th place from the back in his new XJS. Hopefully we'll get a look at that car as he comes through. New to him anyway, the ex-Gale Hill XJS Mike is driving. Gale, one of Britain's leading ladies of club racing. David Griffin continues to set the pace. Mike Dugdale continues to attack. David Griffin, though, is responding. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:14.673. 3/10 of a second quicker than Mike Dugdale has managed. There go the top five. Sixth behind them is James Ram. Then it's Philpott, Myers, Butterfield and Holtz, the top 10 at the moment. Tom Robinson in one of only about 100 XJR6s to be built with manual transmission. And there is Mike Seaborn in his new acquisition, the XJS. He's coming through very nicely, having replaced the gearbox on that car prior to today's race. He's got ahead of Rick Walker, so he's made up another place. There's Lawrence Kopok, Rob Crizel's Schnitzer BMW. Tim Morant in the Series 1, the E30 of Andy Sheraton, the Laser Tools car. Son Michael not racing this weekend with his Anglia. Great to have Mike Seaborn back out, reigning Jaguar champion. Works as a railwayman, based in Wiltshire. There is Tom Robinson, the managing director of Swallows Racing, who prepare many of these Jags. The car featured recently in Jaguar World magazine, showcasing the build of this very impressive machine indeed. There is James Ram in second place. He wrote ComSec Investigations, based in Essex. Chased by Colin Philpott in the Power Mill car. 8.5 minutes to go. Second race of the weekend for the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Mike Dugdale throwing his BMW around there in third place. Ian Bauer's got clear again of Tom Robinson. But Robinson's pace has dropped off just a little bit. He's safe at the front of the Jags though. Went sideways there through Village. Mike Seaborn still ahead of Rick Walker. Now Seaborn second in Class B. To get maximum points in his class, he needs to get ahead of Derek Pearce in the XK8. Separating them at the moment is Ian Knight in the VW Golf. The other VW didn't start this race, unfortunately. That was Byron Aldous with his Corrado. There we can see the turbo diesel Silk Cut car. Chasing 144. That's Cliff Ryan with the XJRS. Jack Robinson, the newcomer ahead of them. Great to see so many new drivers in the Jaguar series, really getting back to its best this season. And the BMWs are coming up to lap one, and there's number 63. That is Andrew Maynard, West Countryman in what I think is the ex-Mike Seaborn XJ40. Let's say a big thanks to Lynn Bates, regular marshal with the Jaguars and with the BARC over the years. She's been sending us info from down at trackside on the Jags. Thanks, Lynn. There is Seaborn. Is he catching Derek Pearce? Let's have a look at the lap times as they go over the line. Pearce in 11th overall. Yes, Seaborn is lapping a couple of seconds quicker, so I reckon he's going to take the lead of his class shortly. Robinson clear at the front of the Jaguars. Leaders have lapped Andrew Maynard. 3 BMWs, fairly well spaced out now. Griffin leads by 2 seconds. There's Ian Knight in his Golf. James Wall is going well, number 77. Past Andy Sheraton there. He's up to 21st from the back of the grid on his debut. Unless they've swapped round. It's Tom Lenthal in the car now, and James Wall was in yesterday. I'm not sure. Apologies if I have got that the wrong way round. There's Damien Gray, we just caught a glimpse of there in his XJ40 in the colours of the Joel Jaguar Formula One team from the early 2000s. Eddie Irvine, Johnny Herbert were among their drivers. Steve Walton behind him. Jamie Sturgis is still going, the BMW there, the red and white machine. One car we've lost into the pits, Simon Lewis, number 65, the yellow Series 1 XJ6, he's retired. Robinson still heads the Jaguars, there he is. Tom Robinson, that is, the older of the two brothers. He's passing Maynard there. James Ram in second place, and Graham Myers has recovered after a slight mistake on the first lap. He's got past Colin Philpott there in the XJS. So listening to Tom Robinson's Jaguar there. Hear the whine of that supercharger. Just under 5 minutes of the race to go. The blue flag being shown by the marshals there at Club Corner because there are back markers being lapped. There are BMWs there, the older BMWs being lapped by the newer one of Andy Cripps. David Griffin is about to hit. What is the correct collective now for a group of Jaguars? Tell us in the YouTube comments. He's got to pick his way through this time. He's got Damien Gray ahead of him. Then ahead of him is David Ringham's XJS, who got a bit of smoke from the turbo diesel there of Andrew Harper. Diet Coke BMW, mired in this back marker traffic at the moment. Griffin still in the clear, he's nearly 3 seconds up on Andy Cripps now. Simon Dunford ahead there in the number 5 XJS. Who's leading Class A of the Jaguars? It's Tim Morant who won the class yesterday, and David Griffin has got two cars side by side ahead of him. The marshals will be displaying the blue flags here to warn them that the leader is going through. Yep, gets through there, no problem. Now next he's got to be faced with a bit of a smoke screen from the turbo diesel Jag of Andrew Harper. Andrew runs a Jaguar parts supplier based in Derbyshire. Son Thomas has said he wants to race Jags as well. He's in Honda Cadet karts at the moment, so when he's old enough I'm sure we'll see Thomas Harper out in his own Jag. David Griffin has lapped Andrew Harper in that new diesel Jaguar. There's Andy Cripps, he's in there somewhere. There you can see James Rand. You can just see on his roof the message we mentioned earlier, but now he's got Colin Philpott, his long-time Jag rival, on his tail. Philpott up the inside as they come up towards Village, and he goes through. Good move, Colin Philpott in the Powerbell Services car. Now they're actually in different classes. Colin Philpott's a Class C car, and James Ram is Class D. Tom Robinson, the Jag leader, is Class D as well. So it won't matter too much to James Ram that Colin Philpott has got through there. Ram fighting back as they come down towards Stowe Corner. Philpott from Berkshire, James Ram from Essex, and the problems for Graham Myers. A cloud of smoke there. He's got the indicator going, he's pulling into the pits. Graham Myers out of the race. He was 6th, but he won't be now. He's into the pit lane, that's a retirement. The XJS is lapping Matthew Davis. He's the MD of the Jaguar Daimler Heritage Trust. After Jags of all ages and Daimlers. I've got one Daimler out in this race, Tim Morant's Castrol Daimler Series 1. Oh, Cliff Ryan trying to get out of the way of Ian Bauer there, loses a spot to Andy Sheraton's BMW. Just over 90 seconds to go, so David Griffin will be coming round to start his final lap this time, I think. He's barely been headed all weekend. He didn't make the best of starts in yesterday's race. To start what will be his final lap. It will be Diet Cokes all round in the paddock once again. Born in Australia, but now resides in Lincolnshire. David Griffin is also racing in the Classic Thunder Championship this weekend, so only time for a quick Diet Coke before he's lining up again for his race later on. Dominant from Dave Griffin here. Still plenty more racing to come. We've got more BMWs up next. Lead is 7.5 seconds for Griffin over Andy Cripps. He's lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than his pursuers. He really has turned on the style here. Cripps still second, Dugdale third, Bauer fourth, so no real change among the leaders. Tom Robinson still leads the Jags. Colin Philpott and James Ram behind him. Into Stowe for the last time, coming up to lap Lawrence Kopok. So he's lapped everybody up to 16th place now, David Griffin. Dominance from the Diet Coke BMW. Top counts down to 0 as he comes into club corner, so it will be checkered flag this time. 2 out of 2 to kick off a perfect start to the pre-93 touring car season for David Griffin. Takes his second win of the weekend. Well clear of his BMW opposition. Salutes his team going across the pit wall there to say thank you to his mechanics as they cheer him home. Second place goes to Andy Cripps, and third to Mike Dugdale. Ian Bauer fourth, and here comes our Jaguar winner, number 4, Tom Robinson. He's just lapped his brother Jack in the 14 car. Tom Robinson 5th overall and takes the Jaguar victory for the second time. The team Swallows Racing salute him home. Second of the Jags just will be Colin Philpott there in the background ahead of James Ram. Philpott wins his class as well. Go through the class winners when we give you the results. Tom Butterfield is next home, and then it should be Michael Holtz and Mike Seaborn. I can tell he has got ahead of Derek Pearce from the back of the grid up to 10th and will win his class. Great debut for his new car. There's Michael Holtz, and he was nearly caught by Mike Seaborn there. Seaborn a top 10 finish. Derek Pearce behind Ian Knight in the Golf for 11th and 12th, and behind them it's Rob Crisel's BMW, Rick Walker's green XJS, Lawrence Kopok a lap down, completing the top 15. So there's the provisional result then. BMWs to the fore once again, 4 of them in the top 4. Griffin, Cripps, Dugdale and Bauer well spaced out at the end. Tom Robinson wins the Jags, while Colin Philpott just beats James Ram for second overall, and Philpott wins his class. Mike Seaborn wins Class B. Class D of the pre-93s goes to Ian Knight in the Golf. Further back down the order, Tim Morant wins Jaguar Class A. Pre-93 Class D goes to Andy Sheraton. Invitation class to Steve Walden's BMW. We only had a couple of retirements there as well. Simon Lewis's Jaguar, Graham Myers' BMW we saw pull into the pits as well. We'll hand down shortly to Park Ferme with Ian Waterhouse. He'll take us through a quick chat with a couple of the drivers.
Well, welcome down everybody to Park Ferme, and a bit of a case of deja vu. I'm having Diet Coke deja vu because it's Dave Griffin again. Let's hope we get to see those flowing locks of his again. But we're certainly going to chat to him as your race winner. It's a perfect weekend for him. A pair of wins here. It's great. Yeah, let's go have a chat with Dave now. Come rain, come shine, warm, cold, doesn't matter, does it, Dave? You're always on the top step.
Yeah, man, I got a good start that time. I kind of worked out the balance of not being able to see the lights and not being able to see the dash, so I got it right that time, which gave us a bit more space at the front, and I could manage the pace pretty well. We got up to that Jaguar, the wall of Jaguar.
The wall of Jags.
There was like 8 of them in a row. It was like overtaking a train and trying to fit into the carriages as it went along. It was good fun, really good fun.
Do us a favour, will you? Take your helmet off and give it all of that for us, will you? Give it the old Damagillo, will you? Look at this.
Hey, happy Mother's Day too. My wife and little kid hate us here, and I know it's not Wives' Day, but happy Mother's Day anyway to all the mums.
Good words, good words. That lets you off for racing today, then.
Yeah, kind of make sure you say that.
Congratulations, perfect weekend for you. I know Chris probably wants to have a chat, so I'm going to move over. We've got Mr. Robinson over here as well. Now, if I had to describe this car as a mythical creature, it would be a fire-breathing dragon. It's good to see you again, buddy. You know I love this car. You know I love the sound it makes. And what was it like out there? Because it was a bit nippy.
Yeah, it was. It was much better today than it was yesterday. I think track temps were a little bit lower, so that helped massively. Yesterday I had oversteer for days. It was just uncontrollable. But had a bit of a poor start. James and Colin got the better of me, but luckily with the power managed to get in front of the hangar and keep it there. So.
This car is made for Silverstone, isn't it, really?
It is, yeah. It suits it perfectly. It's hard through the tight sections. Yesterday with Colin, that was where he had the edge. But yeah, it's the perfect track for the car, really. It's great.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Anyway, there we go. Right, still a lot of races to come, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who's going to tell you what is coming up next. Enjoy.
Well, coming up next here, thanks Ian, is going to be the first race of the year for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. The BMW Racing Drivers Club organising this series. We'll give you the lineup fairly shortly. But first of all, earlier in the weekend we caught up with a few of the drivers.
Well, I'm down here in a bit of a BMW sandwich. Not too long to go until the first race of the weekend. We've got a few of the drivers down here, actually. We've got Brian and Jas. Let me see if I can just grab a quick word of Jas. Brian, quick word with you guys. First of all, qualifying, how was it?
Yeah, bit sketchy.
Jas won.
No, it's all good, mate. Yeah, I'm on a different car today, so.
Guys, is there any championship that you two don't race in?
There ain't many, no. Well, the ones that we're allowed in.
Yeah, every single one. How nice is it to be back here at Silverstone? That was only a couple of weeks ago. You guys were here.
We love Silverstone.
I love it. Yeah, it's the home of motorsport. Best track, I think.
Nice to be in the international pit lane, although it is a mile to anywhere, isn't it? Quick word, how did it go for you out there?
Yeah, very well, thank you. First time on the track, so lots to learn.
First time, really?
First time on international. I've done the national, but not the international. So lots to learn in a quick 15-minute quali.
Is there much difference? Because I always think Silverstone, it's big, it's wide. Is that what it's like?
Yeah, it's if you run off, then you've got a nice run-off area to go to if you don't quite pin that corner correctly, but.
So you can make a mistake and still live.
You can make a mistake, yeah, you still live, yeah, definitely.
So, thanks for chatting to us anyway. Best of luck for the race. Right, it is almost time for BMWs to head out on track, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Marshall's getting ready to line the cars up then for our first of two races today for the Kumho BMW Championship. The reigning champion will be out there in this one. That is number 7, Kevin Denwood. He took the title overall last year. He races in Class C. I believe he's racing an E46 Compact this weekend. Open to just about any BMW this series is, and there's also now a class for BMW Minis as well. First year they've raced for points. It was a bit of an invitation class last season. Now just joining us, a warm welcome to BARC TV. We're running about 30 minutes behind the originally published schedule. We had a slightly later start than planned due to fog this morning, so that's about half an hour behind, but hopefully we'll catch that up. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Kumho BMW. It's the stalwart of the championship on pole, number 32, James Card, with his E46 M3 will start on pole. Alongside him, number 76, Jason West. We saw him in the Classic Thunder race yesterday. He's in the black and orange car. Row 2 is number 22, Russell Dack, with a new car for him. With a Jägermeister liveried car similar to Brian Branson, who starts alongside number 26. Then we've got Brad Sheehan in the familiar pink and white at number 28. He won the Class A Championship last season. And alongside him, Michael Vituli, running in the invitation class, the former single-seater racer. We'll see how he goes from there. Normally in contention for overall results. He's in the red car. Then row 4 is Ian Crisp, number 10, with his 1 Series. And Kevin Denwood, the reigning champion, number 7. There are the BMW Minis towards the back. Starting in among them, we've got a couple of the BMW Saloons. That's number 69, James Ford. His father, Trevor, a bit further up the grid. Interesting to see Michael Pensavalle is back out there. Not in the later M3 that we saw him in previous years. He's in an E30 318 today. Something a bit different for him. 78 there is Ronan Bradley, UK-based Irishman. 74 is Chris Walton. BMW Mini Pace setting qualifying by 4:11 Zach Blackwell. There's Pensavalle, the E30 shaped car, white car, for 146. Ahead of number 17, that's Ionut Carrare. Hope I pronounced that correctly. He's Romanian, I believe, based in the UK. Nigel Williams, number 13, and 50 Pete Miller start from the back. There's the 1 Series Coupe, number 10, Ian Crisp. A car prepared, I believe, by the G-Sport team, run by Giovanni Di Gennaro. I believe these cars will line up on the grid and then have an extra green flag lap as per their championship regulations. We'll just wait and see what happens here. Everybody else has just done the lap out of the pits and then made their starts, but I think the BMWs and BMW Minis have an extra green flag lap. We'll just wait and see as they come to the grid now. There's Nigel Williams, number 13. He runs in Class C, as does Pete Miller. There he is at the back. Car repaired after a big engine blow-up at Brands Hatch last season. It's James Card on pole, based in the North Midlands. His late father, Roger, was a racer in this championship for many years. In the silver car there, alongside the black and orange machine of Jason West. Then the 2 orange cars. The one with the yellow wing is the new car of Russell Dack, former overall champion. He raced a compact to the championship a few years ago. Brian Bransom alongside him with his new car. And then we have got row 3 of Brad Sheehan in the white and pink machine, the Days of Thunder inspired livery. Michael Vitulli in the red car. Ian Crisp in the white 1 Series. And alongside him, the compact of reigning champion Kevin Denwood in the blue, white and red car. Row 5. Change of car for Jasvis Sapra. We've seen him out in Brick car this season, sharing with Brian Branson with his familiar grey M3, but he's in that yellow car there. I'm just waiting to see, will they get the extra green flag lap, or is the race going to start straight off? No, they will get a green flag lap because they've got the 30-second board from the gantry there. And then the green flag will wave shortly, so they do get an extra warming up lap as per their championship regulations. There is the green flag, so they head round to warm up. Interesting to see how the BMW Minis go here. Zach Blackwell, number 411, the quickest of them in qualifying. Bradley in the white and green car. Chris Walton in black and yellow. Trevor Ford, number 25, the chairman of the BMW Racing Drivers Club, which administers this series. Kumho tyres, the sponsors for many, many years now. We previously used road tyres on these cars. I believe these cars are all on slicks for this year. 23 is Dan Butcher Lord. 24, Rob Austin, not to be confused with the BTCC driver of the same name. Michael Pensavalle, we'll see how he goes in the older E30, normally seen in an M3. Based up in Bradford. Some great names have come through this championship over the years. The likes of Peter Chalice, who went on to race in Euro Saloons and Brick Car, among others. David Kempton, John Wilcox, Evelyn Buanick, who's now a safety car driver at many events around the UK. Gary Whittaker went a whole season unbeaten a couple of years ago before moving on to new challenges. Martin Bell and Rick Kerry, who graduated to the BTCC in BMWs. Rick Kerry, I believe, was the first driver to race a diesel-powered car in BTCC. James Card on pole position today. He's been plagued with electrical issues over the last couple of years with that car. I love the logo on Russell Dack's car there, the Dackmeister. There is Michael Vitulli, ex-single-seater racer. Very quick in that M3. He's in the invitation class. Classes A, B, C, D, invitation and M. M for minis. So now the marshals bring him into line on the grid. This will be a 20-minute race. one of the UK's longest running one BARC championships. Certainly one of the most spectacular. Now, as I said before the previous race, I didn't see the red lights come on, so we may be starting on the flag. I'll have to wait and see. Last few cars coming into line then. James Ford just ahead of Michael Pensavalle. The green flag then waves at the back of the grid. Red lights do come on this time. They go out and we are underway. A couple of cars a little bit slow away towards the front. Jason West with a poor start there. Good start by Brian Bransom in the 26 car. Up the outside comes Brad Sheehan. They're almost three wide. James Card in the middle. James Card just about holding his lead there ahead of Bransom, Sheehan. It looks like it's Michael Vitulli up into fourth position. So a bad start by Jason West. Not a great start by Russell Dack. His first time in his new car. Three wide for second place, but it's James Card who leads the way. Bransom's taken wide by Sheehan at Village there. It's the pink and white number 28 up into second position as they start to sort themselves out. Kevin Denwood being taken there, the reigning champion, by Ronan Bradley. The yellow car is Jasviz Sapra. BMW Minis fighting it out further back. They charge down the hanger straight. It's James Card who leads the way, side by side between Brad Sheehan and Michael Vitulli for that second place. Vitulli trying to get around the outside on the limit of adhesion there. Jason West has fought back from his slightly slow start, side by side with Brian Branson. Then the 1 Series coupe of Ian Crisp, number 10, in the club corner for the first time. What a fine sight these big BMWs make. First lap of the season for the Kumho BMW Championship, warming up these Kumho tyres. Completes the first lap. It's Card, Sheehan, Vitulli, then Branson, West, Crisp and Dack. First 7 or so cars have broken away from the rest of the field. It's Ronan Bradley 8th, Kevin Denwood 9th, Jasviz Sapra rounds out the top 10. Then we've got the BMW Minis headed by Zach Blackwell. Starting to settle down now into their rhythm. It's first lap of the season for the Kumho BMWs. It's James Card out in front. Fast but sometimes fragile. M3. Gap back to the next group headed by Ronan Bradley. He's leading his class, Class B. So Kevin Denwood behind him. He leads Class C ahead of Jasviz Sapra. Here comes Jason West having a look at Brian Branson. Brian Branson who shares BMWs with Jazz Sapra in the Brit Car series. Those two breaking away slightly. Card ahead of Sheehan. They had some good battles last season. Brad Sheehan it was who took the Class A title. 3 cars line astern. Look at this for third place. Vitulli, Branson and Jason West. A few wins in Classic Thunder last season. He's out in Classic Thunder later on as well. Vitulli defending. Here's a fight further back for 8th place, headed by Ronan Bradley. And here are the BMW Minis. Number 23 is Daniel Butcher Lord. 24 is Rob Austin. Almost 3 wide there through Village. Brian Branson having a look, and he nudges Jason West. Jason West goes off. Good save over the tarmac runoff area. 3 into 1 didn't go there, and Jason West got squeezed out onto the grass. He'll lose a few places. Rejoins behind Ian Crisp, so he's down to about 7th place. Jason West will try to fight back up the order. We know how quick he is. We saw him on the podium in the Classic Thunder race yesterday, behind Jason Davies. Michael Vitulli making a move on Brian Branson as a result of that loss of momentum. They're side by side in the Stowe. Branson later on the brakes, holds the place. Behind them is the Dackmeister, Russell Dack, the former overall champion, won that in a compact similar to that of Kevin Denwood a few years ago. James Card continues to lead from Brad Sheehan. A replay of that instance earlier on. They were trying to go 3 wide and Brian Branson moved back across, didn't realise Jason West was there and sent him over the grass. That could have had much worse consequences if they collided. That would have been a hard impact. Good save, Jason West. Brian Branson still defending from Michael Vitulli, but they've dropped 3/4 of a second back on the 2 leaders. Card ahead of it was over 4 seconds, sorry, 3/4 of a second is the gap between the 2 leaders, I apologise. It's Brad Sheehan now on the attack as they head out of the link. Back with the BMW Minis, and Zach Blackwell's lost the lead of that class. Number 68 there of Lee Sullivan. The orange car has taken over. Ahead of the BMW Mini Pack, a very popular race car in all manner of series these days. 2 leaders have escaped. Card from Sheehan. Down the right-hander at Stowe. Still 15.5 minutes of this race to go. Long way to go yet. Still Branson in third. Ahead of Vituli. Good fight between these two, and Russell Dack joining in for good measure as well. Big slide there for Vituli. The tyres still not up to full temperature. No tyre have supported this championship for many years now. James Card, sponsored by Mike Brewer Motors, out in front. You see a bit of a wheeler dealer. Here's a fight further back. Ronan Bradley's lost a couple of places. Kevin Denwood in the compacts. Jazz Sapra in the yellow M3. Ahead of the Irishman. And then we've got the BMW Minis. A lot of understeer there for Lee Sullivan. 5 cars line astern. Rob Austin there. Behind him is number 51 of Andy Langley. Behind them, that looks like it's one of the Fords. That's Trevor Ford, club champ. Kevin Denwood looking to retain his title this year. He's already up in 8th place overall, leading Class C ahead of Jazz Sapra. It's Class A cars in the top 3 overall. The invitation class led by Michael Vituli. Ronan Bradley leading Class B. There he is, the white and green car. Minis led by Lee Sullivan. Class D is Michael Pensavale further back in the field. Lost a couple of cars in the early laps into the pits. Nigel Williams, Chris Walton and Pete Miller unfortunately have all pulled off into the pits, so lost a few cars already. James Ford, number 69, son of Trevor, being lapped. I'm sure the Ford team's family cheering them on from the pits as Ian Crisp's had a moment at Club Corner. I'll interrupt myself there. The lovely 1 Series Coupe rejoins. There he is. Comes through in 7th place. So yes, lost time with a spin there, but he hasn't lost position. Kevin Denwood and Jazz Sapra much closer now though. Lee Sullivan leads the Minis and running a bit wide there, the 23 of Dan Butcher-Lord. Great fight here among the BMWs. Lee Sullivan, who was only a last-minute entry for this weekend, leading the pack. Great stuff. BMW Minis a point-scoring class this year. Oh, and Lee Sullivan, is he slowing there? 3 cars past him into Village. I wonder if Lee Sullivan, did he miss a gear there, or has he got a problem? He's lost the lead of the class, we know that. Jason West has recovered. He's caught Russell Dack after his moments up at Village earlier on. There was nearly contact with Brian Branson. They're lapping Michael Pensavale, we can see there in the E30 shaped car. And yes, Lee Sullivan must have a problem. You can see he's slowing down. That's a great shame. Zach Blackwell now in the lead of the class ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord, Rob Austin and Andy Langley. I reckon Lee Sullivan is heading pitwards this time around. Minis go through. Still in front is Card by 1.3 seconds now ahead of Brad Sheehan. There's the fight for third. In fact, that's a fight for fourth because Brian Branson's broken away slightly now. James Card has the fastest lap of the race, 109.708. Jason West on his recovery drive, passing Russell Dack. Through he goes. That puts Jason West up into 5th position. Can he get in touch for a podium? Can he catch the 2 leaders? They're separated by 1.3 seconds. What's the gap back to Brian Branson now as he comes through? Nearly 7.5 seconds these two are clear by. Right towards half distance, 11.5 minutes of this race to go. Round 1 of the Kumho BMW Championship 2022. Did I see a slight puff of smoke there from our race leader? Not sure. Brad Sheehan still there in second, losing ground a little there. Jason West in 5th place now, challenging Michael Vituli for 4th overall. Vituli, of course, in the invitation class. Michael Pensavale still leading Class D. His only rival is James Ford, the places back. They've already been lapped by the quicker cars. Here's a battle among the BMW Minis. They're being lapped. That's the 47 car of James Goodall, leading the 44 of Charles Heatley, getting in the way of Brad Sheehan a bit there. That's delayed him slightly, cuts his way through. And now being lapped and being pointed through there is James Ford. You can see James pointing there to tell James Card which way he wants him to go. There's the struggling car of Lee Sullivan being lapped as well. He's going to be out of the race soon, I reckon. James, the son of Trevor Ford. So Trevor's... Oh, and a spin there. That's a tangle between Brad Sheehan. He's tangled with James Ford. What happened there? It's me. Well, James Ford facing the wrong way. Brad Sheehan now back in the third place fight. So through to, let's have a look. Through to second is Brian Branson. Third is Michael Vitulli. Jason West, what is Brad Sheehan doing here? Has he got a puncture or something? He's sliding all over the place. Was there contact there with Russell Dack, perhaps coming in through Chapel? Let's have a look. Let's have a look as he comes in through Stoke Corner, the pink number 28 here. If he gets sideways again, oh, he's okay now. Not sure what that was all about. Thought he had a tyre going down or something. Bit of a lock up there for Michael Vitulli. He's now into second place. He's got ahead of Brian Branson there. Brad Sheehan trying to recover, and he's got to lap these minis again after that spin. That's Charlie Heatley. Past the 47 of James Goodall. Has Trevor Ford got going again in the 25? He can't still be stranded on track, otherwise the safety car will be scrambled. Well, there he is. We can see him in the background. He's being wheeled away by the marshal. So yellow flags at Village. Trevor Ford, James Ford looks like he's out of the race. There he is. James and Trevor being cheered on, most likely from the pits by young Maddie, the team's mascot, Trevor's granddaughter. James out of the race. Here comes West, the inside at the right-hander at Stowe, past Brian Branson. Now Branson losing ground. So the complexion of this battle changing slightly. Michael Vitulli now second. West's back up to third after his moment earlier. And all this is playing into the hands of James Card, who now leads by nearly 10 seconds. Brad Sheehan's got going again. He's in fifth place. Over the line they go. Brian Branson holding that third place. They lap one of the minis. That's Andy Langley. Here's Brad Sheehan starting to recover in the pink car in the background. 7.5 minutes just over to go. Dan Butcher-Lord about to be lapped as Brian Branson chases Michael Vitulli for second place. A big slide from Vitulli there. He's trying hard. All rear-wheel drive, of course, these BMWs. Except the minis. Well, there's Card. Probably wondering where everyone else has got to. File past Dan Butcher-Lord. Zach Blackwell, the leader of the mini class, is next to be lapped. He's in 11th overall. Jason West goes through past Brian Branson down the hanger strats. Posing now on Michael Vitulli. He's been delayed slightly by minis and by, I think that's Trevor Ford as well. Trying to move aside down the Vale. Just about to do so, and the quicker runners get through okay. There goes Card. The lead gap has come down to 6.5 seconds now. They've got through the back markers. So the fight back is on. They're trying to reel in James Card. His last lap was a 1:14. Those behind lapping in the 1:11s. Now I thought I saw earlier a puff of smoke from James Card's exhaust pipe. So we'll just keep an eye on the 32 car. That's James Ford there. He's out of the race. Now James has got to lap Ronan Bradley and Jazz Sapra. I don't know if it's the slightly slower lap was because he was lapping back markers. Brad Sheehan has got past Russell Dack with his new car. So it's now Vitulli second, West third, Branson fourth, Sheehan fifth, and Dack down to sixth. They're starting to space out now. This battle, except for the second and third men. Up ahead there. Jazz Visapra gets past Ronan Bradley in the club. Always an aggressive driver is Jazz, the Warwickshire-based driver. Began racing alongside a certain Lucky Carer in BMWs. It was in this championship that Lucky Carer and his driving partner Lee Frost made their debuts a few years ago here at Silverstone. And there they are now, race winners in Brit Car. Lucky's a Ferrari Challenge champion as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Lucky Carer in international GT racing in years to come. Bit of a lock up there from Michael Vitulli. He goes wide. Jason West could get second place here. It's over 5 minutes to go. Oh, and problems there. Was there contact there? Jason West goes around. Now Brian Branson was near him. And they've already nearly had a coming together once. Jason West gets going. Yeah, I think I can see a bit of damage on the rear corner, so it looks like there was contact with Brian Branson. Jason West won't be happy there, and who can blame him? Looks like a bit of damage to the rear wing on Brian's car as well. Well, James Card has said if you're going to squabble with each other, I'm going to clear off and win this race. Michael Vitulli's now clear in second. We can try and see a replay of what happened there. In the background, it looks like there was contact possibly between Brian Branson, and that's what caused the damage to the rear wing. So there may not have been initial contact. There we see the rear wing come off Branson's car. It's because he clipped Jason West's car as he tried to avoid it. So maybe that's what the contact was. You can see there the damage to Branson's rear wing. It's sagging in the middle now. See it again here. Yes, there was contact on the way in. Branson had a dive down the inside. It didn't work. He hit the back of Jason West, and then they made contact again as Branson tried to get round the outside. So 2 instances of contact there. And Jason West is back to square one. And his bumper trailing as well. If that doesn't come off, he might get the black and orange flag for that. The meatball flag, as it's known, the black with orange disc, that means mechanical problem or technical problem, call into the pits. So it's card now from Vitulli by nearly 8 seconds. Brad Sheehan is third, Brian Branson fourth, and Russell Dack is up to fifth. West's got going again in 6th place. We lost about 10 seconds on that spin. Ian Crisp is in 7th in the 1 Series. Kevin Denwood, reigning champion, still leading his class in 8th. So 2 cars with damage now. Brian Branson, I don't know how that wing damage is going to be affecting him down the straight, but look at the state of Jason West's car. That bumper still trailing, and the officials might look at that, and he may get the black and orange flag. We've only got 3 minutes of the race to go. Brian Branson hoping no more of his wing falls off. The leader has lapped Kevin Denwood. There he is, number 7. Michael Vitulli in the red, number 89, still second. Another bit of wing comes off. Nice header there by Russell Dack. Brian Branson's cars and Jason West's cars are falling apart. James Card, though, no problem at all. 2 minutes 20 to go, so we'll get a couple more laps out of this one. Away goes James Card, the man from the North Midlands, starting his season as he means to go on. He's lapped the 69 car of Trevor Ford. There is Trevor currently running. In fact, that's James Ford. Trevor's number 25. I got them round the wrong way. Apologies there. It's Trevor that's out of the race. James still going in the 69. My apologies. Brad Sheehan in 3rd place. Recovering after his spin earlier on. There's what's left of the rear of Jason West's car. That bumper has fallen off. Souvenir for the marshals. Michael Vitulli runs over a bit of debris there, running wide at Chapel. And yes, I think that rear wing damage is affecting Brian Branson because he's lost out to Russell Dack there. Quite a few retirements. We've lost a couple more BMW Minis. Lee Sullivan, I expect he was one. Rob Austin has retired as well. So it will be last lap this time, I think, for James Card. Yes, the board is out for the marshals on the pit wall. Last lap. BMW of the Kumho BMW Championship round 1. class winners at the conclusion of this race, but nobody's going to catch James Card. Over 9 seconds to the good over Michael Vitulli. Russell Dack up to 4th behind Brad Sheehan. Ryan Branson, I think, certainly having his straight line speed affected by that broken wing. 25 car of Trevor Ford. So James, sorry again for the mix-up there, out of the race. We saw him in the background. Leader coming up to lap number 44 of Charlie Heatley. It's the second, third, fourth and fifth place cars. Michael Vitulli, a safe second place, but it's going to be checkered flag this time. Started from pole, has led pretty much all the way. Here he comes. 32, James Card, a veteran of this championship, comes in to take the opening win of the season for the Kumho BMW Championship by a clear margin, as everybody else was rather tripping over each other behind him. Second place will go to Michael Vitulli. Brad Sheehan will come home in third. Then Russell Dack in fourth. Ryan Branson should make it home in fifth position. He does. And a doubtlessly rather aggrieved Jason West. Here he comes. Look at the state of the rear of his car. Bumper's gone, the rear wing's hanging off from that contact earlier on as he spun. The car just about hanging together to the finish. He'll come home in sixth place. Ian Crisp with the last man on the lead lap. He comes in seventh, close there between Jasvier Sapra and Ronan Bradley. Sapra just got the place there by 0.18 of a second. That was for a class win? No, it wasn't. Kevin Denwood in 8th place ahead of them. Sapra 9th, Bradley 10th, and Zach Blackwell wins the BMW Mini Class. So a bit of a race of attrition there, the first race of the season for the Kumho BMW Championship. Jason West giving us a wave from his BMW E46 M3 Superleggera. But it's James Card with a dominant victory in the first race of the season. Well done, James. See the Kumho BMW Championship back out for another race later on. I believe the result of this one gives the grid for race 2, and here is the result. James Card the winner by 9.5 seconds ahead of Michael Vitulli, who wins the invitation class. Then Sheehan, Dack, Branson and West. Ian Crisp coming home as the last man on the lead lap. Kevin Denwood, the winner of Class C, ahead of Jasvier Sapra. Ronan Bradley wins Class B as the only finisher. We lost Chris Walton early on. The BMW Mini Class going to Zach Blackwell ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord, Andy Langley, James Goodall and Charlie Heatley. Behind them was Michael Pensavali, the winner of Class D. The other finishers, Yonel Carrare and James Ford. We lost Lee Sullivan, Rob Austin, Pete Miller, Chris Walton and Nigel Williams. They all retired to the pits, and of course we saw Trevor Ford spin out of the race. We can go straight down to Ian Waterhouse. He's in Parc Fermé talking to some of the drivers.
Welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. James Card making it look easy, did he there? But plenty of action going on behind him. Let's have a quick word with him as well whilst we've got him. James, congratulations. You kind of just ran away with that a little bit, didn't you?
Yeah, I think something must have happened behind me with the back markers because Brad was all over me. But I was having loads of problems. My throttle kept cutting out mid-corner in corner one. So every time I went through, the throttle would go, and it'd go for about a second or two and then come back. So that's why he was catching me, and then I could get away from him. But quite just pleased to bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. We're watching it, and it's looking like you're just at this at a canter. It looks easy as anything, doesn't it? But you just told us you had problems. Any point you're thinking, oh my God, I don't know if I'm going to finish?
No, because once the car gets hot, it disappears. So it was only for the first 3 or 4 laps, and then after that, and then once something happened behind me, I just kind of, I was going at a canter at the end. Not tight, quite, because that's when you make a mistake. Yeah. But when you haven't got somebody breathing down your neck, it's a lot easier to bring it home.
Absolutely. Congratulations. And good luck for race 2 as well. Got to do it all again a little bit later. I know Chris wants to have a chat. Zach Blackwell, winner in the minis as well. Let's have a quick word with Zach. There we go. Let you get out, Zach. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Happy about that?
Yeah, very happy.
What was it like out there? Because it's cold today, isn't it? And there's a lot of cars on the grid.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars on the grid. It was, to be honest, I felt like the track felt better today than yesterday in qualifying. So that was definitely nice.
A lot of rubber, I suppose, because gone down over the last 24 hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Sorry. but in terms of the race went really well. Enjoyed it. Had a really good battle with Lee Sullivan at the beginning. I'm not sure what happened to his car. I think they might have had a bit of an issue, but until that point, it was really good. Can't really ask for much more than that.
You've got to do it all again now, haven't you?
First race of the season.
First race of the season,
Yeah.
first win as well. And in third place, the safety car. No, I'm only joking. Right, it's time to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what's coming up next.
Good old Ian, always a comedian. Next up on track is the race that many people will have come to Silverstone today to see. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club Super Touring Car Trophy for the iconic cars of the 1990s, some iconic drivers in these machines as well. Combined with the Bertie Haulage pre-03 touring cars. It's a split grid, will be a rolling start, 15-minute race. And yesterday, Ian caught up with a few of the drivers.
Right, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. I just feel so lucky to be here this weekend with all of these wonderful cars. Somebody we haven't chatted to yet, but we have to, is this man here, Gary Preble. Gary, you had a great battle there, didn't you, with Chris? Talk us through that in race one.
Yeah, I had a good start. Chris has got quite a bit more straight line power than me. That's quite apparent. But yeah, it was going swimmingly well. We were catching the Super Tourers hand over fist, which put a huge smile on my face because they were all squabbling with each other and managed to catch them all up. And I thought this is shaping up to be a fantastic race. And then we got sort of just over a third into the race and the car just developed a misfire. I'm not sure why, just kept sort of popping and sort of pulling back a little bit. So I nursed in the car a little bit, playing around, keeping an eye on all the temperatures and oil pressures and fuel pressures and what else I could look at. And Chris caught me and a couple of laps just coming out the bottom chicane, it sort of died and then sort of picked back up again. Chris got by, and then all of a sudden it just cleared, and it just went back to normal. And so yeah, I managed to get past Chris again. And
probably supposed to say that, Gary. It's the team back at base with all the laptops and all the fancy equipment. It's not, is it? It's just a bit of luck.
It's a bit of luck, yeah. I need to look at to find out what's gone on in the telemetry, but yeah, it's a bit of an odd one, but I'm just pleased that whatever it was, it cured itself and managed to come home for the win.
Expecting mirrors full again in race 2.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah, he'll be there for sure.
Well done, Gary. Congratulations. Let's see, we've got Chris over here actually. Let's see if we can have a quick word with him very, very quickly. I just wanted to say, let's one word from Chris.
Do you want me to warrant with you?
Chris, you're going to get him race 2. You're going to get him.
Yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Well, there you go. And there you go. Right, it's almost time for race 2, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, getting ready for what will be a very special 15-minute race coming up next. We'll take you through the grid, hopefully in full for this one. In pole position for the Super Touring cars, based on the results of yesterday's race, is Rickard Rydell, aka Jason Minshaw, in the Volvo S40 that won the 1998 British Touring Car Championship in the hands of Rickard Rydell, the great Swede. Alongside him will be 67 Tony Absalom in the Mint Motorsport Cavalier. Second row, another Cavalier, that's of Darren Fielding, the car built for the Spa 24 Hours in 1993, subsequently raced in BTCC by Ian Heward. Alongside him is Andrew Strachan in the recently restored Andy Rouse-built Ford Mondeo. Never raced in BTCC though, that car, because West Surrey Racing took over the Ford contracts for 1996. Row 3, number 7, Rob Salisbury in the ex-Paula Cook Honda Accord. Had a few issues with that car yesterday, as did John Cleland. Yes, John Cleland is here with one of his 888 Vauxhall Vectras. Great to have the great Scotsman back out, BTCC champion in 1989 and 95 with Vauxhall in the Astra and the Cavalier. Racing the Vectra here today. Row 4, number 50, Jim Pocklington in one of the very first Super Touring cars to be built from back in 1990, raced in period by Chris Hodgetts, his Vauxhall Cavalier. It appeared with Ian Ashley in the BTCC as well. Originally it was a rear-wheel drive car. Ian Ashley appeared with it, then raced with Andy Clark in the Thunder Saloons and Formula Saloons before Jim acquired it. And alongside him, another legendary name, Anthony Reid. Came close to the BTCC title with Nissan in the late 90s and reunited with one of the old Nissan Primera Super Tour as a car that I believe started its life in the German Super Tourenwagen Cup in the 90s, that particular Nissan. we should see his teammates in the ex-David Leslie car, Richard Wheeler from row 5. He failed to start yesterday. Now, Anthony Reid did have some problems in yesterday's race, so we hope to see him back out. We had a few Super Tourers with teething problems yesterday, unfortunately. And completing the grid, sadly we haven't got Colin Turkington today, but the MGZS that he raced yesterday is out there, and it's the car's owner Jason Hughes that should be driving it today. He did retire on the last lap, Colin Turkington, yesterday though, so hopefully we'll see that car back out. Hopefully we'll get the full complement of 10 Super Touring cars. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. 191 Gary Preble, yesterday's winner on pole, and he was mixing it with the Super Tourers as well. Alongside him is Chris Southcott, both in Honda Civics. Then we've got Don Hughes in his Peugeot 306, and Ross Craig with his Dazzle Camouflage liveried Honda. Then James Alford, Honda, Cavan Granger BMW. Vic Hope, another Honda Civic, and John Hillier in the BMW E36 Touring. Yes, Touring as in estate, won his class yesterday. Well, if Volvo can do it, so can BMW. One of the Volvo estates is here this weekend at Silverstone, the 850 from 1994, the ex-Jan Lammers car, but it's only on static display in the paddock. The rest of the grid, Neil Ashcroft and Andy Abrams in a pair of Hondas. Then we've got Steve Barber and Anton Martin, Honda and BMW. Simon Mann's BMW at the back. Yeah, a few cars on display in the paddock this weekend. There's an old 60s Ford Falcon in Wood Brothers NASCAR colours. I thought that might be Alan Greenall's new car at first, but it's not. Who else have we got in the paddock? There's a couple of BTC Touring Vauxhall Astras, the ex-Fiona Legate's car and an ex-Ivan Muller one, and the ex-Roland Ratzenberger E30 M3, the Demon Tweaks car. That's owned, I believe, by the Minshaw family. Looks like Chris Southcott is not there at the front of the Pre-03 grid. I think we're missing Chris. I don't see Anton Martin either. There's the BMW estate of John Hillier. Anton Martin, number 330, the silver BMW, is not there. And we are missing a few Super Tourers as well, unfortunately. There's a bit of a gap in the Super Touring field. One of the Nissans is not there. Jason Hughes in the MGZS is not there. And trying to work out which Nissan is not there. I don't think Darren Fielding's there either with the Cavalier, which is a disappointment. But Jason Minshaw's Volvo is there. Tony Absalom in the Cavalier alongside him. No Darren Fielding, so it's Andrew Strachan in the Mondeo behind. John Cleland is there in his Vectra. Rob Salisbury, Jim Pocklington, and one of the Nissans. I think that's Anthony Reid's car completing the Super Touring entry. Yes, it is, as they go up towards the red lights, getting ready to go. Super Touring racing here at Silverstone. And we are underway. Pre-03 cars behind. Bit of a break in the Pre-03 field early on. I wondered if we got underway there. A bit of confusion, but we are underway. Wonderful sight of 1990s Super Touring racers in action here at Silverstone, and John Cleland is straight away on the attack. The two-time BTCC champion through on the inside of Tony Absalom in the Richard Kay and Jamie Wall Cavalier. There are the Pre-03s. Their grid rather broke apart on the rolling starts. Gary Preble will be leading them, and he's already passed the Super Touring Honda of Rob Salisbury, the ex-Paula Cook Honda Accord. Never raced in Works colours. In period, that car was in the colours of DC Cook Racing. It's Minshaw, aka Rickard Rydell, who leads. John Cleland in second, Absalom third in the Mint Motorsport Cavalier. The right-hander at Stowe Corner. Fourth place is Anthony Reid. Many will remember his rivalry with Rickard Rydell from the late 90s. They were not the best of friends on track at times, has to be said. Cleland goes for the lead into Club Corner. Side by side, Volvo and Vauxhall. They really are partying like it's 1998 out there, and the Vauxhall takes the lead. It'd be great if John Cleland could take a win here on his comeback. He was a late retirement in yesterday's race. Here comes Tony Absalom. Used to race a very modified VW Golf before switching to Super Touring. Anthony Reid has a look there, reuniting with his Nissan. Holding fourth, place in there. He's raced touring cars all over the world, was successful in the Japanese Championship back in the 90s as well. Absalom attacking Jason Minshaw, holds the inside line, but Reed could get him on the exit. And up there with them is Jim Pocklington in the classic 1990 livery. Colours raced by Jeff Allen and John Cleland, among others. The very earliest days of Super Touring. Andrew Strachan has dropped back behind Gary Preble. Look at Preble going in the Honda Civic there, leading the Pre-03s. He's mixing it with the Super Tourers here. It'd be great to see Gary Preble in one of these Super Tourers. I reckon he'd fly in one of these cars. Minshaw up the inside, retakes the lead from Cleland into Stowe Corner. Jason Minshaw in the Volvo used by Rydell and Gianni Morbidelli in 1998 before it was bought by Jan Flash Nilsson, who used to win the Swedish Championship. Raced in Sweden and Norway before being repatriated to the UK. The Vectra John Cleland is riding. He never raced that actual car in period. It was Derek Warwick who used that car. Raced at Bathurst as well. Whoops, Tony Absalom wide onto the grass, and it's almost 3 wide as they go into Abbey there. Anthony Reid had a look on the inside. Gary Preble, look out, don't hit the back of Tony Absalom. Very valuable these days, these Super Touring cars. There we see Rydell, well, it's Jason Minshaw, but Rydell, the name on the window. Rydell, Cleland and Reid fighting for the lead at Silverstone. It could be 1998, this could. Tony Absalom still there in fourth as Reid goes for the inside, side by side with Cleland. Andrew Strachan keeping up with Jim Pocklington. Jim had a spell in the BTCC himself in a BMW back in 2007, I believe it was. Andrew Strachan in the Rouse-built Mondeo, never raced in Britain. Spent most of his racing life in the Czech Republic of all places, a driver called Josef Kopešky, but never mind that, as Anthony Reid up the inside takes the lead from Jason Minshaw. Cleland down to third. It'd be great if Reid or Cleland could win this. One of the legendary names here, and Tony Absalom's having a go as well. He wants a win here. A more modern BTCC driver has raced that in revival events as well. Frank Rathor took the wheel of it a few years ago. Tim Sugden has raced that car too. That was back in period at the Tourist Trophy at Donington. Ricard Rydell, aka Jason Minshaw, takes the lead back again from Anthony Reid. They're swapping places for fun, these three, as we saw yesterday, until Reid and Cleland hit trouble. More Super Touring cars are ready to come out for this series, or being made ready, as Reid retakes Minshaw again. Cleland will follow him through into second place. We had hoped to have the German Stefan Ermler here this weekend with his Opel Astra Super Touring car, originally raced in South Africa, built by MSD Motorsport Developments and raced by the great Mike Briggs in South Africa. But that car wasn't ready. We're also hoping to see one of the Nescafe Renaults out in the hands of Mark Jones, the Nescafe Blend 37, ex-Jason Plato, Jean-Christophe Pouillon cars, as Reid and Cleland battle for the lead here at Silverstone on a circuit layout they never raced on in period, these cars, the international circuit. Look at Minshaw up the inside of both of them, and he's done it. That is a move worthy of Ricard Rydell. Absalom watching on from fourth, and Gary Preble saying, I want a bit of this as well. He's dominating the Pre-03s. His main rival from yesterday, Chris Southcott, not out unfortunately. This is brilliant stuff once again. Major nostalgia trip for everyone here at Silverstone. 4 rounds of this series planned this year for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and it's already a phenomenal success. Hopefully we'll see more and more Super Touring cars come out as the year goes on. Sadly we didn't see Jason Hughes in the BTC Spec MG ZS. Problems with that car yesterday in the hands of the great Colin Turkington. Jason also owns an ex-BTCC Jason Plato Vectra. He'll be defending the Classic Thunder title with that this year, but that car not ready for this weekend. Here comes one of the BMWs, that's Cavan Granger through the link. We mustn't forget the Pre-03s as well. Preble leads them. Second is Don Hughes, further back in the Peugeot 306. Call him Simon Harrison, shall we? And then we've got Ross Craig in another of the Honda Civics. Third ahead of Cavan Granger, James Alford. Tony Absalom in the Mint Motorsport Cavalier, chasing the big three in front. We'll say he's leading the independents class, shall we? car Anthony Reid is driving, as we say, believe originally raced in Germany before being bought by the Dodd family to race in Super Touring Revival events in the UK. Then sold on to Richard Wheeler, behind Brisky Racing. He's just taken the lead there, Anthony Reid. Richard Wheeler was meant to be out this weekend in the ex-David Leslie Nissan from 1998. Sadly has failed to race. He came out in qualifying with teething troubles with that car. Seen Richard race his Nissan GTR last season in Britcar. Winshaw up the inside. There's Cavan Granger running well in the pre-03s with his BMW. As I said yesterday, it's like the last years of Super Touring, about the year 2000, isn't it? We've got the pre-03s playing the Super Production class that raced in British Touring cars at the time for a couple of years. Reid leads. Winshaw and Cleland, 7.5 minutes to go, so we're at half distance. Coming up to lap Simon Mann, the ex-Time Attack driver in his BMW. Winshaw has a look as they come through Abbey. Retakes the lead once again. This is not just a demonstration, this is proper touring car racing. It is of course a year this month since we lost the legendary Murray Walker. He'll be looking down with great pride, I'm sure, on these cars. His voice accompanied the BTCC for so many years, and subsequently Charlie Cox, the Australian, and John Watson, the ex-Grand Prix winner. They formed a great commentary team as well. I hope they're watching on today. Reid has a look on the inside at Stowe, side by side with Jason Winshaw. Cleland keeping a watching brief. Absalom's dropped away a little bit now in the Cavalier. Winshaw again up the inside. He's so much stronger through this section of the circuit. Reid goes a bit wide. Winshaw leads. Here comes Cleland. John Cleland is driving like he's never been away. His debut came back in 1989 in a Mark II Astra. That was the multi-class era of the BTCC. John Cleland won Class C in all but one race that year to win the title. And then in 1995 was at the wheel of a Cavalier. His teammate was a young man called James Thompson. Cleland raced his second title, defeating the likes of Alain Menu, Ricard Rydell, Tim Harvey. It's Tim Harvey now one of the voices of the BTCC on television. Andrew Strachan still going well in the Mondeo, up there in 5th place, ahead of Gary Preble now, our pre-03 leader. We mustn't forget the pre-03s as well. Preble is well clear of Don Hughes in the yellow Peugeot. There he is in the background. Leads that by about 7 seconds. And third in pre-03 is Ross Craig. Side by side between Winshaw and Cleland now for the lead. Anthony Reid tries to get the shuffle through the club chicane. It's almost a chicane through there. Side by side with Rydell, aka Winshaw. Can't resist calling it Ricard Rydell. Coming up to lap 114 in the Tom Chilton Honda lookalike with the Lego livery, that's Steve Barber. He's raced Renault Clios in the past and Ford Anglias before that. Here's a battle further back. Ross Craig, there's the Dazzle camouflage livery Honda. He's caught Jim Pocklington in the 1990 Cavalier. Raced in a plain blue livery in Thunder Saloons and Formula Saloons for many years. Great to see him back in the old Vauxhall Works colours. Cleland has the lead. Now, 4.5 minutes to go. Bring the house down if John Cleland can win this. Chased by Anthony Reid. Reid's not going to give up without a fight. He's up the inside of his old BTCC rival. Takes the lead at Stowe. I was about 5 years old when I first saw a BTCC meeting. That was at Donington Park in 1991, I remember. And I was hooked from the moment I saw them. As you can probably tell, my exciting tones this weekend. Back then it was the likes of Steve Soper, Jeff Allen, Rob Gravitz, John Clellan was there, of course, in the Vauxhall. That Vauxhall Jim Pocklington is driving. May well have been on the grid that weekend. Subsequently, that Vauxhall appeared in the Demon Tweaks colours of Ian Ashley in 1993 as a privateer car. 3 minutes to go now. It's Anthony Reid out front. Here comes Minshaw to the inside of Clellan. Scotsman holds him off. Lap one of the Honda Civics there. Okay, he'll stay out of the way. It's number 119, that's Neil Ashcroft. That's the leader through. Reid's able to get a bit of a break there as they lap the back marker. They've got 192 ahead of them as well. That is John Hillier, the BMW Touring. Here comes Minshaw back at the inside. There is Gary Preble, still dominating the pre-03s, looking to retain his title this year. A bit of a twitch there from Anthony Reid and a spin for 119. That's at Abbey. That's Neil Ashcroft, who'd just been lapped. Snodhurst Racing Honda rejoins. So it's now Reid, Clellan, Minshaw, still the order. 2 minutes to go. Now, will it be? I think it will be last lap this time. They come up to lap. That's Vic Hope in his Honda, on the regular at Brands Hatch in their Saloon Series. They've dropped Tony Absalom here, he's well back in the Cavalier, as is Andrew Strachan in the Mondeo. Stored by the Strachan family, having been brought back to the UK from the Czech Republic. John Clellan is not finished yet, so we may get 2 more laps out of this. Wait and see. Is the last lap board going to go out this time? We'll have a look as they come out of club. No, it doesn't, so we will get 2 more laps. Jason Minshaw's not finished yet. Look at the way the Volvo's going in that 3rd place. Swing through the right-hander at Abbey. Nissan, Vauxhall, Volvo. Independent Vauxhall further back now, nearly 7 seconds down. Tony Absalom. Through the link. Coming up to lap the very brightly coloured Honda Civic of James Alford, the luminous green machine there. He's running 12th overall and 4th in the, 5th in the pre-03s. Minshaw to the inside, Clellan defends. I think Clellan's just biding his time, waiting for an attack on Anthony Reid. He'd love to beat his old rival here. To the outside, Minshaw to the inside. There could be 3 wide into club. Minshaw thinks better of it, else he would have hit the back of Reid. They're still side by side for 2nd place. Here comes Jason Minshaw in the Rickard Rydell Volvo. He takes 2nd place around the outside of John Clellan at Club Corner. You don't see that very often. Cavan Granger about to be lapped in the BMW. Simon Mallaby in 2 laps down shortly, the newcomer to racing. Good time attack before. The Volvo is going for the lead here. Jason Minshaw wants to beat the established touring car legends. Minshaw family have raced in BTCC back in the late 80s. It was Alan Minshaw who had the Demon Tweaks BMW. That's the car that famously nearly ended up in the lake at Alton Park in a tangle with, I think it was Frank Sidner in the Works BMW. Frank's still active in historic racing. Minshaw goes for the outside. They've dropped John Clellan slightly now. Don't tell me the Vectra's got a problem again. They're pulling away from him. Minshaw to the inside. He's free to attack the Nissan now. He's on the inside going into Club Corner. Side by side. He clocks up there almost. This is reminiscent of 1998. Reid against Rydell again. Takes him wide onto the curb. Reid up the inside. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? Yes, it is. Reid gets there ahead of the Volvo and the Vauxhall. Fantastic. The gap between the 3 of them, 0.6 of a second. That was like a proper BTCC race there through the final corners. Now I think Anthony Reid may not have seen the checkered flag there because he's continuing at full speed. Gary Preble, meanwhile, comes in to win the pre-03 category, flashes the lights as he crosses the line just behind Andrew Strachan in the Mondeo. Tony Absalom took 4th place and Andrew Strachan 5th, Preble 6th overall. Next home it'll be Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306. There he is. Didn't see much of him during that race, a rather lonely race for him. And Ross Craig 8th and 3rd in pre-03. Anthony Reid, as I say, I don't think saw the checkered flag there. He continued at speed, making up for a non-finish yesterday. Hope we can get a word with Anthony and hopefully with John Cleland as well. Great to hear from the legendary Scots. Anthony Reid, speak to him, you wouldn't know he was Scottish. He speaks perfect Queen's English. Let's take a look at the results then. Well done to Anthony Reid, staving off the pressure from Jason Minshaw and John Cleland. Cleland was probably going for first, but he had to settle for 3rd place there. Well ahead of Tony Absalom in the Cavalier and Andrew Strachan in the Mondeo. Gary Preble wins the pre-03 split ahead of Don Hughes and Ross Craig, then Jim Pocklington and Rob Salisbury, the other Super Tourers. Last cars on the lead lap. Kevin Granger next ahead of James Alford, Vic Hope, John Hillier, and the 119 of Neil Ashcroft surviving a late spin. Granger a class winner as well. Looking at the timing, I think all 17 cars made it home. That's great to see. Well done to the Super Tourers. What a great revival event this has been. We'll see them back out later in the season. We'll head down to Ian in Parc Fermé shortly, hopefully to hear from Anthony Reid, Jason Minshaw and John Cleland. We'll hear from them in a moment. Next up is the Dunlop Mini Challenge Mini 7 category. The Mini 7 scholarship class in big numbers as well. It's a 20-minute race coming up shortly. Hopefully we can head down to Parc Fermé in a moment.
It was sort of proper old school touring car race, wasn't it? Yeah, loved it. I loved watching it. Yesterday I was out in the Stowe box, and the speed, there's a very marked difference between where the speed seems to benefit your car compared to, say, the Primera. It's a rocket in a straight line, this one. And I'm just getting more and more confident with these new tyres, so...
Hope you're enjoying the action so far, everyone. Wonderful nostalgia trip with the Super Tourers there. Thanks to everybody who has been watching today. Plenty of viewers on our stream. And we can now head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé to hear from some of the drivers.
Well, okay, everybody. I've got a big smile on my face. I mean, just look at this. I mean, wow. Let's go have a quick chat. We've got Jason Minshaw, of course, winner yesterday. We've also got John Cleland. Jason, another great race, isn't it? I don't know where to look. I don't know what to do. You guys, how do you do it out there? Because you just don't have any time to think, do you?
No, there's plenty of time to think. There's loads of time. It's just thinking all the time is, when's Reedy going to hit me?
It's been a good weekend, all right?
Yeah, no, it's really good. We got a little bit of damage, but it's nothing structural, so...
You just buff that out, can't you?
Yeah, buff that out and big hammer behind that bit, we'll be fine.
Congratulations,
Cheers,
well done.
thank
It's
you.
been a wonderful weekend as well. Hello. Let's go have a chat with John Cleland in a second. We've got Anthony Reid as well. I mean, wow. Again, just look at these cars whilst we're here. Look at that. Blast down memory lane, isn't it? It really is sort of, dare I say, reminded me of my childhood. I'll say it anyway. Why not? As you can see, just going through a few media duties. Let's grab a quick word with Anthony Reid. Anthony, quick question. That was absolutely sensational. How good has it been to be back here at Silverstone?
Absolutely epic. To be given this fantastic opportunity, thanks to Richard Wheeler, to race along some of the great names in touring cars and GT racing. You know, it's one of the toughest races I've had in the last, well, since I was racing in period. I mean, that last lap in the club, it was, you know, touching door handles. I was being pushed out wide, but I managed to get back in. It was
amazing.
sensational.
I mean, it was fantastic to watch. I mean, what an amazing way to see Super Tourers back on the grid after this break, you know, finishing like that.
I'd just say it kind of takes me back to my childhood, I suppose. But I mean, thank you as well for bringing Anthony along.
Richard should have been out today. He should have been, and he deserved to, because he was so quick in qualifying. Only half a second off my time.
Anthony drove his race yesterday. He actually tried to get me to drive the car today, and I said to him, no, drive the car, because you've got it set up exactly how you want it, and proof of the pudding, he won the race. I mean, it's just great, isn't it, really?
Gentlemen, thank you so much. You've made a lot of people very happy this weekend. Thank you very much. Right, let's keep going. If you can stay with us, I did want to see if we can grab John Clement for a second as well. We generally mean it, don't we? They've made a lot of people smile. Look at how many people are here as well. They've come out to see these legends are racing. At one point yesterday, we had top three of John Clement, Anthony Reid and Colin Turkington. I mean, it's just incredible stuff. It's better than the real thing as well. And as you can see, John's just been handed a little Sky Electrics car as well. It's got Plato on the side, though. I don't know if you can see that.
You can have that. All we ask is 23 in the car with that.
Yeah, no problem. Right, well, let's do that.
Yeah, do that.
So they're going to take a quick picture. We'll let them do that. If you've still got time to stay with us, do stay with us. And let's have a look. Let's put the camera on John here. There we go. Look at that. Lovely stuff. Fantastic.
I didn't build it, these guys did. Yeah, I know.
John, just a quick word if we...
It's for all of you, you know. I sat there and watched you do it. It's fantastic.
Team job. John, I just want to say you've made a lot of people very happy this weekend, but you've got a big smile on your face as well. What has it been like racing here?
Yeah, it's been great. It's really nice to see these cars back out and being driven the way they were meant to be driven in the period. Jason's car is a rocket ship in a straight line, and he's learning to drive that a lot more now. But Anthony, like myself, have done a squillion laps in Nissans and Vectras respectively. You just smile when you drive them, because when you're on the ragged edge with these cars, they're dancing around all the time and they're never in one place. They're always nervous. They're always trying to bite you. They're always trying to get away from you. And you've got to know that, you know, like turn one, for instance, you're going through there and it's no matter how much you dial with bars and things like that, yeah, she's still trying to bite you all the time. And it's just great. And they sound glorious. I mean, they're just glorious sounding cars.
There's no let out from any of you, is there, out there?
No. No, it was. There's a bit of paint changed hands between these pair, but I was fortunate enough to stay out of it.
John, thanks so much. Thanks for coming down. Appreciate it. Right, I know the action is coming thick and fast. Let's hand back to a commentator, Dave Goddard.
Great to hear from living legends Anthony Reid and John Cleland there, as our next race already coming to the grid. This is the Dunlop Mini 7 Championship, supported by Mini Spares. These are the slightly smaller and less powerful, but certainly no less spectacular cars run by the Mini 7 Racing Club. Now, the car that was quickest in qualifying yesterday is not on pole position. Number 2, Spencer Wanstall, the light blue car, further back that was. He has unfortunately been given a 10-place grid penalty for a yellow flag infringement during qualifying on his quickest lap. So he now starts 11th. In pole position, it's somebody called Mike Jordan, father of Andrew Jordan, who we saw in the Miglias earlier on. Mike's raced everything over the years: British touring cars, British GT, TVR Tuscans, Porsches, you name it, he's raced it. Starting alongside him, number 87, Conor O'Brien. Second row, very highly rated young gun, number 80, Joe Thompson. And number 76, Joe Polly, the daughter of hot rod legend George Polly. Very successful mini racer over the last few years is Joe. Row 3, Glenn Woodbridge, number 39, despite a problem in qualifying yesterday, alongside Darren Thomas, number 20. Row 4 is the very experienced Graham Davis in the yellow car, alongside another leading lady of minis, Tina Cooper. She's been racing with this club for many years. Jordan Sims, number 21, the latest member of the Sims family to hit the tracks with the club, alongside the 38 of Steve Hopper. Then Spencer Wanstall with his grid penalty, alongside the orange Julian Proctor car, number 10. Julian ahead of Lee Roberts, number 94, and 72 Graham Penn, with Paul Woodbridge, father of Glenn, making a return to racing today, rounding out the first part of the grid. Then there's a gap, a 10-second delay, and then we'll have the Mini 7S class, the scholarship class. Michael Winkworth, the reigning champion, on pole position there. The red lights are on and about to get underway. Quite a long hold on the red lights here. They go out now, and the first group, the sevens, get underway. Good start by Conor O'Brien. 7 S-Class wait patiently. Michael Winkworth and Ben Butler on their front row. It's Conor O'Brien who has the lead ahead of Mike Jordan into the first corner. Looks like Joe Polly will get through for third. Watch for Spencer Wanstall, starting 11th after that grid penalty, trying to make his way through. He's up to about 8th already. But it's Conor O'Brien, the former S-Class star, who leads the way ahead of Mike Jordan, Joe Polly side by side. The scholarship class, the S-Class, are underway. There's Ryan Taylor, 784, new paint job for him this year. Had a couple of wins last season. Here are the leaders in the S-Class. It's Michael Winkworth who dominated the category last season, leading 7.42. A bit of a sideways moment there. I think that's cold tyres for Michael Winkworth, and Ben Butler could take the lead. You'll notice Ben Butler is in the colours of the Jamaican bobsleigh team, so expect some cool runnings from him, and he has taken the lead of the class in the background there. But it's Conor O'Brien who leads overall in the 87, and you'll really see these cars start to get sideways around Silverstone. Very spectacular indeed, these little minis. The S-Class cars have slightly larger engines than the 1 litre 7s, but less modification and tuning allowed. O'Brien from Mike Jordan in second place. British national motorsport legend, as is his son Andrew, the former BCCC champion. We saw him out earlier on. And Spencer Wanstall is already at the end of lap 1 up into 4th place as they come across the stripe for the first time, behind Joe Polly in the blue car. Here's the battle in the S-Class. Michael Winkworth has taken the lead back again. Second behind him is 725, the yellow car of Fraser Hack. That looks like there. 737 Stephen Rideout, and Ryan Taylor side by side with Chris Pryor, 714, the Welshman, a newcomer this year. He's been sign writing cars for this championship for several years, and now he's finally decided to have a go at racing one. So Chris Pryor, the Welshman, he's raced Legends cars among other things. He's having a go at Ryan Taylor there, side by side. Leaders are coming out of the link onto the Hanger Straights for the second time. It's Conor O'Brien from Mike Jordan, Joe Polly in third, Spencer Wanstall is fourth. High concentration of ex-short oval races in this series as well. Chris Pryor, Ryan Taylor and Joe Polly. Here comes the 88 of Mike Jordan up the inside, trying to take the lead into Stowe Corner side by side with Conor O'Brien. They're absolutely together through Stowe. Polly having a look as well. And towards Club, who's going to get the inside line? It's the orange 88 Swift Tune prepared car of Mike Jordan. Has got the inside. No, O'Brien turns in, closes the door in the Ball Trucking sponsored car. Big supporters of Mini Racing, the Ball Trucking company. And through to third goes Spencer Wanstall in the Mini Spares car ahead of Joe Polly. Joe Thompson, a title favourite this year for many, is behind them in 5th position. The S-Class cars come through behind. Up into second place now is Ben Butler. You can see the Jamaican colours on his car. Fraser Hack in the yellow car in third, who rolled his car at Brands Hatch at the end of last year. New or at least reshelled car for him this season. 72 there, that's the car of Graham Penn, battling a little further down the order. Of course, the reigning champion in the 7s has now moved up into the Miglias. Jeff Smith, we saw him out earlier on. It was Spencer Wanstall and Joe Thompson, his placemen in the points last year. Conor O'Brien was 4th in the championship. In the 7S class, it was Michael Winkworth who dominated that division, finishing way ahead of Damien Harrington, who's out in number 711. Meanwhile, battle is joined between Conor O'Brien and Mike Jordan at the front of the field. Look at Spencer Wanstall. That's how you drive a racing Mini, throwing it sideways and hoping for the best there into Stowe. Staying ahead of Joe Polly. In the white and red car, Joe Thompson behind the big lock up from Mike Jordan. He's going for it this time into Club Corner, and he takes the lead, showing his experience there. And handle everything for a tiny Mini up to a big Larry TVR Tuscan, Mike Jordan, and everything in between as well. His first race was at the Aintree circuit in Liverpool at the racecourse, in of all things a Morris Minor many years ago. He drove it there, he tells us, to the event on the road. He drove there in his Morris Minor, raced it, and then realised he didn't have enough money for fuel to get home again. But great oaks from little acorns grow, as they say. Meanwhile, Spencer Wanstall gets past Conor O'Brien up into second position. Joe Polly in fourth. These 5 have broken away. It's Graham Davis in 6th position. Here's the battle in the S-Class, still led by Michael Winkworth. They've caught Paul Woodbridge on his return in car number 93 after many years away from motorsport. 10, the route speed car of Julian Proctor. He's been the S-Class champion on a couple of occasions up in the main championship now, and smoke there from, I think that's Darren Thomas, number 20 in the background. Something amiss there. Mike Jordan leads, one stop. O'Brien, Polly under fire from Thompson. Joe Thompson, trained and sponsored by the Motorsport School based at Mallory Park. If you ever wanted to get your race licence and go racing, the Motorsport School is the place to do it. Whoa, up on the curb. Conor O'Brien will be applying for his stunt driving licence with moves like that. Here comes Spencer Wanstall. Well, he may have had a grid penalty, back to 11th on the grid, but it hasn't held him back much because he takes the lead coming out of Club Corner. It's taken him only 4 laps to take the lead from 11th on the grid. Spencer Wanstall, the former champion, second in the points last year behind Jeff Smith, and he is the favourite certainly for the title with form like this. Can Mike Jordan fight back? O'Brien third. Thompson's up to 4th. He's got ahead of Joe Polly. Then a gap back to 6th position, which is now Glenn Woodbridge. Darren Thomas, that was the car I think we saw smoking, in 7th place. Graham Davis is down to 8th, the mini veteran. Jordan Sims 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is Tina Cooper, number 18. There's the 20 car, yes, the green car trailing smoke. Looking back at the S-Class, it's Winkworth ahead of Butler, Fraser Hack in 3rd, 4th in that class Damien Harrington. Then in 5th in that class it is Ben Seyfried, number 744. There's 746, which is Ollie Handley, ex-junior saloon car racer, making the move up this year. He's a McLaren junior in karting as well. O'Brien going for 2nd place here, led early on. Spencer Wanstall now out front in car number 2, and he is going to be tough to pass. There's Michael Winkworth, dominant S-Class runner, the ex-Autograss racer. He knows a thing or two about driving sideways, and he's battling with Tina Cooper. This is impressive in the overall standings for the top 10. So Michael Winkworth keeping up with some of the regular 7-class cars. Down the inside there, it's behind Julian Proctor. Who was that? Turquoise car there. That's Damien Harrington, the 711. New livery for him this year. 777, the green car is Dave Rees. He's led a lot of major international motor races in his time, but he's never won them. The reason? He's often the safety car driver. He's in that bright green car there. There's Harrington ahead of Julian Proctor. So the S-Class cars, despite their delayed start of 10 seconds, overlapping now with the 7s. Leads his category, as he did so many times last year. He finished nearly 30 points clear of Damien Harrington, the S-Class standings last year. There are the leaders. The first 3 have broken away, and what's happened to Joe Thompson? Joe Thompson's disappeared. Let's have a look at the timing screen. Has he pulled into the pits? No, he's disappeared somewhere around the last lap, unfortunately, Joe Thompson, and we lost Darren Thomas as well. We saw his car was trailing smoke. So we try and pick up where Joe Thompson has gone. He's either gone off or pulled off somewhere around the circuit. That's a great shame. Joe Polly then left in 4th place in the Polly Sport car. Just about every member of the Polly family has raced circuit or oval over the years. George was the first. George's daughter Jo and 2 sons David and Stephen have both raced, and now George's grandchildren are leading races as well. Ryan Polly has won titles in saloon cars on the circuits. Emily Polly in Autograss as well. Tina Cooper under fire from the Jamaican bobsleigh team, aka Ben Butler. I won't make any Cool Runnings quotes, don't worry. It's a long time since I've seen the film. Damien Harrington and Fraser Hack get through as well. Oh, Dave Rees in the gravel. That, I think, is at Club Corner. And the wheel at a drunken angle there, so he's hit something, I think. The P Green sponsored car. I think he'll be turning the air blue in there. Meanwhile, look at the leaders, 3 wide into Stowe Corner. Mike Jordan up the inside, he's got past both of them. Brilliant from Mike Jordan. Up the inside, retakes the lead. Now there'll be yellow flags at Club Corner because Dave Rees' car is off there. Ironically, Dave Rees, as we said, often the safety car driver in international events, and his car might bring out the safety car here. Mike Jordan in the lead ahead of Spencer Wanstall. Then we've got Conor O'Brien. Over the line they go, a back marker ahead of them. That's not sure who that is at the moment. Might be John Coburn Evans. Yes, 763. Just called the number there. John Coburn Evans goes a lap down. The Mazda MX-5 racer, among other things. Just over halfway through this first race of the season for the Dunlop Mini 7s, supported by Mini Spares. Here's a big scrap in the S-Class. This is for second in class. Harrington, Hack and Butler left to right across the straight. Damien Harrington gets the places on the inside. Good move there by Damien. Ben Seyfried in behind them in the 744 car. I think that is the bright yellow car. Ben Seyfried works as a racing instructor at Thruxton. Hand out of the window there for Spencer Wanstall. Has he spotted a yellow flag or something similar? Not sure why that was. Is the safety car coming out? We'll wait and see. I'm not sure what the hand signal was from Spencer Wanstall. Has he got a problem? Yellow flag still out at clubs. We've got the JCB recovering Dave Rees. They slow it down. Means no overtaking, but also if you don't slow down sufficiently for yellow flags, you can face censure from the clerk of the course as well. There's the battle between Harrington, Hack, Butler and Seyfried. And they're well behind Michael Winkworth, who's dominating the S-Class, as he has done so often. He's up to 7th overall now. Glenn Woodbridge is in 5th behind this group. He's going well. And in 6th is Graham Davis. Winkworth 7th. Jordan Sims 8th. Because we've lost a couple of runners from in there, of course. We've lost Joe Thompson and Darren Thomas from the lower reaches of the top 10. Jordan Sims laps John Coburn Evans. Here's that fight for second in the S-Class. Then Butler's car, run by the Slark family by the look of the decals there. They run minis in endurance racing. Here comes Spencer Wanstall, having a look on the outside into Stowe Corner. I don't think he'll get through there. No, Mike Jordan moves out to take the line. Brian looking on. Polly dropping back by a couple of car lengths. Still the yellow flags out at Club Corner. In they swing. Oh, and Spencer Wanstall sideways, he's lost it, look out! Goodness me, how did Joe Polly miss the number 2 car there? Well done Spencer Wanstall as well, a quick recovery, but he's back to 4th place and he's got it all to do again. That was very close indeed, a Code Brown moment there for Spencer Wanstall. And now he's got to recover, just as he had to at the start of the race from 11th on the grid. Jordan Sims under fire from the S-Class cars here. There's Damien Harrington going by. Fraser Hack will follow. Jordan Sims won't mind these cars getting past him too much. They are in a different class. Fraser Hack in the yellow car. He said had a spectacular rollover at Brands Hatch last season. Ed Butler getting past him there as well. Mike Jordan leads. Here's a replay of Spencer Wanstall losing it at Club Corner. Throws it in a little too hard there. Round he went. I don't know how Conor O'Brien and Joe Polly. Look how close Polly gets there. There must have been a couple of inches in it. And I don't mean Paul Inch, who builds some of the engines for these cars. Goodness me. That's broken the lead battle up a little. It's allowed Mike Jordan to get slightly clear of Conor O'Brien. Throw it through Club Corner, just under 6 minutes to go. Joe Polly up there in 3rd. Wanstall still going, but he's down to 4th. He has got the fastest lap of the race, 124.343. Glenn Woodbridge going well in 5th position. Where's his father, Paul? Further down the order, he's in 21st place, 12th in class. There's the 72 car of Graham Penn. Further back in the order, battling with number 38, that's Steve Hopper. Ben Seyfried in the Dayglow yellow car, or is it green, having a go at Ben Butler. This is for 2nd in the S-Class, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Jordan Sims and Tina Cooper behind them. Tina Cooper in the Herbie the Lovebug liveried Mini. We're all past Jordan Sims now. Certainly lighting up the gloom, these brightly coloured machines here at Silverstone. They have another race later on, as do their quicker cousins, the Miglias. Leaders coming into club corner, and Conor O'Brien has not given up the chase of Mike Jordan. Jordan a little bit sideways there on the entry to club, pushing as hard as he dares here to stay ahead of Conor O'Brien. Let's have a look at their lap times as they cross the stripe. This time out of club onto the Hamilton straights. Yeah, lap times that time through. Yes, O'Brien was about 0.6 of a second quicker, and he's going for it here as they come down towards Abbey. He's going to try and take the lead on the inside. He's taken the lead on the inside. Brilliant from Conor O'Brien. They have a new leader. Now what can Joe Polly do, trying to keep up with these two? There's a back marker ahead of them. That's John Coburn Evans again. I think, oh, Glenn Woodbridge, number 39, has pulled into the pits. I can tell you that's a shame. He was going well. They lapped John Coburn Evans, who seems to be struggling here. That's the second time he's been lapped. Joe Polly throwing her Mini around in third place. Spencer Wanstall rather on his own after his spin in fourth. There's Michael Winkworth continuing to dominate the S-Class. He's up to 6th overall now. Mike Jordan fighting back up the inside into Stowe. Conor O'Brien, look at him all over the place there. Just rocking on the suspension as he threw the car through. This is brilliant stuff. 3 minutes to go. Here comes Jordan. He's having a look as they go into club corner. Can he get the inside line away? Late on the brakes. He's done it. Brilliant from Mike Jordan. Retakes the lead. This is more like a Caterham scrap than the Minis. Superb entertainment, as we always see from the Mini 7 Racing Club. And Conor O'Brien's not finished yet. Jordan moving across to take the line for Abbey. Polly looking on from behind. She knows that if these two hit any misfortune, she can nip through to take the lead. Mike Jordan, a lot of experience. Conor O'Brien, plenty of experience in various Mini categories. He's been a winner in the S-Class in the past. He's going for the inside here in the village. That's a brave move on the brakes, but he's done it. Can he make it stick on the exit? I did not expect that. That's excellent driving from Conor O'Brien, and he's held the lead. Oh, fantastic. Jordan straight back on it though at the inside of the link. He throws it through on the inside. He retakes the lead. It's like a pair of kart racers battling it out here. And Polly's closing up as well. It could be 3 soon enough for the lead. Joe Polly has won here in her Mini at Silverstone in the past in other categories. There's Wanstall in the background, headlights ablaze. Here comes O'Brien. He's going to go for the inside. He'll send it up the inside into Stowe. Is he going to go through? Yes, he is. Jordan just gives him room. O'Brien sideways. Nearly contact between the two of them. They're on the absolute edge of adhesion there. Now we'll see if it's going to be last lap this time as they come down into club corner. Jordan to the inside. He'll retake the lead on the inside. Polly's right with them now as well. What a terrific conclusion we're in for here. Will it be last lap as they come up towards the line? I think it will. Yes, the last lap board is out. Here we go then. 1 lap to go. Jordan, O'Brien, Polly. Jordan, a legend in a multitude of categories. O'Brien, a Mini specialist. Joe Polly, the short oval graduates. Meanwhile, Michael Winkworth looking to pick up where he left off last year in the S-Class. We'll concentrate on our lead battle though. They've broken apart a couple of lengths as they head through this part of the lap. O'Brien a bit wide. Has Mike Jordan done enough, or is Conor O'Brien going to catch him back up through towards Stowe? Through the link, out of Chapel. Onto the Hanger straights. There's a back marker ahead, but I don't think Dean Stanson's car there will cause too much worry. Here they come. Down the straight towards Stowe for the last time. Is Conor O'Brien going to get close enough to do anything? It'll have to be into club, I think. He's not close enough at Stowe. Polly's dropped away very slightly. Through the right-hander for the last time. 15 seconds on the clock. They've just got to negotiate club. What can Conor O'Brien do? He's coming through a long way back. Which side's he going to go? He nearly clips Mike Jordan, he's going to try and get up the inside off the final corner. This is going to be a great effort if he can do it. I don't think he's going to. It's going to be a win for Mike Jordan. He just stays ahead there through the final corner. What a terrific race for the Mini 7s. Mike Jordan has won it. Second goes to Conor O'Brien, third for Joe Polly. That was terrific. Spencer Wanstaller frustrated fourth. He could have been in that battle as well had he not spun at club a few laps from home. But it's Mike Jordan, a legend of national motorsport, who takes the win. Graham Davis, I think, has been overtaken by Michael Winkworth. What an effort by Winkworth. A 10-second delay at the start for the S-Class, and Michael Winkworth gets 5th overall, ahead of Graham Davis in the yellow car. Michael Winkworth has won the S-Class by a clear margin over Damien Harrington. There he is, ahead of Ben Butler and the rest of them. Oh, Butler, hang on, Butler's got a penalty. Yeah, 10-second penalty for Ben Butler. We haven't got a reason for that. That's dropped him down to 12th. We're not sure if that was for track limits or a jump start or what it is. We'll confirm that later on. But that means that Ben Seafried is 8th overall and 3rd in the S-Class. 9th it's Jordan Sims and 10th Fraser Hack. Superb racing as always from the Mini 7s, supported by Dunlop tyres and Mini Spares. I'll take you through the results in a moment. Shame we lost Joe Thompson there as well, because he was in that lead battle early on. Not sure where he's gone, pulled off somewhere around the circuits. We'll see him back out later on though. Congratulations to Lichfield's Mike Jordan. He's won in everything over the years. A great battle with Conor O'Brien. Well done to him and to Joe Polly as well. Mike Jordan the winner by 0.4 of a second at the line, with Joe Polly just 0.6 of a second further back. 1 second covers the first three. Spencer Wanstaller frustrated fourth, and Michael Winkworth, I think that's his best overall result. He wins the S-Class by a clear margin in 5th. Graham Davis 6th, and the battling duo of Damien Harrington and Ben Seafried. Of course, Ben Butler was in that battle as well, but he got a penalty, dropping into 12th and 5th in class. So next home was Sims, Hack and Tina Cooper. Ryan Taylor 6th in the S-Class, ahead of Chris Pryor on his debut. Matthew Ayres 7.58 completing the top 15. A few cars we lost in that one. Glenn Woodbridge retired into the pits when well placed. We lost Dave Rees into the gravel. Other retirements, Joe Thompson, Darren Thomas, we saw him go up in a cloud of smoke, and an early retirement for 94 Lee Roberts as well. Well done to the Mini 7s, then we'll see them back out later this afternoon. They're the final race of the day, in fact. It's scheduled about 5:05 for their second race. We can now hand down to Ian in Park.
Oh, you joined us at a really good time. Massive hugs here actually between Mike Jordan. Look at them all over there as well, and Conor down there too with Joe Polly. That was lovely to see there, by the way, Mike. It clearly means a lot, a great racing between the three of you.
It was brilliant, and you know, I've not done a lot of this Mini 7s, but Conor in the wet last year at Donington, he was just sublime, so I knew he was talented, but that was just fantastic. Never touched once, just gave each other a bit of racing room. It was absolute business, loved it to bits.
I can see it on your face, it was a great race. Of course, Spencer had a little bit of a spin, didn't he, which kind of allowed you guys just to have a clean fight.
Yeah, Spencer was really good off there, and I think probably what he does, he just cracked the throttle to get the back to rotate a little bit, and he probably off the restart, he just did it a bit too much, so it made it a little bit easier for us, but brilliant, thoroughly enjoyed it.
I can see on your face, congratulations, well done. Let's keep going along as well. Let's grab a word with Joe Polly down here. She's finished third, of course, in the Mini 7. Joe, that means a lot, right?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Well done. Oh,
Thanks, Mike. Oh, God, yeah, it's my first podium in Mini 7, so yeah, that's
Congratulations.
been a long time coming.
Well, it's well deserved as well, because, do you know what, a couple more laps, maybe you could have won it.
Yeah, I was just sort of biding my time. I thought there was another lap, actually, so yeah, I would have made a move probably, but...
What does it feel like? How are you feeling right now? Describe it to me.
Amazing, just like 3 years of hard graft has finally just all come together, and it's all gone right for once. So.
Congratulations, that's amazing stuff, it really, really is. We've got your Mini 7 S-Class winner as well, a man who had a record-breaking season last year as well. Michael, it's good to see you again, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much, that was a good start to the season.
It's the perfect start, isn't it? And we seem to speak quite a lot, don't we? Going for the title again, aren't we?
Yeah,
no, that's it.
Yeah, we are. We'd be lying if we said we weren't, but yeah, we are.
No, I'm going to let you crack on because you've got race 2 to do as well, don't forget. So there you go. I want to just see if we can grab a quick word. Here it is with Conor O'Brien as well. It means a lot to him as well. Conor, you've got a massive smile on your face as well. Congratulations. And it could have been anybody's at the end, couldn't it, really?
Yeah, I nearly had him. I thought I juked him one way and then got him the other, but I was trying to get Joe to come with us as well. I was trying to mess Mike up as much as I could, and then Joe was on our boot. I was like, let's go. So she's got a first podium, I think, in the 7, so I was glad to be a part of that. But yeah, absolutely brilliant race. Credit to Mark Jordan as well. He's so fair, gives you the room all the time, and Joe was brilliant as well.
It was just so nice to see when he got out of the car. A lot of you just hugging away. Isn't it nice to be back? Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been such a long break, hasn't it? So, but yeah, we all love each other. Doesn't look like it.
Well, yeah, it might not be saying the same after race 2. Congratulations anyway, there you go. Right, we've still got more action to bring you, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ian. One more race to go before our last lunch break then. It will be the Junior Saloon Car Championship next up, their second race of the weekend. Yesterday we saw Harry Hickton take the first ever win of his racing career. Started from pole. He's on pole again for this race as well. This grid set by the second quickest time recorded by each driver in qualifying. Harvey Dent and rookie Connor Duncan completed the podium yesterday. They'll all be aiming for success in this next 15 minutes plus 1 lap race, a slightly longer race for the JSCC. We'll hear from some of the drivers then in a moment. We caught up with some of them in the paddock yesterday.
Right, welcome down to Parc Fermé. Race 1 was full of action. Of course, we've got race 2 coming. Let's just grab Scott Beagle from the Junior Saloons. He's going to try and run away, but I'm not going to let that happen. Scott, race 1 full of drama.
Yeah, started off really well. They're all very, very good off the line. It's normally that sort of, first race meeting, a lot of rookies, but they all did really very well. I think as sort of tiredness started to set in, you saw a couple of little mistakes here and there, but they were all very, very good. We're all very proud of them.
Now, your job, of course, one of the organisers with the Junior Saloons. What do you have to do post-race?
First step is get everyone's footage. We have championship standard cameras. They're called racekeeper cameras. They face front and rear. And all we have to do is take the SD card out, and then we have everyone's footage from every perspective.
Is that in case somebody's like, right, somebody bumped me, I want to have a chat with them?
Yeah, it gets rid of all that, oh, so-and-so did this, so-and-so did that. Completely none of that. It all goes to our clerk of the course, Vicky, and she just looks through everything and goes, we've got everyone's point of view now, and then if we need to, we get drivers and parents in as well to discuss it with them.
But that doesn't happen very often now, does it, Scott?
Very rarely. They're all very well behaved most of the time, and when they do make mistakes, they are usually mistakes. It's never sort of a, shoving people off the track. It is normally they've braked a little bit late, or they've been a bit enthusiastic going somewhere.
Well, it's been an incredible grid, and it's going to be for race 2 as well, so I better let you get all those in, haven't I? Because you've got a job and a half to do. Not much time to go. It is almost time for race 2 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. So let's hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Good to hear from the organising side of things there. Plenty of people very busy in the paddock looking after these young racers. Junior Saloon Cars, if you've not seen them before, 14 to 17-year-old drivers in identical Citroën Saxo VTRs. Now, 11 of the top 15 in this last year's championship have moved on to other things this year, including the dominant championship winner Charlie Hand. He's moved on into the Brick Car Trophy with a Renault Clio. So we will see a new champion this year. But it was Harry Hickton, who yesterday showed complete dominance in the first race of the weekend. He won by over 10 seconds. Now, one make racing, of course, it means that results are down to the skills of the driver. It was a very impressive, very dominant drive from Harry, the son of long-time saloon racer David Hickton. Harvey Dent took second place, a returnee from last year. And 3 rookies followed them. Connor Duncan from Scotland, car 41. Then was Irishman Dara Flock, the karting graduate, in 4th place, and Maximus Hall, another newcomer, rounded out the top 5. The top 10 completed by Travis Chapman, Oliver Cossum, Jacob Heap, Jacob Baldry and Jamie Good. We saw all of them race at some point last year. There was disappointment for Jamie Petters. His car let him down, sadly, the 322. He was the rookie champion last year. And we also lost CJ Morgan, which brought out a red flag towards the end of yesterday's race, so hoping for better fortunes here. Also, Gabriel Doyle Parfait, one of our sorry if I mispronounced that, Gabriel Doyle Parfait, had a bit of misfortune as well. As he was coming into pits at the end of the race, his car caught fire. So hopefully they've been able to salvage that car and repair for today. The grid, as we say, set by the second quickest time by each driver in the qualifying session yesterday. So it's Harry Hickton on pole alongside Harvey Dent. The second row, Travis Chapman and Jack Ruddell. Jack finished at the back in yesterday's race, had to make a pit stop with a problem. Max Hall and Dara Flock are on row 3, then Connor Duncan and Oliver Cotton row 4. The fifth row, Jamie Good and 871 Jensen Bell. Jacob Heap and CJ Morgan on row 6, then Adam Parker and Sandro Ballesteros, the Spanish-born youngster, on row 7. Row 8, Zach Palmer and Harry Smith. The ninth row, Jacob Baldry and Jamie Petter. It's been a slightly disappointing weekend for Jamie so far, looking for more fortune, better fortune here. Row 10, Adam Harding and Jack James, the winner of the JSCC Scholarship. The 11th row, Gabriel Doyle Parfait. I think he took part in the scholarship but decided to give the season a go anyway, even though he wasn't the scholarship winner. Starts alongside Riley Price. Luke Scrooby and Charlie Constable on row 12. Charlie ended up in the gravel trap at Club Corner in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Row 13, Ben Carter and Kira Roberts. The 14th row, Joel Ryan and Oscar Dix. And the final row, the leading lady of the series, Cole Lynch and Alexander Mostov, completes the grid. Identical Citroën Saxo VTRs, 1600cc. It should be a very close competitive race indeed. There's the scholarship winner, 53, Jack James, the Londoner. Most of these drivers making the move up from karting or from junior racing on the short ovals as well. No Jensen Bell, 871 is an ex-oval man. The exception, interestingly, being Harry Hickton. Came into JSCC last year having never raced anything before. Start of his second season, pole and a win straight out of the box, and a second pole here. This is going to be very close and competitive. There'll be a lunch break after this of just over half an hour, we hope. We'll resume at about 2:05. The young guns just warming their tyres. So pole position, it is the red and blue car of Harry Hickton, number 46, the black and orange car of Harvey Dent alongside. Row 2, Travis Chapman in the Jeekins race preparation car, the white and purple machine, and the grey car of Jack Ruddell, hoping for better fortune today. Row 3 is Max Hall, number 93, in the blue and yellow car, alongside number 22, Dara Flock, the young Irishman, in the reactive welding sponsored car. Row 4 is Connor Duncan, number 41, with the St George's Cross on the roof. That's another Jeekins prepared car, starting alongside Oliver Cotton, the bright pink and blue car. Last few cars moving to light back, the luminous green machine, 78 Kieran Roberts, that is. Number 11, that's Oscar Dix. The grey car there with the pink wheels, that's Cole Lynch. Hoping to follow in the footsteps of the likes of Chloe Grant, Arwen Graham, Ashley Gregory, Katie Milner, some of the leading ladies of this series over the years. Last car into line, Alexander Mostov at the back. Looks like we've got the all clear. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So when the clock goes down to 0, then the last lap ball goes out. There's the green flag at the back of the grid from our marshals. And we are ready to rock and roll with the second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Revs are up. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And away they go. Good start by Harry Hickton from pole position. Good getaway by Harvey Dent. Nice and steady in the midfield. Who's going to get the advantage into Abbey for the first time? It's side by side. Looks like Harvey Dent's got the inside line, and he'll take the lead. Jack Ruddell up into third place. And the 77 of Travis Chapman is fourth. Harvey Dent has just about got the inside line as they head down to Village. And somebody up, oh, Charlie Constable again. He went off into the gravel in yesterday's race. The steering is broken. There's been contact there. And once again, Charlie Constable is out. You can see there he's not going any further. The steering's broken. So it's Dent that leads from Hickton, Ruddell, Chapman. Cottam is up to 5th. More contact. Jensen Bell clips the back of somebody. I think that was Dara Flock, possibly. They've survived that. They keep it going. Down towards Stowe for the first time. That's allowed half a dozen cars to break away, and Harry Hickton up the inside into Stowe corner. He's going to take the lead away, I think, on the inside. Yes, he's done it. Harry Hickton into the lead once again, and up into 3rd place is Travis Chapman in the white and purple number 77 car there. Side by side for 4th. Oliver Cottam making a move up the outside. He could take 4th place away at Club Corner. He's done so, lifting a wheel there. He gets ahead of Jack Riddell. Then it's Dara Flock, the Irish karting graduates. 93 Max Hall is next. Then CJ Morgan, the pink car, failed to finish yesterday. Side by side, Jamie Petters and Adam Harding, the 322 and 333. Flock attacking the number 9 of Jack Riddell as they come over the line. 3 and 4 abreast further back. Jack James on the attack there in the midfield. The scholarship winner. There's a yellow flag there at Abbey, though, with Charlie Constable's stranded car, I would imagine. Have we lost anybody else in there? Sandro Ballesteros has dropped to the back of the field, so he may have been involved in some contact there. There's a spin there at Village in the background and a collision. Trying to identify who that is. Somebody spun and got hit. Another car goes off. The car that spun is Riley Price, number 17. We can see there. I think someone clipped him as they went past. He's got it going, and I can't see any major damage. Not sure who the other cars involved there were. Charlie Constable's car being retrieved by the JCB. He's out of the race. Not a successful opening weekend for him, sadly. The Oryx competition car. Here come your leaders up towards Club Corner, and Harvey Dent's having a look there for the lead, but Harry Hickton holds him off. Travis Chapman 3rd. Oliver Cottam having a good run in 4th place. Most experienced man coming into this season, into his 3rd season in junior saloons, as 3 wide further back. Max Hall on the inside, Jack Riddell in the middle, and Dara Flock was caught on the outside. Hall has got through, makes up 2 places in one move. Good driving by one of our rookies. CJ Morgan and Jensen Bell are behind them. First 4 have broken away slightly. Here's another battle further back coming through between... Oh, and into the gravel, that's Riley Price. Well, he recovered from his spin, but has now parked it in the gravel. I think that might be... Is that at Stowe? I think it is. The marshals are going to try and push him back out of the gravel. Poor old Riley Price, not a happy day for him. Max Hall driving like a Mini 7 through there, sideways almost through the link. There's a battle further back in the order. The grey car of Jamie Good ahead of Jacob Baldry and Adam Parker. It's Harry Hickton still with the lead, chased by Harvey Dent. First 4 breaking away. Second race of the weekend for the junior saloon cars, but the safety car is coming out. The safety car is coming out. I would suspect that's for Riley Price. Have we lost anybody else around the circuits? Can't see anybody on the timing screen that may have lost it. I think Gabriel Doyle Parfait has hit some problems somewhere. He's had a spin. He was possibly the car that clipped Riley Price when he spun at Village. Yes, there's Gabriel, and he's missing the front bumper, so damage to the front end. He's had some contact somewhere. I would guess that he hit Riley Price. That's a great shame. He'll be heading for the pits. It's over 10 minutes of the race to go, so we should get Riley Price's car cleared and gets back to green flag racing fairly soon. The Kia safety car leading them round. Harry Hickton was looking to break away, but he'll have to stall his efforts here to get clear of Harvey Dent. Keeping their tyres warm behind the safety car. One question asked by Andy Nichols on YouTube: are junior saloons using the Saxo because it's the best car or because it's the regulations? It is the regulation. They've always been identical cars. When the series first started, it was known as Saxmax many years ago. And they've stuck with the Saxo VTR 1600cc ever since. One car that's struggled a bit so far is Connor Duncan. He's down in 14th place on the podium yesterday. Looking to recover here. Getting ready to go racing again then. The hazard has been cleared by the look of things. And we are ready to go green once again. Harry Hickton looking to pull away on the restart. Here we go. That's closed the field up behind. You can see the first four had broken clear of Max Hall in number 93, but he's back with them now. Solid line of Saxos into Abbey for the first lap of the restart. 8.5 minutes of the race to go. There's CJ Morgan. Failed to finish yesterday, a bit squirrely there through Abbey. I think he's held it together though. Gabriel Parfait into the pits. Car caught fire yesterday and front end damage, forcing him pitwards today. Not a great weekend for the Oryx competition team. Leaders coming down towards the Hanger straight once again. Hickton, Dent, Chapman, Cotton, Hall, and Flock in sixth. Towards Stowe. Are there any moves going to be made here? Harvey Dent looking to have his dander up in this one. He pulled clear very slightly of Travis Chapman on this restart. Out towards Club. Harvey Dent's having a look here. Can he get the inside line away into Club corner? No, not Halls. A little bit of a lock up there from Oliver Cotton, the pink and blue car in fourth place. He's got Max Hall on his tail. There's Flock in the active welding car, just ahead of Jack Ruddell. A better run for the Wheatley Motorsports man this time. Had to make a pit stop and finish on the back yesterday. CJ Morgan didn't get that far. He stopped on the track at Abbey and brought out the red flag, unfortunately, in yesterday's race. Better fortunes from him here, as Oliver Cotton is chased hard by the Westbourne Motorsport car of Max Hall. Towards Village. Sixth time. Dent has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:24.103. Gabriel Parfait has rejoined from the pits, minus his front bumper. Just cleared up the damage to the front of that, make sure nothing else is going to fall off. His debut weekend has been one to forget, sadly. Harry Hickton signalling out of the window there to Harvey Dent. Sure what he was pointing at there. Dent on his tail. Sure they both know what it means. Through to Vale. Can Harvey Dent make a move here at Club? No, he's not close enough this time. This is great stuff from Harry Hickton, but he's not been able to pull away as much as he had yesterday. Obviously, that was hindered by the safety car. Max Hall on the tail of Oliver Cotton. Sixth behind him is Dara Flock. Then we've got Jack Ruddell in seventh. They pulled away slightly from CJ Morgan, who's next, Jensen Bell and Adam Parker rounding out the top 10. We lost any further cars. Apart from Riley Price, just Charlie Constable who had that contact on the first corner. Further down the order is Jack James, a scholarship winner, being chased by Harry Smith in number 10 and the 36 of Joel Ryan in the Hosin sponsored car. Bunched up in the midfield here. Gabriel Parfait a lap down in there with them. Jack James a bit sideways through there, over the curbs and onto the tarmac runoff area. It's a slight mistake there, a bit of arm twirling. Max Hall making a move meanwhile for fourth place on the inside of Oliver Cotton. Cotton started well yesterday and then fell back. He'll be hoping to avoid a repeat of that. He could lose fourth place here into Stowe Corner. And yes, Hall has got through. It's a great debut weekend by Max Hall. Top rookie yesterday was the number 41 of Connor Duncan. He's only 11th at the moment. Jamie Good has dropped down the places on that lap as well. All with a bit of a lock-up. And dug the inside there. Jack Ruddell came from a long way back against Dara Flock and wallop. They make contact there through Club Corner. Flock goes off wide. I hope that hasn't broken the steering on the Irishman's car. Yeah, he must have done. He's pulling over. I think that broke the steering on the 22 car, and he is out of the race. So Dara Flock, they seem to clip wheels there coming through Club Corner. We'll look at that again. Yes, Riddell up the inside, came from a long way back. There's the contact, and that, yes, will have broken something in the steering of the 22 car. Let's hope that Jack Riddell has survived that. The wing mirror hanging off his car, the wing itself hanging off. He might get the black and orange flag for that. Poor old Jack Riddell, misfortune yesterday, and he might be called into the pits again here to take that wing in place. CJ Morgan's got ahead of Oliver Cottam there. Behind him, Jensen Bell. So don't tell me Cottam's sliding down the order again. It's all happening here in this second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Harry Hickton's now on the fastest lap, 1:23.924. There you can see the damage to Jack Riddell's car. I'm surprised that hasn't punctured the tyre as well. He came from a long way back attacking into Club Corner there. I think he took Dara Flock a bit by surprise, and as Flock came back round the outside, Riddell couldn't turn him back in time, and that's why they touched. Flock's out of the race. Riddell is damaged. Look as he comes through here, I didn't see a black and orange flag. First three breaking away from Max Hall now. Travis Chapman, a steady run in third place. Travis was 26th in the points chart last year. Side by side there, the 13 of Luke Scrooby on the inside. Scrooby-Doo, as he's nicknamed, battling with the 17. As Riley Price has got going again after his trip into the gravel. A couple of laps down though. Scrooby-Doo in one of the numerous Jeekins family prepared cars. They moved into the series from Rallycross. Just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Don't forget, when the clock goes to 0, that's when the last lap ball goes out, not the checkered flag. Coming into the closing stages then. Here come your leaders. Harry Hickton heading for a double, or is he? What can Harvey Dent and Travis Chapman do? It's between these three, I would say, now for the victory. Max Hall in fourth. There's Riddell. He's fought his way back up into fifth, and that was a move by CJ Morgan there on Oliver Cottam. They're having a good scrap. So are these two. 871 Jensen Bell, 41 of Connor Duncan, looking for his second podium. He may have left it too late though. 90 seconds plus 1 lap left on the clock. The race was red flagged slightly early yesterday. Harry Hickton a little bit sideways there. He doesn't need to push too hard here. Here's a scrap further back. That's Jamie Good, racer and Cadet Marshall in number 30, with Adam Harding behind him. Hoping to salvage something from this race for Oryx competition. He's got Jack James in the scholarship car behind. The Hanger straights. Harry Hickton. Can he hang on in front for a double win? Dent's done the fastest lap that time through. It's 1:23.884. No, he's not finished yet, Harvey Dent. The man from Margate in Kent. Harry Hickton from Hampshire. Travis Chapman in third, the man from Bristol. He's closing on Dent. Now this is exactly what Harry Hickton wants, because if Chapman closes, which he is doing, he'll keep Harvey Dent busy. As they cross the line, the clock hadn't gone down to 0, so still no last lap. Over the line they come. So last lap will be next time around. A few seconds early there for the last lap board. As I was saying there, the more Chapman closes, the harder it'll make Harvey Dent work to defend second place, and that'll allow Harry Hickton to get away. And a lock up there for Dent coming out of Village, and this is Chapman's chance. He's going through into second. Well, never mind keeping Harvey Dent busy, he's taken him for second place. Superb stuff. Max Hall on his own in fourth, and then the battle for fifth between Riddell, Morgan and Cottam is heating up again. There they are in the background. Morgan's gone ahead now. Then Cotton. Riddell in the car with the loose wing fighting back, but Harry Hickton's been able to pull away. Dent back up the inside into the right and Stowe retakes second place. This is classic one-make saloon racing. Hickton's got away. He's heading for win number 2 of his weekend and his career. Never won a race before this weekend. Harvey Dent now hanging on to second place. Can he hang on for one more lap? See the last lap board, there it is, the yellow board as they come onto the straights. This will be their signal to launch one last attack. Harry Hickton leads by 2.2 seconds. These two nose to tail. They're clear by nearly 4 seconds of Max Hall in 4th place. A great run by the top rookie this weekend. Another lock-up from Harvey Dent. He seems to struggle with the village corner there, and he's going to lose second place again. Chapman goes through. That's much earlier this time. He got him at the link last time through. Well, Harry Hickton's heading for the win. Max Hall on his own in 4th, and the battle for 5th headed by CJ Morgan. It's all about this battle for second place. They're on the last lap now. Chapman weaving about down the Hanger straights. Here they come into the right-hander and Stowe. Dent up the inside, he'll do it again. Right on the brakes there. It's going to be side by side through Stowe corner. It looks like the 58's just got his nose in front. No, Chapman back ahead on the exit up Vale. Good stuff from Travis Chapman. It's going to be a win for Harry Hickton. He's going to complete his double, 2 poles, 2 wins. But who's going to be second? Is it going to be Chapman or Harvey Dent? They come round the final corner. Harry Hickton up towards the checkered flag. He takes the victory, and Travis Chapman comes home in second place. Dent third. Harry Hickton punches the air in delight. 2 pole positions, 2 race victories, and a clear lead in the championship. What a weekend for Harry Hickton. He'd never even won a motor race before coming into this weekend. 4th place goes to Max Hall. The battle for 5th is topped by CJ Morgan ahead of Jack Riddell, Duncan and Cotton. Adam Parker 9th, 10th is Jensen Bell. This battle for 14th coming through. Jack James takes 14th place ahead of Adam Harding, and the rest of them through. Jamie Petter's down in that battle as well. That's quite a disappointing weekend for last year's rookie champion. Retired yesterday and only 21st today. Confirm the full results in a few moments' time. Well done, Harry Hickton. He's the hero of the hour. His dad, David, long-time club-level saloon car racer, will be overjoyed with Harry this weekend. And he certainly marks himself out as a favourite for this year's Junior Saloon Car Championship. Head to the pits then and we'll confirm the results. Harry Hickton the winner by just under 2.8 seconds ahead of Travis Chapman, who beats Harvey Dent to the line by less than half a second. Max Hall taking a fine 4th. The battle for 5th topped by CJ Morgan ahead of Jack Riddell, and Connor Duncan coming through the field for 7th. He was delayed on the opening lap. Oliver Cotton has to be content with 8th. Then Adam Parker and Jensen Bell completing the top 10. 303 of Zach Palmer was next home ahead of Jacob Heap, Jacob Baldry, Jack James, in 14th ahead of Adam Harding. Behind them was Jamie Good and Harry Smith, Ben Carter, Kieran Roberts, Joel Ryan. A disappointed Jamie Petters in 21st. 22nd for Luke Scrooby. Then Sandro Ballesteros, Cole Lynch, Oscar Dix, Alex Mostav. And a lap down after he's off, Riley Price and Gabriel Parfait after a pit visit. We lost Dara Flock and Charlie Constable. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé to talk to our race winner.
Welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. This man, he's made it a pair of wins this weekend, hasn't he, Harry? What can I say about that? That was a little bit more pressure this time.
Yeah, definitely a bit harder. I feel like I got on some better laps yesterday without the pressure, but I feel like I only just about did enough.
Safety car comes out, doesn't it? Kind of throws you out your rhythm a bit, bunches everybody back up, and you've got to defend.
Yeah, safety car coming back out threw me off a bit. First safety car start, need to work on everything. but no, I think I did enough. Kept out in front, so yeah, I'm happy.
Perfect weekend, huh? Perfect weekend. Perfect. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Wonderful stuff. We've got Travis Chapman over here and Harvey Dent. Let's have a quick word of him as well. He seemed to be locking up, didn't he, quite a bit for the last few laps as well. Harvey, congratulations. It's another podium for you. Did notice you started to lock up a little bit close to the end of the race there.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure. It sort of felt like the brakes were starting to go, but I think it was more, I pushed so hard at the start. I got the fastest lap trying to catch Harry. He's such a mega driver, and I think I just warned them, and the tyres as well. It felt like everything went near the end there, and luckily Travis got me there. Unluckily for me, but luckily for him, he got me. But yeah, it was still a good fun race, and the fastest lap it really helped.
I think you guys are going to form quite the battle this season, aren't you?
Yeah, it's been really good so far, me and Harry, and obviously Travis was there last race, but he just fell back a bit at the end. He had a little incident, but this trio could become a thing this year.
Do you know something? My producer just said in my ear that we look quite similar.
Do we?
Do we? I mean, you're about 30 years younger
The
than
chat
me,
can say, do we look the same?
Do we look the same? No, he's far better looking than me. Well done, Travis. Wow, that was something, wasn't it, out there? You managed to get him at the end.
Yeah, I thought I left it too late. I couldn't quite catch him, but he must have made a small mistake, got in the toe, and yeah, made it work.
I mean, it was just action. But what are you two going to do about him in front?
I'm not sure. I guess we'll have to just refrain from fighting each other and try and catch him.
Fantastic. Look, great way to start the season, huh?
Yeah.
Congratulations. Cheers. Fantastic stuff. Right, there's still a lot of action to bring you here at Silverstone. Total of 14 races. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. He's going to tell you what is coming up this afternoon.
Thanks very much, Ian. Well, what's coming up next is a well-earned half-hour lunch break for our marshals and everyone else here at Silverstone, and for our camera crews as well. We'll take a break for about half an hour. We're back on with the Caterham Graduates next up at around 2:05 with the Sigma 135 category. That's a 25-minute race, a slightly longer race, the second race for each of the Caterham classes. That's followed by the Classic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. And the Caterham Graduates are out again, the cars we saw earlier, the Sigmax and Sigma 150. Then the Mini Miglias, then the BMWs, and finally the Mini 7. That's a summary of the timetable for this afternoon. So we've got just under half an hour for lunch now. Thanks again to everyone here at Silverstone, particularly the volunteer marshals. We'll be back underway at around 2:05.
I was about to say it looked like you were just locked in a little bit more often at the end of that race. Yeah, it felt like, especially for the last sort of section, I was braking earlier and lighter, and I was still locking up, so I don't know if I brought my tyres and my brakes out from there, but still happy with the last lap, still a podium. Absolutely brilliant weekend. Well done, always love it. Yeah, thank you. So there we go, so you're absolutely right, baby. Yeah, so happy to see you then. And can we cast definition into the entry of this year? 3, 4, 5 years time to see who progress, where they progress, where the stars we see today are the stars. Well, especially with the numbers as well. Yeah. And Dave Peacock, who runs this championship, has been around, feels like 100 years, right? Initially came through the GT but now running the championship. He's pitched absolutely right. When the car was GT5 runs the future run, and the driving standards being very keen to it, so meant that go home and race the car again. Right, so we do have a lunch break, that's actually 5 minutes. So, Caterham Graduates will be on track just after the hour, so we'll have a short break and then to another 6 races. A great weekend of action thus far.
Now there is a shorter series within the championship called the Caterham Graduates Trophy for those who don't do the full championship, who are not able to attend every round. And the two drivers out eligible for trophy points this one are Tom Power and Robin Webb, so they're up there on the first 3 rows of the grid. 4th row Fraser Riddington and Richard Groom, and completing the top 10 Alaric Barney, who came close to his first win, came close to breaking his duck on several occasions last season. He's on 9th on the grid, and Paul Farrell rounds out the top 10 in car number 40.
But I tell you what, this car is just as good as it was in its day.
Someone once said to me that Caterham racing is the most fun you can have with your clothes on. And we will see if that rings true here. Got a field of what should be 27 cars. These 135 BHP machines, based on the classic Lotus 7 design of Colin Chapman, design bought by Caterham many years ago.
You don't go down to Albans to get a replacement track rod. It's a fair point.
Many of these racers have been with Caterham, as we say, for a number of years, and just enjoy it so much they've not gone into any other form of racing. It's such a friendly club, this is. So entertaining for spectators and drivers alike. So it will be Tom Power in pole position. That's car number 12, that's John Hood. Second season of racing for him, made his debut in the Caterham Academy last season for novice races. A lot of these drivers have come through from the Caterham Academy, run by the Caterham factory. Last few cars include number 120 there is Chris Griffith, the other Academy graduate. 188 is Michael Koo, he started in the Academy in 2020. Number 18 is John Vincent, he was an Academy driver last season as well.
Thank you for all their sponsors.
This is going to be a classic slipstreamer down the straight. Expect them to be tailing each other down the Hanger Straight, in particular into Stowe. The black and yellow car of Tom Power in pole position on the right of your picture, alongside the orange car of Mark Naro, very experienced Caterham racer. He'll be on pole for tomorrow's second race. Row 2, we have James McCall, the reigning champion in the yellow and black car, or green and black car, looks yellow in the sunlight there. Alongside number 46, Jamie Winrow, he's in black and red. Jamie Winrow has moved from Sigma 150 to Sigma 135 this season. That's David Reed's car that he raced to several wins last season, so he'll be worth watching here. Jamie Winrow in car number 46, the black car with the red cage on the second row of the grid. Last couple of cars into line then. Merton Hood starting at the back, the grey number 13 car. Watch for the green flag from the back of the grid. The red lights are on and they go out now. Here we go then. 20 minutes of Caterham racing down towards the first corner. Mark Naro gets away well. Will he get the inside line away from Tom Power into the first corner? Looks like it. He'll take the lead as the sun just beginning to set here at Silverstone. Caterham has charged their way towards Farm and Village for the first time. Noaro and Power side by side, but the 46 car at the inside, that's Jamie Winrow. I've said he'd be one to watch, trying to get the lead away. I don't think he's done so. They're all through the first couple of corners okay so far. 55 there on the outside is Graham Walker from Scotland. Your leader is the poleman Tom Power, number 70, comes from Redditch in Worcestershire. Won the Caterham Enduro here at Silverstone, a relay race back in 2019. That was on the full Grand Prix circuits, chased by the number 27 car of Mark Naro. Who's going to have a look for the lead. You can see them slipstreaming each other already as they swing their way towards Stowe Corner for the first time. Number 81 there going through is Craig Atkins, another Academy graduate. Somebody running very wide in the pack there, but Naro has taken the lead. No, he hasn't. Tom Power on the brakes as they go up the inside into Club Corner. He's gone wide there, Mark Naro. It's going to be 3 wide for second place. It's going to get interesting. The 128 of Fraser Riddington, the blue car, in there as well. Through to second has come Jamie Winrow. It's 3 wide for third. This is never going to work through Club Corner. Oh, that was close. Riddington runs out wide. Now here comes Jamie Winrow in David Reed's old car. Battled with Jamie McCall furiously in the championship last season, and Jamie Winrow has taken the lead up the inside.
place, 1:28.3 and in 6th place is
Jamie Winrow has the lead then from the number 70 of Tom Power as they head into their second lap of this 20-minute race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. First of 4 races for the club this weekend. Side by side for third, James McCall, the champion, goes through into third place past Mark Noiro. And battle is joined at the front of the field. Down the Hanger Straights. Starts to weave around here, side by side for third place. The 2 leaders you can see have broken clear. Tom Power thinking about a move there. Doesn't make it. Everybody else overlapping behind. It's McCall, then Noiro, Riddington, Ben Wheatley, number 53, the newcomer from the world of karting. Swing their way into club corner this time. 46, Jamie Winrow, raced in the Sigma 150 class last season, the man from Cheshire. We'll see Ben Winrow out in tomorrow's race as well. The Caterham Racing family. There's the 88 car of Alaric Barney. Came close on several occasions to his first win last season, looking for his maiden victory this year. Power has a look there, doesn't quite manage to get ahead, and here comes on the inside the 53 of Wheatley, takes 4th place from Mark Noiro. 3 minutes gone, 17 to go. Through the right-hander at Village. It's the 46 of Winrow, 70 of Power out in front. Mark Noiro retaking 4th place there, battling his way past Wheatley. And it's side by side behind Fraser Riddington, and I think that's the 73 of Robin Webb. He's registered for trophy points, as is Tom Power. The championship within a championship, effectively. First 2 have broken away. McCall still there in 3rd place. Fine shot of the Silverstone wing building there. Beautiful in the spring sunshine. Towards the left-hand club once again. Winrow from Power. And the 3 cars battling for third, McCall, Noiro and Wheatley. And problems there for Fraser Riddington. He made a mistake through club corner, rejoins off the grass. Lost a few places there though. We'll see exactly how many. He's down to 10th position as he crosses the line. Noiro back ahead of Wheatley as they fight for 4th place. Next behind them is Robin Webb. Then to number 7 of Neil Evans. Had 1 win last year, was 3rd in the points in Sigma 135. Call runs a little bit wide there onto the curb. The defending champion from Thatcham in Oxfordshire. Fairly steady run. They're actually getting quite spread apart in the midfield. Unusual for Caterham. A couple of cars running wide there out of the link into Chapel. Side by side again for third. Noiro on the outside. Leaders sweep their way through. Still they spot their places there. Ben Wheatley, you can see the novice cross on the back of his car, new to Caterham Racing. He's on the tail of these 2. It's James McCall, the reigning champion in green. He did the majority of the winning last year, except when David Reed was in town, as we said. But David not out this year. His car's been sold to the man currently leading this race, Jamie Winrow. Or will he be leading for much longer? Because here comes Tom Power. Is he going to power ahead here into Abbey? Yes, he's got it. Good move by the Anvil Hire sponsored car. Tom Power takes the lead, the pole sitter in this race. Jamie Winrow, the man from Cheshire, fighting back. McCall still 3rd ahead of Noiro. They've broken away slightly from Wheatley and Webb. Splitting into pairs here almost. In this first Caterham Graduates Racing Club event of the season. 7th behind them is Neil Evans in the number 7. Alaric Barney is 8th. 9th is number 40 of Paul Farrell. And rounding up the top 10 is the recovery. Fraser Riddington. Somebody running wide onto the grass there. I think that's Alaric Barney in trouble. Now, has he just run wide there? Yes, I think he has. I wonder if he was pulling over the problems. Winrow round the outside, retakes the lead from Tom Power. This is great stuff for the lead. Towards club, is Power going to get down the inside again here? It's a classic Caterham duel. And of course, the harder they battle, the easier it's going to be for James McCall and Mark Noiro to close in. There they are. McCall in green, Noiro in orange. Through they go to complete their 5th lap. Side by side across the line. Power has the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.599, but it's Winrow who holds the lead at the moment. They say the place you don't want to be, as Noiro retakes third, the place you don't want to be in a Caterham race is leading going into the final lap. Or sometimes the final corner, because you will get slipstreamed. I've seen Caterham races end up like the draft at the end of the Daytona 500 with them all jockeying for position. You have to know when to make your finishing move. Here's a pack further back in the order, making it up the inside there, the 26 of Mike Hilton. 188 Michael Q in there as well, ahead of the 57, which is Simon White from Surrey. Here come your leaders. Tom Power's going to have another look into Stowe Corner, but Winrow is later on the brakes. Black and red, number 46, holds the lead. Not even halfway through this 20-minute race yet. Already plenty of action. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club, Sigma 135. Through club. There go the leaders. We'll see what their gap is over these two. McCall, Noiro, and here comes Robin Webb, the 73. He's up to 5th, ahead of Ben Wheatley. And the number 7 trying to get around the outside there, Neil Evans. Over the line, the two leaders nose to tail. They're nearly 4 seconds clear of everybody else, and Power up the inside, and he powers back ahead, going into Abbey Curve. Up to the left at Farm. He's got the lead back again. Already lost count of how many times these two have swapped places. Name to watch back in the pack could be Fraser Riddington. He's just done the fastest lap of the race with a 1:17.234. He's down in 9th after a mistake at club earlier on. 57 there, you can see Simon White's car still got the headlights in place. Indeed, one or two of these cars, the drivers drive on the road as well. I remember one event at Donington Park a few years ago when I was surprised to find one of the Caterham race cars parked in Castle Donington High Street after the event. Jamie Winrow around the outside, he's done it again. Retakes Tom Power, that's where he's stronger. 11 minutes to go, this 20-minute affair. Here comes Power having a look. He won't get the inside line away for Club. Club, he's too far back. Swinging their way through. It's just between these two for the lead. Everybody else fighting for third. You can see on the lap charts there, they are lapping slightly quicker than their pursuits. Power's going to try again into Abbey. The inside, he's done it again. Winrow will probably wait for Stowe Corner, Hanger Straight and Stowe Corner, and try and slipstream him again as he's done the last couple of times through. McCall still third. He's pulled away a bit now from Noiro and Webb, then a 1 second gap back to Ben Wheaton. Then Neil Evans, Paul Farrell, Fraser Riddington, number 23 Richard Groom rounding out the top 10. Have we lost anybody so far? Yes, Alaric Barney has pulled over. He did have a problem earlier on. That's a great shame. One of last season's regular front runners. Now here comes Winrow again. They're coming down to Stowe Corner. He's closed up on the inside this time, and he's going to do it again. Every lap they swap over in the same places. Winrow back ahead.
Remember, this is the part he's getting used to as he's getting back on the power again.
Here comes Power.
Managing that. Great fight going on behind.
Cheshire against Worcestershire for the lead, and this time Winrow defends. Power tries to fight back at Club, but he can't get the line away. He'll try again into Abbey. He'll be in the slipstream as they come onto the straight. This is classic Caterham battle. Here they come. But Winrow leads at the line every time, and that's what's important. What will happen on the last lap is what it's going to come down to, and the pack behind are starting to close up now. You can see Power retakes the lead at Abbey yet again. McCall in third. Here comes Ben Wheatley on the attack on Robin Webb. He'll go through into 4th place through Abbey. Nicely done by the newcomer. Power holds the lead through Village. It's a little wide, puts a wheel onto the curb there. Doesn't lose him much momentum though. Side by side here between the 75 of Darren Holcroft and the 81 of Craig Atkins. Darren Holcroft, ex-Formula Ford racer from a few years ago.
Absolutely, yeah.
Here comes the 26 attacking then. That's Mike Hilton. Another relative newcomer from the Caterham Academy. Now what's Jamie Winrow going to do this time into Stowe? He's done it again. Once again, takes the lead away. So this is his game plan. You can see he'll lose the lead in the first half of the lap, but he knows he can get it back into Stowe. And then he's got to defend through Club Corner. He's got to do this every lap, most importantly the last lap. They're now starting to come into back markers. There's one car about to be lapped. They'll be hoping to meet him in a safe place where he won't get in the way. McCall's now pulled away from Robin Webb. And then the battle for fifth. There's Fraser Riddington. We said he'd come back into this. He's side by side going around the outside at Club Corner. That rarely works. He's gone a bit wide over the curb there. He doesn't want to do that too many times. He'll be pinged for. Good afternoon and welcome back, race fans, to the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone. Thankfully the morning fog has burned away. An overcast but dry day here for the second day of this meeting presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. Welcome back after the lunch break. About to go racing once again with the second race of the weekend for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 135 cars. First race was yesterday and it was a cracker, a brilliant duel for the victory between Jamie Winrow and Tom Power. Jamie Winrow on his debut in the Sigma 135 category. Reigning champion James McCall took third ahead of Mark Noiro. And earlier in the weekend, Ian Waterhouse caught up with Mark Noiro down in the paddock.
Right, here we are down in the garages. I've delighted to say I've got Mark Noiro with me, and we're going to have a chat actually about the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, aren't we, Mark?
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for coming in. We've got 104 members this year, so we're one of the biggest single make racing series in the country. So as you're going to see this afternoon and tomorrow, lots of really tight, close racing on this really slipstream friendly track.
Now, a lot of people always say to me, these cars, these Caterhams, are the closest thing you can get to like single-seater race cars.
Yeah, I'd say that, and I race a single-seater as well, so it is about as close as you can get, and it's relatively easy to fix when something goes wrong. So you've got the best of both worlds. You've got that very light, agile single-seater feel without a really complicated suspension setups. You know, they're basically road car friendly in terms of fixing bits on the car, so great to go racing.
I was going to say, great to go racing, incredibly fun. I've never heard a bad word about these.
No, and a lot of our members have been racing for a number of years. You know, it's really very addictive, and it's a great club for you. One of USPs is the driving standards, which when you've got cars that are so closely matched, it's policed within the club as well as by the clerk. So there's a big emphasis on, because the racing's so close, make it clean, make it fair.
Race is so close. What's it like then as a driver and breathe, because you just can't, can you? Everyone's on you. You've got 3 or 4 cars around you constantly for 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, it's a real multitasking thing going on, because
I've got no chance there.
No, us blokes have got no chance, but seriously, it's really important that you're aware. Your spatial awareness has to be really good, because there's people dancing around and dicing in front of you, there's people in your mirrors, and then there's people in your blind spot trying to pull a move on you, and at the same time you've got to watch the revs, the gauges, the timer counting down, the marshals, the flags, the lights. So I mean, it makes it, you know, it's full on, but full on great fun.
I think that's why, Mark, I talk.
Yeah, I'm starting to think as I get older I might do more talking and less driving.
Mark, thank you so much. Thanks for inviting us down, and have a great weekend, won't you? Thank you. Right, let's hand back to your commentator Dave Gallard to take you through the racing action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Cars are on their way to the grid for this second race for the Caterham Sigma 135s, and in fact it is the man we just heard from, Mark Noiro, who has qualified on pole position. Second fastest time from each driver in qualifying yesterday sets the grid for this one. Jamie Winrow, yesterday's winner, is alongside him in car 46. Second row, 70 Tom Power, there he is, the blue and yellow car, and number 50 the reigning champion James McCall. Row 3 is Ben Wheatley, number 53, and 40 of Paul Farrell. Fourth row, Fraser Riddington, he looked quick yesterday, number 128, and 73 Robin Webb in the yellow car. Alaric Barney, good to see he's there. He failed to finish yesterday's race, second in the points last year behind James McCall. Didn't manage to win a race last year though, alongside Richard Groom on the grid, number 23. Then we've got Neil Evans, number 7, third in the points last year, and Alistair Curry, number 29. John Hood, number 12, Lydia Gould in 65 on the 7th row. It's Simon White and Andrew Cooper on row 8. Row 9 is Callum Walker and Darren Holcroft. Row 10, Mike Hilton and Giles Derry. Row 11, Craig Atkins and John Vincent. Row 12, we have Chris Griffith and Michael Kew. Row 13, Graham Walker, father of Callum, who's further up the grid, and Michael Seagal, and Merton Wood starts from the back. Hopefully they are all there. It's coming up to the grid at the moment. 135 BHP Ford engines. Very close competitive racing, as those of you who saw yesterday's race will testify. So it's number 27, Mark Noiro, the orange car in pole position. Alongside him, 46, Jamie Winrow, black car with the red stripe. 70 is Tom Power, the blue and yellow machine. And number 50, James McCall in the green and black car, looking to retain his title this year. But Jamie Winrow switching classes for this year. Ready a winner, having moved across a division. Saw Ben Winrow out earlier on, taking a second place. Inheriting second when Stephen Clark tangled with the back marker in the multi-class race earlier on. They have another race later. Looks like they may have one or two gaps from the back of the grid there. Pick that up in just a moment. Michael Kew is there, maybe missing Chris Griffith. Possibly there, I think that might be the car we're missing. Just waiting for the all clear. The red lights are now on and they go out. 25 minutes of racing gets underway here at Silverstone. The Sigma 135s are go. Good starts by Mark Noiro, decent start by Jamie Winrow. It's Noiro who will lead the way. Tom Power trying to get around the outside into second place as they head into Abbey for the first time, and he's done it. Fourth is McCall, and fifth looks like Paul Farrell in car number 40. As they head up towards Village for the first time, it is Mark Noiro who has held his lead. A couple of lockups there in the pack. Power into second place. Third is Winrow, then it is McCall and Farrell. They start to stream their way out through the link and onto the back of the circuit, down the Hanger Straight. And Mark Noiro, great start from pole position. He heads the pack into Hanger Straight for the first time. They'll all start to fan out across the straight here. Ben Wheatley didn't make the best of starts in the 53. He's been rather swallowed up. Tom Power going for the lead. Jamie Winrow goes for the outside in the 46. Power's going to go through into the lead. He's done so. And Mark Noiro's been gobbled up. The two protagonists from yesterday's race. Oh, and collision there. That's James McCall and Mark Noiro. The reigning champion in trouble. He goes up onto the grass on the inside of Stowe Corner. Noiro's in trouble as well, I imagine. They'll both be out of the race. Great shame for two of the front runners, and the reigning champion looks like he's out. So another bit of bodywork comes flying off one of the leading cars there. That's one of the wings gone. It's not a Caterham race unless you lose a couple of dozen of those. It's come off Tom Power's car, I think there. Yes, the race leader. Front wings gone. Jamie Winrow going through into the lead at Abbey as we see a replay of what happened there. Mark Noiro was watching the two ahead of him as he went down to third place there. Oh, he got sideways, missed his braking point, I think, and McCall walloped straight into the side of him. Disaster for both of them, and they are certainly out of the running and probably both out of the race. Looks like there's a fair bit of damage there. That is a great shame. Two of our front runners, including the pole sitter and the reigning champion, out on the very first lap. So they start to sort themselves out. Then it is Jamie Winrow who has got the lead as they head down the Hanger Straight. Paul Farrell up into third. Tom Power attacking for the lead. Battle is joined once again. They're picking up where they left off yesterday, although Winrow starting to pull away. Third place is Farrell. Alaric Barney up into fourth place, desperate for his first win in the series. Now towards Club Corner. A lock up there from Farrell. Fifth place, the number 23, that's Richard Groom. He's going well ahead of Paul Wheatley in sixth position, the 53. Ben Wheatley, I should say. There's number 7, that's Neil Evans. Third in the points last year, had a fairly quiet race yesterday. Chasing Fraser Riddington and Robin Webb here. Over the line they go. Mark Noiro made it to the pits. James McCall has pulled over. Didn't make it back to the pit area. We lost a couple of cars at the start as well, a couple of cars that didn't start. That's the 26 of Mike Hilton, and as I suspected, the 120 of Chris Griffith. Leaders up towards the link. Tom Power starting to reel in Jamie Winrow. Paul Farrell shadowing them there in the number 40. Caterham Academy graduates, as are many of the drivers on this grid. Leaders almost side by side. Winrow moves across to take the line. Alaric Barney looking on from 4th place. It's Richard Groom, Ben Wheatley, Robin Webb, Fraser Riddington, Neil Evans and John Hood. I wonder if Mark Noiro can make repairs and make it back out. Never seems to have much luck, does Mark? Winrow and Power, have they pulled clear here? Power's just on the fastest lap, 1:17.824. They're a second clear of Paul Farrell in third, and Tom Power going for the lead. This is exactly what we saw yesterday. Tom Power up the inside into Abbey takes the lead. And what was happening lap after lap yesterday is Power would take the lead through Abbey, and then Winrow would dive back up the inside into Stowe. We replayed that race during the lunch break. Those of you who caught it will know what I'm talking about. Paul Farrell in third, keeping pace with the leaders here. This is good stuff from Paul, the Londoner. Through the link, they pulled away slightly from Alaric Barney in the black and blue car in 4th. He's got Richard Groom on his tail in the number 23, and he's a newcomer this year, has only done track days before this season, Richard. He's giving a good account of himself up there in 5th position. Leaders heading down the Hanger Straight. Power up on the outside, and look at Paul Farrell, he's right with them as they head into Club Corner this time. Powell gets the shuffle at Club Corner, goes through, takes the lead. He's done it a bit earlier this time. He's changing his tactics. Normally he waits till they go into Abbey to go down the inside and take the lead, but he knows there's a third car there as well to be dealt with, because Paul Farrell is keeping pace with them. This time Winrow's going to play Power at his own game. He'll go up the inside into Abbey and take the lead. So maybe Tom Power is reversing his tactics here, but look at the way Paul Farrell is going in the black car with the blue nose. Up on the left, he goes for the inside. He could get second place here. He has got second place. Good move, Paul Farrell, but Tom Power is fighting back. Well, it was a duel between two cars for the win in yesterday's race. It's a three-way fight today. And this is allowing Alaric Barney and Robin Webb to start to tow up onto the back as well. Ben Wheatley getting past Richard Groom there. That's for 6th position. 8th behind them, Fraser Riddington. 9th, Neil Evans, and John Hood rounds out the top 10 with Alistair Curry in behind them. 11 cars in the breakaway at the front. Yellow flags at Stowe Corner, so no passing there. Somebody has come to grief. It might be because the JCB's out recovering James McCall's car. This championship does use dropped scores, so James McCall may be able to drop this one. Jamie Winrow continues to lead. Power, is he going to use his patented move from yesterday into Abbey? This time he was outplayed in his own game. Last time through, Fraser Riddington a bit sideways over the curbs there, I noticed. Still in there though. Power to the inside. Yep, uses his move again. Through on the inside to retake the lead. Saw this so many times yesterday. Paul Farrell keeping pace with them. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Fraser Riddington. He's back in 8th place. Can't seem to get the brakes from the midfield though. Paul Farrell's knocked his indicator on there. Won't notice that though in the heat of battle. Still Alaric Barney and Robin Webb. They've broken away from the pack behind them. They're going after the leaders. 6th is Wheatley, 7th Groom, Riddington 8th, then Evans and Hood. 11-car breakaway at the front in this Sigma 135. Second race of the weekend, a longer race at 25 minutes. Into the right-hander at Stowe Corner. Didn't see if there were still yellow flags out there on the entry. Marshall's recovering McCall's car on the exit. Tom Power continues to set the pace. Desperately trying to break away from Jamie Winrow. There's yellow flags out, we've got to spin it. Oh, that's Alaric Barney. Now what's happened there? He's missing a wing. Looks like there's a bit of damage to the exhaust silencer as well. Has there been some contact in there? Another driver who never seems to have any luck, unless it's bad luck. And now he's down to 11th place over the line. He only lost about 5 or 6 seconds with that moment, but that's what it takes to lose you 7 places. Power from Winrow, Farrell in third, everybody else trying to be fourth. This 11-car breakaway is nearly 9 seconds clear of Giles Derry, who's in 12th place. Down the hanger straight, Power still leads. There's a battle further back in the midfield, the 65 and the 57 involved there. 188 Michael Koo as well, 65 Lydia Gould, 57 Simon White. Around the outside goes Jamie Winrow, he's taken the lead going into Stowe corner, so Winrow back ahead. Paul Farrell doing extremely well, keeping the pace of the two protagonists from yesterday, staying there in third place. Through club corner, still 16 minutes to go. This and the second Caterham Sigma 150 and Sigmax race, the longest races of the weekend here at Silverstone. Over the line they go, Winrow back ahead. These three covered by less than a second. New fastest lap for Jamie Winrow, 1:17.219. It's not enough to prevent Tom Power from retaking the lead into Abbey. Meanwhile, Robin Webb takes fourth from Ben Wheatley. Fraser Riddington's going well, he's up behind them. Robin Webb looking good here in the yellow and black number 73 car. He's a trophy registered driver like Tom Webb, so looking for points towards the extra awards. Webb heads the next group ahead of Wheatley, Riddington, Evans, Hood, and behind them is Groom. And a gap to Alistair Curry and Alaric Barney recovering from his off at club. Is Winrow going to try and go around the outside into Stowe corner once again? No, he's not. Don't think he's going to get there. He may go for the inside at club. They're dropping Paul Farrell slightly now. Power to the inside will hold his lead. Winrow will try to fight back. Wing you can see on the side of the track there is from Tom Power's car. There's Ben Wheatley going steadily, fighting for fourth and fifth positions. Winrow trying to go round the outside at Abbey this time. That rarely works. He may get the line for the left at Farm. Yes, it has worked. Good move, Jamie Winrow. Going to lap Merton Wood shortly in the number 13 car. Paul Farrell closing back up as a result of that move as well. There's a scrap further back, the 77 of Giles Derry. This is for 12th place. 75 Darren Holcroft, the ex-Formula Ford racer. It's been taken by number 60 Callum Walker, the young Scotsman. Leaders down towards Stowe corner, trying to go around the outside is Winrow. They're absolutely side by side through the right-hander. Paul Farrell shadowing them in third. Winrow to the inside in the club corner, tried to box Tom Power in behind the back marker there, but he's got the move done. Good stuff there. Tom Power had to hesitate for just a split second there as Merton Wood there on the outside, and he's lost the lead to Jamie Winrow once again. Over the line they go. What can Paul Farrell do here? Can he get involved in this battle? Power goes to the inside again. This is his patented move at Abbey, and he's done it again. Towards the right-hander at Village. Robin Webb still in fourth place. Fraser Riddington up to fifth, then Ben Wheatley. Evans, Hood, Groom and Barney. That's your top 10. Barney's got back ahead of Alistair Curry. Here's the fight for 12th place, headed up by Callum Walker now. The 90 of Andrew Cooper on the attack. Here come the leaders, Power, Winrow and Farrell. Webb heading the group in the background. Winrow tries an outside attack, that rarely works at the right-hander at Stowe. It can set you up for the inside run into the left at club. Can Winrow make this one stick? He's there the inside. No, Power's moved across, but Winrow's up the inside. I thought Power had got it covered, but no, Winrow is through. Good driving, Jamie Winrow. Now Paul Farrell tries to move up on Tom Power. They just can't find a way through because they're constantly swapping places. Power will do it again. He'll slipstream his way past Jamie Winrow into Abbey yet again. What Paul Farrell needs to do is try and keep in the slipstream of the car ahead of him as they come off club corner in second place, and then try and slipstream from third to second behind it as they take the lead, because they change positions there every lap. Number 18, that's John Vincent, graduate of the Caterham Academy last year. Still this fight going on for 12th further back. 65, Lydia Gould, she's also a mountain bike racer, battling it out with the 75 Darren Holcroft. Jamie Winrow to the inside, and he'll retake the lead again at Stowe. Or will he? Or will he? Because Power fights back. Round the outside, keeps his foot in. Now they go towards the left at Club. Power's going to have the inside line this time. On the brakes, keeps his lead. Paul Farrell just wondering how he can get involved in the battle. Over the line go the leaders. Robin Webb's broken from his pursuers and he's starting to chase them down. The yellow number 73 car couldn't seem before for the lead in the second race of the weekend with the Caterham Sigma 135 category run by the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Continuing to try and make a move on the 75 car there, Darren Holcroft. What's going to happen down the straight this time? Power is back ahead in the number 70. Winrow goes to the outside, trying to set himself up for the inside run at Club Corner. 9.5 minutes remain. Now, what can Paul Farrell do here? Is he going to try and make a move? Yes, he moves to the inside now. Winrow's going to go up the inside of Tom Power. And Farrell hoping he leaves them. No, Power's there on the inside at Club. They're side by side through there. You don't see that very often. Through they go. It's Power who's got the lead into the straight, but that means Jamie Winrow is most likely to slipstream him again into Abbey. Here he comes. And he's going to do it again. Through on the inside. Recovering Alaric Barney's got the fastest lap. He's down in 9th place, 1:16.895. Still the battle goes on, and still Paul Farrell cannot get any higher than 30. He just can't get past these two ahead of him. I'm sure James McCall and Mark Noiro would be involved in this battle too, but sadly they tangled at Stowe on the opening lap. Here's the fight for 12th, now headed by Andrew Cooper in the number 90 ahead of Callum Walker and Giles Derry in the 77. Jamie Winrow on the inside, Tom Power on the outside. There's nothing to split these two. Who's got the lead as they head into Club? Power's there on the inside. Yeah, he goes through again. Is Paul Farrell losing a bit of ground? We'll see as he comes over the line this time. The gap was 0.6 of a second. Now 0.72 of a second, so he's not really losing anything major. Winrow at the inside is going to take the lead into Abbey yet again. Through he goes. Terrific battle to the front, just as we saw yesterday. Power to the inside of Village. No, he won't get through there. Number 60, Callum Walker, the young Scots, fighting it out with 75. That's Darren Holcroft. And behind them, the 57 is Simon White. So the battle goes on. Ahead of them is 77, Giles Derry. To the inside, that's a brave move by Darren Holcroft. Through he goes, past Callum Walker. Thought he was going to get up on the curb and lose it there as Power to the inside at Stowe. Holds on ahead of the 46 of Winrow. Paul Farrell starting to get aboard again now. Let's see if he can make a move on them into Club Corner. He's going to the inside there. Here they come. Power's got the lead. Big lock up from Paul Farrell. He's getting determined here to get ahead of Jamie Winrow. He's made a mistake there. Yes, he carried too much momentum through there. He's gone wide. Just rejoins in front of Robin Webb. Pushing too hard there, Paul Farrell. He wanted a turn in the lead. Sadly, he's dropped himself back and he could lose third because here comes Robin Webb. Goes to the inside as Tom Power continues to lead. Now, has Webb got through into third? Yes, he has. So 73, Robin Webb is now in third place. Power still under pressure from Jamie Winrow. Will they swap places again? I'm sure they will. It's a fight further back. 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th places. Inside, Jamie Winrow retakes the lead again through Stowe Corner. That's where he's stronger. That suggests to me that Winrow's car is stronger in a straight line. He's able to pull ahead down the hanger straights. In among the back markers there. That's 55 Graham Walker, so was lapped there. Seen his Callum a little further up the order. Up the inside goes Tom Power as they come up to lap the 55 car. That's Graham Walker. Is there? It's not him that was already lapped. Whereas Michael Seagal went a lap down earlier. Past Graham Walker, it's still Power from Winrow. They pulled away now from Paul Farrell as a result of his slight mistake. It's now Robin Webb in third place, of course. Fight goes on further back between Holcroft and Callum Walker. Lydia Gould now battling with the number 90 of Andy Cooper. That's for 12th place. She goes through. A few ladies raced with the Caterham Graduates Racing Club over the years. Flick Haig went on into GT Racing. Rachel Green, Sarah Reeder as well. Side by side into Club Corner between the leaders. Power from Winrow. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go. It's boiling down to a rematch from yesterday. Unless Robin Webb can catch them. Let's see what his lap time is as they go over the line. He actually lapped a second quicker that time through, so how far behind is he? Yes, less than a second now. Look at Robin Webb. There he is, the yellow car. Power and Winrow continuing to swap places. I don't think they've noticed Robin Webb closing in on them. There is the 73 car, the black and yellow wasp-like liveried car behind them. Power and the 46 of Winrow continuing to fight. Here comes Robin Webb. Have they realised he's there? They must have done by now. Could be in for a grandstand finish here. Down the hanger straight. Power from Winrow moves out to the outside, heading into Stowe. He's going to try and round Tom Power. Webb takes a similar approach. Winrow later on the brakes. I don't think he's going to get ahead of Tom Power this time, using this method anyway. Up towards Club. Power from Winrow. Winrow to the inside. Is he going to get the lead away here? I don't think he is. No, Power holds it. Robin Webb keeping the pressure on. He's right with Winrow now. Paul Farrell's going to be up there with them too. It's going to be 4 for the lead very shortly. Winrow goes to the inside. He'll retake the lead, I'm sure, into Abbey. Yes, he's done it. 2.5 minutes to go. Can Robin Webb succeed where Paul Farrell failed and break into the top 2? This is great stuff. Ben Wheatley, meanwhile, is up to 5th. Fraser Riddington's dropped back a bit. He's down to 10th place. 4 leaders line astern. Winrow, Power, Webb and Farrell. Maybe last lap this time. We'll wait and see. Jamie Winrow trying to pull away, trying to break the toe. Tyre squeal in the background. Somebody may have had a spin somewhere. Paul Farrell had a look there, going into Stowe on the inside. Couldn't get 3rd place away. Power has a look on the inside at Club. Very close indeed. May get 2 more laps out of this, we shall see. Coming up to the line, yes, no last lap board, so 2 laps to go for Jamie Winrow. Can he make it 2 out of 2 for the weekend? First time out in Sigma 135. Great drive by Robin Webb up there in 3rd place. And Tom Power rests the lead back again, pick up a race win. On the Caterham Enduro relay race here at Silverstone in the past. Out to the hanger straight, there's a back marker there, he should get out of the way okay. A couple of back markers actually. Here they come then. Paul Farrell was momentarily boxed in behind Merton Wood there. As Winrow to the inside, side by side with Tom Power. So we don't get a repeat of the earlier multi-class race when one of the leaders was involved in a tangle on the final lap. They're almost 4 wide going into, 3 wide going into Club. Oh, that was close. Through comes Tom Power to retake the lead. Winrow under real pressure. He runs a bit wide there, Tom Power on the exits. And Winrow will get it back again. We go into the final lap. Now it's time to plan where you'll make your last attack, your finishing attack. Look at Robin Webb. He's decided to launch his finishing move. Paul Farrell's going through the middle of all of them. Look at this. Well, it's suddenly exploded. Farrell's gone from 4th to 1st in one move. Incredible. Now, has he made his move too early, though? Has he made his move too early? You've got to get your finishing move absolutely right, as we said yesterday, just like in a running race. Winrow round the outside. He'll get 2nd place back from Power. Webb tried the inside. He didn't even think of Paul Farrell there. Has Farrell timed it right? Can he hang on? They've got to go down through Stowe yet. That's where the biggest changes could happen. Here they come. Has Paul Farrell shot his bolt too early, so to speak? He's got to really defend here now. Power to the inside. Paul Farrell made the move too early. Power to one side. Winrow to the other. And here comes Webb up the inside. Winrow's going to try and throw it round the outside of everybody. Is he going to make that stick? Yes, he's done it. That could be the definitive move. What's going to happen at Club Corner between these 4? Here they come. Down towards Club. Winrow's got the inside line. Power on the outside into the left-hander. Power's got it crossed up. He's lost his chance now, surely. It's going to be a double for Jamie Winrow in car number 46. Here they come out of the final corner. Jamie Winrow comes in for the double. Tom Power comes over in 2nd. Robin Webb 3rd. And poor old Paul Farrell, after that move at the start of the last lap, doesn't even make the podium. He will be kicking himself for that. 5th goes to Ben Wheatley. He caught up the lead battlers in the end as well. Alaric Barney recovers to 6th after an off at Club. Then Groom, Evans, Riddington and Hood round out the top 10.
Jamie Winrow wins by 0.8 seconds.
0.8 of a second, the winning margin for Jamie Winrow over Tom Power rather. Ben Power races Legends cars. Rest of the field comes home, will confirm the result shortly. Great battle for 12th as well. It was Lydia Gould who topped out that one. Goodness me. Alaric Barney got the fastest lap of the race on his recovery up to 6th. Sounding the horns as they come round on their lap of honour. And Jamie Winrow, on his debut in Sigma 135, takes a double. Let's take a look at the result then. Jamie Winrow the winner by 0.8 of a second over Tom Power. It was Robin Webb who came home in 3rd, and poor old Paul Farrell made his finishing move too early and was slipstreamed on the hanger straight. He has to settle for 4th. 1.2 seconds covers the top 4. Ben Wheatley 5th ahead of Alaric Barney. 7th for Richard Groom. Then it was Neil Evans, Fraser Riddington and John Hood completing the top 10. Alistair Curry next ahead of Lydia Gould, Andrew Cooper, Giles Derry and Callum Walker, one of the young guns of the championship, in the top 15. We lost a couple of our potential front runners there, a tangle on the first lap between Mark Noaro and James McCall, sadly. But a couple of cars were non-starters, Mike Hilton and Chris Griffith, but everybody else made its home. Cracking stuff. Let's head down to Park Ferme with Ian Waterhouse here from Son of the Drivers.
Wow, oh wow, I can feel the heat coming off the cars here. I'm going to have a quick chat with Jamie. Now, Jamie, you came in, you shaking your head, unbelievable.
Oh my God, I thought yesterday was hard work, but blimey, that was just next level. Me and Tom must have gone side by side through Stowe about 15 times. Like, we were literally inches off each other, and today he was braking later into Stowe, which is the bit that I had on him yesterday. So we were literally going to side by side the whole way. And we managed to get a little gap again, but we were battling so much. We were going side by side every corner. So then the other guys caught us. Going on to the last lap into the first corner, I'm fourth because I got such a terrible exit.
Doesn't seem to mean anything though, being fourth. You could go fourth to first in the corner.
No, luckily I nicked one into the chicane and then got a really good exit onto the Hanger Straight, and yeah, managed to hold it around the outside of Stowe. And then the last corner was chaos. Well, I think everyone got a load of oversteer, and luckily managed to cling onto it as well, so very happy indeed.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a way to start the season. I know it means a lot. Fantastic. Don't go too far because Chris wants to have a chat as well. Robin.
Well done, mate. Well done.
I mean, we were in there thinking, right, who are we going to have for top three? We just don't know.
Yeah, I know.
And
We
you're
knew
here,
either,
which is great.
We didn't know it. We didn't know either. Could have done with a slightly longer race, I think.
Well, I don't know if our heart would cope with a slightly longer race, but
yeah, no, or our tyres. They were going off towards the end there. It was pretty skiddy, but
it's getting colder here, isn't it?
I'm not. No, not in those cars. I'm sweating like a.
I'll sit in your car because I'm freezing.
Please do. Yeah, they're lovely and warm.
Look, congratulations,
Thank you.
Robin.
Good
Really,
fun.
really fantastic stuff.
It's great, wasn't it?
Tom, my word.
Nice to see you again, Ian.
It's really good to see you two again. We're making a habit of this, aren't we? I mean, that was sensational.
That was yesterday plus, and yesterday was awesome. So yeah, side by side with Jamie. He's a great driver, really clean, and we kept it clean. But when I watched the footage back yesterday, it was a bit dull. So I thought I'd let a few more people get involved, overtake a bit more, entertain the crowds.
He's doing that for our entertainment. What a guy!
Yeah.
What a guy!
And fortunately, we all came home in one piece, apart from my wing.
The racing is just absolutely incredible. Like I said, you're that close at that speed. I mean, what goes through your head?
I'm actually quite calm. It feels like a bit of a test day sometimes when you're dicing like that. Yeah, we were just dogfighting. Only got really serious on the last couple of laps.
Listen, Tommy's picture here at Silverstone. All right, we're not going to let it happen again, are we?
Next year I'm having him. Definitely.
Tom, thanks for being a great sport. Thanks for talking to us, and congratulations. It's been a really
Thanks,
successful weekend. Thanks so much. Right, the next race is due to get underway. It's going to be another cracker, so don't go anywhere. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to talk you through the action.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Ian. We mentioned that Mike Hilton wasn't able to take the start in that race. Thanks to Mike, who was watching on our YouTube feed for that one. Cheers, Mike, for looking on. See how his competitors were doing. Aidan Millwood also says, keep expecting to hear me say Jamie Whincup instead of Jamie Winrow, the Australian supercar legend. I shouldn't have read that because I'm going to have to stop myself saying that every time I say Jamie Winrow's name now. Anyway, we move on, getting ready to be thunderstruck for the second time this weekend. It's a cracking race yesterday for the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons for all the Fords. Malcolm Harding won the Blue Oval Saloon splits, and we caught up with some of the drivers ahead of this event.
Right, here we are in Park Ferme. Almost time actually for the second Boston Thunder Saloon race. Let's just grab a Colin voice. Colin.
Give the big boys a bit of a go then, didn't I?
You certainly did. A lot of love as well for this car, I have to say.
Oh yeah. I've just, after qualifying, the red lights come on. I only done 4 laps and they brought me in and said the race is over. So we come in, me and another couple of chaps, and off they went again for another 6 laps.
Ah, okay.
But the chap in the other circuit pressed the red light button for this circuit as well.
Oh, okay, right. A little bit of confusion there then, huh?
I wasn't that BMW. He thought he was going to climb all over me, so it was so determined. Little old Escort, 4-cylinder against that big old 6-cylinder. I'll give him some stick.
And of course, Colin, race 2,
yeah.
More of the same, yeah?
Well, it all depends if my heart keeps up with it.
You said it. Thanks for talking to us. It's always great to see you.
Yeah,
always great to
okay.
have a chat. All right.
One day you've got to have a go at this. what you said.
I did say that. Do you know what? I've spoken to a lot of people. I seem to be collecting drives this weekend. It's great. Cheers, come on.
See you then. Good luck.
Thank you. There you go. It looks like I've got to drive in this car. Maybe next time you see it, it might be me driving it. It is almost time for the race. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Thanks, Ian. Getting ready for a rolling start then for our second Thunder and Blue Oval race of the weekend. It should be Jason Davies in his Sapphire Cosworth, yesterday's winner, in pole position. The result of yesterday's race setting the grid for this one. Jason West in his BMW. We've already seen him out with the Kumho BMWs. Will be alongside him. And at the back of the grid, watch for fireworks from Andy Wilson, number 97, the Monaro. He qualified on pole in the Holden Monaro yesterday, but didn't start the race, so he starts from the back. Also, good to see Nick Vaughan the Prawn as he's known, in his Audi A3 is back out. His clutch exploded at the start of yesterday's race. He was frantically trying to source a replacement. He's done so, and he's on the grid. Jason Davies and Jason West on the front of the grid. Andy Robinson in his Ford Falcon V8 supercar is on the second row. Here we go with 15 minutes of racing. We get underway. What a lineup. Just look at them. Here we go. Watch for the power of Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon V8 supercar. Just call him Paul Radicic as he goes through into the lead on the inside. Jason West's BMW up there. Jason Davies bobbed down slightly in the Sapphire Cosworth with the giant rear spoiler. And then it's the charge of the Castrol Escorts. Colin Boyce in the Mark 1 version. He's in Thunder Saloons. Malcolm Harding, he's the leading Blue Oval runner. And he's up there right in the middle of the Thunder Saloons. Brian Bransom's BMW in there as well. Jason West has taken the lead in his repaired BMW after some contact in the BMW race earlier on. There's so many awesome cars down this line, there isn't a chance to go through all of them. We've got Andy Wilson coming through from the back in the Holden Monaro. Mike Manning in the Texaco Sierra Cosworth in there, you can see as well. Look at the way Malcolm Harding's going up there, going past all the Thunder Saloons. He's going for second overall here in the Mark II Zack Speed Escorts. Had a win here last weekend on this circuit with the modified Ford series. He's up to second ahead of Andy Robinson. Here comes Jason Davies. Look out. Oh, he's tagged. Oh, my goodness me. Over goes Malcolm Harding. Straight back on his wheels. Thankfully, he's escaped without too much damage there. That was a potentially disastrous moment. Malcolm Harding is almost certainly going to be out of the race. Thankfully, that car has landed the right way up. Let's hope he's okay. Well, Jason Davies, I think, has come through to the front of the field. Wow. Let's have a look. No, Jason West is still leading. I apologise. Davies is second. Robinson is in third place. Sorry for the slight confusion. We'll try and get a replay of that moment if we can. A spectacular incident at Club Corner as Neil Hargrave nearly loses the Sierra there. Let's have a look again. Jason Davies just charged down the inside, hits Robinson into Harding. Over goes the Escorts. A spectacular accident, but thankfully not a huge amount of damage resulting. Let's hope Malcolm Harding's all right. Colin Boyce had his race spoiled there as well. He was caught up. I think Malcolm Harding has, amazingly, he's rejoined. Safety car is out though. Yeah, that was a bit over-optimistic there by Jason Davies. He hit the side of Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon and sent that into Malcolm Harding, and the bulk of those two big Fords flipped Malcolm Harding's Escort over. Bar that bit of front end damage, you wouldn't know that's been on its roof, would you? He just literally bounced slightly up. Malcolm Harding, I don't think he even knows he went over there. He was straight back on the throttle and straight back in the race. Incredible. Safety car is out. I assume because of that incident. I don't think anything else has happened. It gives us a chance to take stock of a few things. Let's have a look where Andy Wilson's up behind Paul Eaton in the classic Holden Commodore, the two Holdens together. So he's up to 12th place. Malcolm Harding, that is cool as a cucumber. Is he coming into the pits or is he keeping going? No, he's keeping going. He doesn't care. Car's got four wheels. Just a bit of bodywork damage, no mechanical damage. He's keeping going. Let's see if we can see that again. And just how lucky Malcolm Harding was. See this while the safety car was out. Now Jason Davies in the Sierra up the inside. He hits Robinson. Harding was turning back from the outside. 3 into 1 didn't go. The bulk of the other cars pushes Harding over. But Malcolm Harding barely blinks, and aside the loss of a headlamp and a bit of bodywork damage, barely anything wrong with the car, and he's kept it going. Extraordinary. Jason West then is your leader, ahead of Jason Davies, Andy Robinson. It's Neil Hargrave. There he is, still going. Neil Hargrave's fourth in the Thunder Saloon Sierra, and Fraser Huntley, the Scotsman, all the way from Aberdeenshire, in his Nissan Primera, based on a super touring car, that one, but now with a very modified engine, is in fifth. There's the Team Prawn Racing Audi A3 of Nick Vaughan. He managed to find a clutch for that car overnight after the clutch exploded at the start of yesterday's race. He's one of the ambassadors for Club Racing UK. Good to see him back out. Okay then, getting ready for a restart. There's first time he gets a good look at Mike Manning's Texaco Sierra there. Beautiful car, that one. So we're back underway. West from Davies. Now Hargrave in third place as they crossed the line. Did Neil Hargrave jump the start slightly there? I think he took Andy Robinson before they crossed the line. We'll have to see about that. Jason West, minus his bumper after that contact in the BMW race earlier on, leads the way. It's a lightweight BMW M3 now. Jason Davies in second. And Malcolm Harding's already making his way back up the order. There's Brian Branson. So he's had problems somewhere as well, because he was up at the front. It's all happening in Thunder Saloons. And now who's leading the Blue Oval split? Now it's Mike Manning in the Texaco Sierra Cosworth, the Eggenberger team lookalike. He's leading the Blue Oval series. Okay, pulls for breath. West leads. Davies second. It's the battle of the giant rear wings out in front. Jason Davies, yesterday's winner in the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth. Good to have him back out. Neil Hargrave third. And there is the Matt Neal lookalike Janspeed Primera. He's got ahead of Andy Robinson in the Aussie V8 supercar. There's retro touring car tributes everywhere you look this week. Not least Mike Manning. Famous Texaco colours, made famous in the 80s by the Eggenberger team. Steve Soper was their lead driver, but through goes Colin Boyce, recovering that very rapid Mark 1 Escort. He's in the historic Thunder Saloon class. Here come your leaders, West and Davies. Blue Oval Saloon's led by Manning. Second Blue Ovaler is Martin Reynolds, the reigning champion of the number 27 Escorts. And third is James Dunkley in his red Fiesta XR2 as Jason Davies takes the lead down the Hanger Straight. The Cosworth gets ahead. And they've gone clear of Neil Hargrave, used to race a Mark II Escort, now in the Thunder Saloon Sierra, which was owned by Piers Grange, who we saw out in his Mustang earlier on. He's a multiple Blue Oval champion as well. Neil Hargrave, I remember winning his first ever race at Linden Hill a few years ago. Only done track days until then. He's up in third. Huntley and Robinson next. The leaders over the line together. Mike Manning is sixth. He's leading the Blue Ovalers. Behind him, Colin Boyce. Then it's Ryan Steele in his extremely modified Citroen Saxo. I'm not sure what he's got under the bonnet of that little pocket rocket, but he's absolutely flying back in the pack. Ian Craig behind him. We saw his son Ross out in the Pre-03s earlier. Just listen to the rumble of Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon V8 supercar. Sounds like an aircraft taking off. The Aussies don't do things by halves when it comes to motor racing. And I think Robinson might have a problem. He started to drop back, and look who's got ahead of him. Andy Wilson from the back of the grid is up into fifth position in the big Monaro. Well, if those two V8s were running together, no wonder it sounded like an aircraft taking off. Davies still leads from West. Drivers are loving this. Davies swings it in. To club corner, chased by the bumperless BMW of Jason West. And there is Andy Wilson in the big Valvoline Holden Monaro, the car that qualified on pole yesterday, failed to start, so he's had to come through from the back. That Primera's going well too. I think I read somewhere that's now got a Honda engine under the bonnet. Where's Malcolm Harding up to in the order now? Let's have a look down the timing screen. He's up to 19th. Chased by Brian Branson, who's recovering in his BMW. Mike Manning leads the Blue Oval splits. There's a Honda of AJ Owen as well. He from a Pre-03 multiple champion, trying Classic Thunder this year. It doesn't get much more thunderous than that V8 supercar. Got the historic equivalent further back in the pack as well, in the hands of Paul Eaton. Andy Wilson now goes third. Now how's he lapping compared to our leaders? And about the same pace as Davies and West. Let's see if he can catch them. Awesome Sierra Thunder Saloon of Neil Argrave behind him. Such a classic shape for fans of Thunder Saloons in the 80s and 90s, that shape. Andy Wilson, who's raced special saloons over the edges, racing Toyota's Starlet special saloon, among others. And the leaders into some lappery now. They're coming up on Michael Rudge with his Mark II Fiesta XR2. There's James Wall on his debut in the XJS. We've got a glimpse of Colin Claxton's new Escort Mark II as well. So many stunning cars, we haven't managed to mention all of them, sadly. One that has pulled in to retire, sadly, Tom Abbott with his new Sapphire Cosworth in the Martini livery of the Ford Rally team. Really stunning looking car that one is, but it's out of the race, unfortunately. There's James Wall in Tom Lenthall's XJS. He goes a lap down to Jason Davies. And there's Craig Owen, father of AJ, in the Sierra. It's the Blue Oval battle. He's got former Blue Oval champion Chris Brown with his newly rebuilt Fiesta XR2. That's got a nearly 300 horsepower Duratec engine under the bonnet. Behind him, I think that's Rob Taylor's Ford Fiesta ST. Yes, it is. They're about to be lapped by our race leader. There's West in the background. The gap is 3.7 seconds now between these two. There's 4.5 minutes of the race to go. Andy Wilson now up into third position. Let's see if he can catch these two. His last lap was a 109.3. The leader was a 109.2. West did a 110.6. So I reckon Andy Wilson could get second here. There's Andy Robinson. He's got back ahead of Fraser Huntley in the Nissan Primera. The Matt Neal Team Dynamics looking like. Craig Owen waves Jason West through to lap him. There's Wilson. Massive Holden. As I said yesterday, it's not until you stand next to an Aussie supercar, young Laurel, you realise just how big they are. That is an enormous car, Zanara. Great drive by the man from Doncaster. Last to third, he could still get second yet if he can catch Jason West. So far, just the one retirement. That's Tom Abbott's Martini Sierra. There's one of the Super Touring cars, Rob Salisbury in the ex-Paula Cook Honda. Now in the works Honda colours of the mid-90s. He goes a lap down. There's Malcolm Harding, still going. Where's he got up to after he's 17th? Second in his class behind Martin Reynolds in the Blue Ovals. Blue Oval led overall by Mike Manning, who's in Class S for cars on slicks. There he is. Beautiful Texaco Sierra. Mike Manning, 45 years of racing driving. He's raced everything over the years. Began his career in motocross. He loses out there to Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3 Special. He's up into the top 10 now. And there's Colin Claxton, that gorgeous Marlboro Escort. Great to see Nick Vaughan out there. Somebody clearly answered his appeal for a clutch overnight for that car. Vaughan the Prawn, as he's known. And he's got some supporters on our YouTube. Black and white flag being shown. Who's that for? 177 Fraser Huntley with a warning there. Simon Collier has retired the Vauxhall Tigra space frame into the pits. Simon, the ex-Bangor racer from up in Staffordshire. Used to race for the BARC boys Bangor team at Hinsford Hills Raceway. He's out of it, sadly. Our leader, we haven't forgotten about Jason Davies. He's lapped Clive Hainsford in the RX-7 engine Mazda RX-8 rotary car. Sadly struggling a bit this weekend with the long straights. No shame for Clive. Racing since the 70s. There he is. Very down on power this weekend, unfortunately, the Mazda. Malcolm Harding still battling on in his battle-scarred Escort. I cannot believe how lightly that car has escaped. Oh, Nick Vaughan slowing down again. Well, at least he got out there for the race. He'll try and limp it to the finish, I'm sure. About to be lapped by our leader. He was in the top 10. There is the leader, there's the Audi. What a shame for Nick Vaughan, he was going so well, and he come through from the back. Jason Davies is heading for a Classic Thunder double. There's Andy Wilson, the ex-British GT, Holden Monaro in third place behind Jason West. Less than 30 seconds on the clock now. Will it be checkered flag this time? I think we might get one more lap out of this. Jason Davies laps one of the BMWs there. That's Clint Chalmers in the Schnitzer lookalike. Now, will it be checkered flag this time? No, it is last lap. 3 seconds too early, the race leader there. So we will get one more lap out of this. Jason Davies. An awesome Sapphire Cosworth. Looks more like a time attack car than a race car. That big spoiler. Fantastic field. Full credit again to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for assembling such impressive grids. There's the Paul Eaton Holden Commodore. Great to have the classic Aussie V8 out there as well. Through Stowe for the final time goes Jason Davies, surviving that collision with Andy Robinson early on. Blue Oval split is going to be won by Mike Manning, so it's going to be a Ford Sierra double. Davies around Club Corner for the final time. His extraordinary looking Sierra Cosworth comes in to take the victory. Checkered flag, win goes to Davies. Jason West comes over in second, just over 3 seconds down at the flag. Completing the podium will be Andy Wilson, a fine drive from the back of the grid. Neil Hargrave, I think, will take fourth in the Sierra Thunder Saloon. Then it will be Andy Robinson in the Falcon. He comes through. Sixth behind him, we will see Fraser Huntley. There is the Nissan Primera. That was originally a 1993 touring car built by the Janspeed team. Then became a show car in Matt Neal's colours, hence the livery there. He comes over in sixth. No, not sixth, seventh. He was passed on the line there by Colin Boyce in the Escort. Eighth goes to Ian Craig in the BMW CSL. Ninth, AJ in Honda Civic. And Ryan Steele in the Saxo rounds out the top 10. I think we may have lost Mike Manning. Now, that'll have implications. Yes, Martin Reynolds has won the Blue Oval split. Malcolm Harding takes it home. There's Mike Manning. He's had a problem on the last lap. He's finished, but he's lost the Blue Oval win to Martin Reynolds. And Malcolm Harding has just finished third in the Blue Oval Saloon Series and second in class. 14th, having got upside down. Extraordinary. There's Martin Reynolds in the Ukraine flag liveried Escort. He's won the Blue Oval split. Bad luck to Mike Manning in the Texaco Cosworth. Had an issue on the last lap and dropped down about half a dozen places. But he's lost the Blue Oval win as well. And there is Malcolm Harding. What can you say? Here's the result then. Jason Davies the winner by 3 seconds ahead of Jason West, and a fine drive by Andy Wilson to come through to win his class and complete the podium ahead of Neil Hargrave and Andy Robinson. Colin Boyce wins his class in 6th, as does Fraser Huntley in 7th. Other class winners, and the overall Blue Oval win goes to Martin Reynolds, snatching it from Mike Manning on the last lap. Manning wins his class though. Other class winners, well, I was going to say Paul Eaton in Class H1, but he pulled into the pits on the last lap, so that may not be classified. Class D of the Blue Ovalers goes to James Dunkley. The invitation class to Rob Salisbury's Honda Accord Super Tourer. And the only car in the Classic Thunder Slicks category was Simon Collier, and he failed to finish. Just a couple of retirements in that one. We lost Nick Vaughan towards the end, of course. James Wall pulled the XJS into the pits as well. We lost Tom Abbott, Sierra and Simon Collin. More Caterham action next then, but we'll shortly head down to Parc Ferme to hear from some of our Thunder Saloon and Blue Oval racers.
Well, I think that race pretty much had everything in it, didn't it? But once again, Jason Davies picking up a win just like he did yesterday too. He's got a big smile on his face, you can see that, can't you? And he's got that massive wing on the back to quite incredible stuff. We're going to grab a word of him very, very shortly. We'll just wait for a number of the other cars to come in as well. They do make a nice sight, don't they? Look, as they come across. There's our good friend Colin Voice over there as well. There he goes, look. Through he goes, that's Colin Voice. We know him very, very well. In fact, we spoke to him this weekend too. And look at the Primera, look at the Nissan Primera just coming across. If you can see it, Hundley there, look at that, fantastic. Oh my word, what a sight, what a treat it really has been here at Silverstone. I can see our good friend AJ Owen coming down as well in the Honda. So not too long to go, we'll grab a quick word. Do stay with us, hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. It's been an absolute blinding weekend with the classic touring cars, hasn't it? This is the Boss and Thunder. Hear them roar, and roar they certainly do indeed. I think now we can jump in with Jason. Jason, bit of deja vu actually, isn't it really, this?
It is, yeah. Luckily though, this race was, well, from my point of view anyway, it was a lot more plain sailing than yesterday. We had some issues with the car yesterday, but we sorted them overnight. Massive thanks to my dad, he worked away hard. And yeah, the car's spot on today, so yeah, absolutely brilliant.
It's that big wing at the back, isn't it? That doesn't.
It's the big wing. It's all about the wing.
It's all about the wing. Great way to start the season. Congratulations.
Thank you very
really
much.
Happy for you. Jason Davies there. We've got Martin Reynolds actually as well. We've got Malcolm Harding too. Shall we? Now, if you watch the coverage, you might have seen Malcolm Harding. He rolled the car and carried on. So quite exciting stuff indeed. We're not going to be able to have a word of him, unfortunately, and it's almost time for the next race, so I'm going to have to hand back to Dave Goddard, your commentator, to take you through the action.
Well, thanks Ian, certainly a remarkable race there, thanks to the Thunder Saloons and Blue Ovalers. We now move on to our final Caterham race of the weekend, the Caterham Graduates Sigmax and Sigma 150 race. This will be a 25-minute race, and earlier in the weekend, once again, we caught up with some of the drivers.
Well, I'm pleased to say the weather is certainly improving here today at Silverstone, which makes a big difference, doesn't it, for the Caterhams. Not too long to go now before the Sigmax and Sigma 150 second race of the day. I did want to come and chat to this young man over here in the red overalls. Peter, you're going to have to come talk to me, because I just wanted to go happy birthday to you for the other day.
Thank you very much. First time in the car, absolutely superb. I got very screwly towards the end. I finally realised as the pedal got longer, I had really bad brake fade. So once I realised, but what it's so the brakes. Well, when they're working properly, the brakes are immense.
I can see it on your face. Look, the good thing is, of course, race 2, you've got to do it all again. But I imagine you learned an awful lot from race 1.
Well, in race 1, I managed to make a good start. I always usually make good starts in the classic. I didn't know. I just made a note. If it didn't start well, it doesn't matter. It's the first time. But I made a good start and I stayed with the lead pack. Yeah. And well, you can learn from them. So I was learning the lines, so hopefully I'll do that tomorrow. But I made a couple of mistakes which brought me back, and it might have been due to the brakes, because they were definitely classic brakes by the end of it. So brilliant time, thanks.
Really, really good to see you again, Peter, as
Thank
well.
you.
Thanks for stopping and talking to us. If you've got time, let's just come for a little walk with me, because I want to go find John Curry as well. Let's have a chat with him. We've it's part of CTS Motorsport as well. Sorry, chaps, can I just squeeze through? Thank you very much. Let's just grab John here. Here he is. Right, here is John. It's good to see you again, buddy. How are you, first of all?
Frustrated.
Okay.
Terrible performance. Qualified 9th, was hoping to be top 5 and went backwards from the beginning. Just got mugged every time down the back straight, and I couldn't even stay in anybody's toe today.
Well,
so
look, I've got some good news for you.
What's that?
You've got another race to do.
I know, yeah. I'm starting 11th in the second race, so we'll see if we can make some progress from there. It's not good enough.
But you've learned an awful lot, I take it. What's happened, what's gone wrong, you can solve for race 2?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I don't know, in terms of it might be a power issue with engine-wise. You know, if I can't stay in a toe down the back straight, there's something wrong with the car, not just the squidgy bit behind the wheel, you know.
You said it. I didn't say it. Look, best of luck. Right, good to see you again. Right, John Corrie there. Right, let a hand back to Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Here we go.
Round they come to the grid then. Once again, the Sigma 150 Caterhams, the more powerful ones, will start off from the front, and then the Sigmax is behind. Harry Senior, number 28, will start in pole position. Winner of the earlier race, good scrap with Stephen Clark. Now hopefully Stephen has repaired after his tangle with a back marker on the last lap of the earlier race. He should be starting third on the grid. It should be 143 Alan Curtis on the front row, Stephen Clark on row 2 alongside Ben Winrow, the runner-up from earlier, Simon Shaw and Toby Clues on row 3. 25-minute race this one. Sigmax headed up by Max Haynes, who was a dominant winner in the first affair. Will Rayson will start alongside him in the number 5. There they are in the background. Just waiting to see if Stephen Clark and Michael Downing have been able to repair their cars and get back out for this one. Starting to form up then. Yes, Stephen Clark is there. That's good to see, number 25. Alongside him, Ben Winrow in the blue-red car. Chris Skilcorn into line. 1-2-1, the all-red car is Harry Kramer. He's normally a leading player. Second in the points last year, behind Jamie Elwood, the number 1. Jamie didn't have the best of times in qualifying. He's back in 8th place on the grid this time. Black and day-glow orange car on the left there, behind Ben Winrow in line. Staggered grid for this one. Max Haynes and Will Rayson heading up the Sigmax grid. Max Haynes, fresh out of karting. His first ever car racing win earlier on, by a clear margin as well. Last couple of cars just being moved into line at the back. I'm not sure if Michael Downing, the other car involved in the collision earlier on, is there. He has said in the notes he provided prior to this race weekend, he has been involved in a fair few scrapes in his career, unfortunately, and sadly race 1 rang true as well. I hope he is there. Can't quite see right to the back of the grid there, but the green flag waves at the back. We're ready to go racing. 25 minutes of action. He is there, number 52, so that's good to see. Michael Downing is back out. Red lights are on. Final Caterham race of the weekend about to get underway, and here we go. First away are the Sigma 150s. Down towards the first corner. Good start by Alan Curtis. Decent start. Poor start by Harry Senior. He goes out wide. Has he got a problem there, or has he just bogged down? Well, Stephen Clark gets a good getaway. It's Alan Curtis who leads around the first corner in car number 143. That was a disappointing start by Harry Senior. He'll try and race his way back up though. One car running wide onto the grass almost there, further back in the order as they start to sort themselves out. Now here come the Sigmax cars, and it's Will Rayson, number 5, who's made the best start ahead of Max Haynes in the treble 1. They start to sort themselves out then. The leaders overall will be heading down the hanger straight. Will Rayson leads Max Haynes and Glenn Burtonshaw, the green number 72. And here are the leaders, and my goodness, is that Harry Senior has got himself back in front already? No, it's Stephen Clark, sorry. Clark into the lead then ahead of Winrow. Third is Alan Curtis. There's Senior up on the inside, side by side with Jamie Elwood, the reigning champion. Down towards Club for the first time. Clark leads. Winrow second, side by side for third. Alan Curtis from the front row of the grid, chased by Harry Senior. I'm not sure what happened to him, whether he missed a gear off the line. Sigmax heading round the right-hander at Stowe as they complete the first lap. Stephen Clark moves to cover the line as they go into Abbey, chased by Winrow. Up into third is Senior. He's got past Alan Curtis. Then it's Jamie Elwood and looks like Simon Shaw next in the order ahead of Toby Clues. As they head into their second lap. 25, Stephen Clark. His repaired car after that tangle with a back marker on the last lap of race number 1. Former supercar champion leads the way from Ben Winrow. In 3 cars line astern, headed by Harry Senior. Harry was the Sigmax champion last year ahead of Stephen Clark and Ben Winrow. They're all now in the more powerful Sigma 150s. Max Haynes has taken the lead of the Sigmax division. Over the outside there is Jamie Elwood, one of the most experienced men in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. There is one driver out there, number 80, Peter Tattersall, has been racing with the club since its inception in 1998. He's raced every season with them. Fair play to him. He's towards the back of the order at the moment. Swing their way through there. Harry Senior a little bit sideways. There's Toby Clues ahead of Simon Shaw. And behind them, looks like it's the 44 of Chris Skilcorn, possibly. Clark defending his lead from Winrow. There's the second group headed by Max Haynes. Chased by Will Rayson and the rest of them. 156 there is Paul Richardson from North Yorkshire. Glenn Burtonshaw is third in this group, and he's got the number 20 of Andy Molson behind him. Is it going to be Maximum Haynes with 2 poles and 2 victories? Jamie Elwood running a bit wide there. He's up to third place. Harry Senior's lost out to the reigning champion there. Stephen Clark is trying to break away in the 25. Alan Curtis going well up there in second place. Began his career in karts and has progressed up the Caterham ladder. Jamie Elwood in third place. Harry Senior, the 28s. Reigning Sigmax champion, looking to add the 150 crown this year. He's got ahead of Ben Winrow, who's been shuffled down to 5th in there. He must have made a mistake somewhere, because he's lost about 3 places. 79 Jeff Newman moving up behind Harry Kramer into the picture now. Behind him is Chris Skillicorn in the 44. Here comes Harry Senior. He jinks out to the right, trying to get past Jamie Elwood. Elwood bangs wheels with him. No, you don't, says the champion. And he's gone through past Alan Curtis into second place as a result of that. So he moved into attack. I don't think that was intentional, that bit of wheel banging. He was moving to pass Alan Curtis and didn't know Harry Senior was there. Senior tries again. He says, OK, I'll try and take both of you then if you're going to bang around like that. Ben Winrow in behind them, then Shaw. And who's that in behind? The green car of Toby Clues. Nice little breakaway of half a dozen cars for second, but leader Stephen Clark is starting to go clear. His lead at the end of the previous lap was 1.7 seconds. That's an eternity in Caterham terms. Jamie Elwood now up into second position ahead of Alan Curtis. Senior breaks the toe and moves out wide. Ben Winrow's going for the inside as well. Alan Curtis can't move both 2 ways at once. He's going to be swallowed up here. Get Curtis back to 5th. They swarmed either side of him there. Jamie Elwood in second place. And now are they going to start to reel in Stephen Clark? They're all over each other for second. A lock up there for Jamie Elwood. He missed his braking point for club. Just about gets the car stopped in time. Third place it's Senior, then Winrow, Curtis and Shaw. The order changing all the time, as in all the best Caterham races it does. Now what's going to happen down the Hamilton Straight this time? Elwood moves to the inside, so does Jeff Newman, trying to make up places further back. Oh, and a bit of push and shove again there. Ben Winrow gets the hip and shoulder, as Charlie Cox would have said. Onto the grass there from Jamie Elwood. He's kept it going, and I don't think he's lost any places. Good save, Ben Winrow. Stays ahead of Alan Curtis. I thought Ben Winrow was going to be sent flying off into the barriers there, but he managed to save it. Harry Senior's got through for second as a result of that, ahead of Elwood. It's Curtis, Shaw, Clues, Kramer, Newman and the rest of them. Here's the battle further back in the Sigmax division, and Will Rayson is not giving Max Haynes any peace at all. They're passing number 150 there of Bronik Masayada. Not sure where that name comes from. Fine sight they make, charging down the Hanger Straight. Still just under 19 minutes of this race to go. Harry Senior under fire from Elwood, who locks up again. I think he might be having 1 or 2 handling issues here. Winrow is 4th. Then Curtis. There goes our leader, Stephen Clark. Did a great start, pulled away in the early stages. Now can he hold it? Senior's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:15.243. Cut the lead by a couple of tenths on that lap. There's Harry Kramer. He's got ahead of Clues for 7th place. Here's the battle for the lead in the Sigmax. Will Rayson going for it into Abbey. He's got the inside line and he's through. Good move by Will Rayson in the number 5 car, the man from Gloucestershire. Max Max Haynes from London tries to fight back up the inside into Village, and he retakes him. Glenn Burtonshaw hanging on behind them in the 72 as well, one of the favourites for the Sigmax title this year. Highest scorer to remain in the category from last year, the top three having all moved to Sigma 150 as we mentioned. Still a long way to go in this final Caterham race of the weekend. Will Rayson fighting back, Jamie Elwood fighting back. He locks up every time into club there. Are his brakes giving him trouble, I wonder? Brakes or handling? The car doesn't look at ease. Toby Clues under fire from Jeff Newman. The lead gap, has it come down? Yes, 2.9 seconds this time through. Ben Winrow is just on the fastest lap of the race, 1:14.646. Clearly no ill effects from his grassy moments earlier on at Abbey. Elwood to the inside, Winrow shadowing. Elwood will go into second place at Village. Through they go. Here's the battle in Sigmax. Max Haynes and Will Rayson, still nothing to separate them as they came over the line there. So they're just 0.1 of a second apart. Haynes leads it, Burtonshaw is third. And in behind them looks like it's the 20 car of Andy Molson is going well. Here are the second place fight going into Stowe. Elwood at the inside ahead of Senior, Winrow and Curtis tucked in behind. This is all allowing Stephen Clark, number 25, to escape. He wants to make up for his non-finish earlier on. Jamie Elwood is really taking some risks there, unless it is a brake problem going into Club Core. He locks up every time, brakes as late as he dares. Harry Senior staying with him, and Elwood bounced off the curb, went wide there. Senior had to lift momentarily. This is allowing Ben Winrow to have a go. They're all over each other down the Hamilton straight. Curtis getting in there as well, and Simon Shaw. 5 of them for second place. Senior round the outside, takes second as they run towards Farm. Then Winrow in behind them. Here's the battle in the Sigmax division, and Will Rayson's second lead, and Burtonshaw's going through into second place. Good move there, Glenn Burtonshaw at Club Corner. Andy Molson is now fourth in the division there. He is up behind them, the optician below trade. Will Rayson's run wide, he's onto the grass. That could lose him the class lead. Nice recovery, but Max Haynes is surely going to go through and take the lead of the Sigmax division. Yes, he has. There's a few cars suffering 1 or 2 issues, I think, with their handling. Could be the... I'm sure it's the tyres going off or the brakes or what it is. Still 15 minutes of this race to go, though. Not sure if there's any fluid down on the circuit, of course. So Clark leads, Senior now second, Winrow's up to third. Elwood has been relegated to fourth. Then it's Alan Curtis, then Simon Shaw. Well, there goes Stephen Clark. He'll be wondering where everybody else has got to. He leads by 3.6 seconds now. What's going to happen into Abbey this time? Down the straight they come. Alan Curtis trying to have a go at James Elwood. Elwood turns in. He makes a little bit of a mistake there over the curbs. There's something definitely amiss with the handling of that number 1 car, I think. There's Max Haynes. He's still leading the Sigmax category. Where is Will Rayson? He's dropped back. We saw him have a moment earlier on at Village. There's number 97 Oliver Smith, one of the championship sponsors. Where's he in the race order? Quite a way back, I think, unfortunately. He's 23rd, chased by Max Haynes. Yes, I think we may have lost Will Rayson, unfortunately. The number 5 hasn't come through on that lap. That's a great shame. He's fighting for the lead in Sigmax. So it's Haynes that leads now from Burtonshaw and Molson in our Sigmax class. Passes Oliver Smith there in the 97. 13.5 minutes of the race to go. Clark leads by just over 3 seconds. Harry Senior did cut the gap at the front of the field that time through by about half a second. It's a battle between 1:22. That's Gary Curtis fighting it out further back. Behind him is the 130. I think that wasn't Roger Gaunt. There's 24 Ben Winrow in third place ahead of Alan Curtis, and Elwood's lost another place down into 5th place. he can't seem to keep up that pace at the front of the field. Simon Shaw could get through. Looks like it's the blues for Elwood in this race. He pulls out though, he's having a go again at Alan Curtis. Harry Kramer behind Simon Shaw, then Clues, Newman, Skillicorn, and the number 61 car of Angus McLean. There he is round the outside of Doug Christie in the 67. Here's the third place fight now, and it looks like a fourth place fight, I should say. Yes, Elwood's got back ahead of Alan Curtis. So, Ben Winrow makes a mistake, runs wide there at club. Stephen Clark leads over the line now. What's the gap this time? 2.5 seconds. They're starting to reel in Stephen Clark now. Ben Winrow is third. Curtis back up the inside. He's going to retake Jamie Elwood. I wonder if his suspension may have been slightly damaged. That bit of wheel banging earlier on. We can but speculate at the moment. Simon Shaw in the yellow car behind him, and Harry Kramer. There is the Sigmax leader, Sigmax Haynes. Andy Molsom's come through past Burtonshaw into second in class now. And there is Kevin Barrett, number 4, further back in fourth in class. Swing their way through Village. Max Haynes heading for 2 out of 2 in the Sigmax division. In Sigma 150 it is far less clear cut. Simon Shaw the next to have a go at Jamie Elwood. There's our leader. We haven't forgotten about Stephen Clark. And the gap is coming down, you can see. 42 cars started this race, and I'm pleased to say that at the moment all 42 are still running. The gap is down to 1.8 seconds. They are catching Stephen Clark. Ben Winrow in third. He's got the fastest lap of the race still, 1:14.646. Curtis heads the train for fourth, ahead of Elwood, Shaw and Kramer. Newman, Clues and Skillicorn round out the first 10. And there's Glenn Burtonshaw. He's got the 56 and Paul Armitage up behind him. Ex-Honda CRX racer. He's done 6 and 2 CVs as well in his time, and a few 24-hour races. Max Haynes continues to lead the Sigmax. 199 there, Michael Curley, the blue car ahead of him. His next target to pass in the Sigma 150s. It's a decent overall result as well. Currently in the overall classification, Haynes is 22nd. Christie, 67. He's a steady performer. A successful runner and skier as well as racing driver, Doug Christie. Jamie Elwood falling back into the clutches of Kramer. Harry Kramer's got ahead of Simon Shaw there. Jeff Newman having a go at Toby Clues. Over the line they go. The lead gap is now down to 1.1 seconds. Harry Senior, fastest lap, 1:14.617. It's game on for Harry Senior. He's trying to catch Stephen Clark and resume their duel from earlier on. He's almost caught him now. His last lap was more than half a second quicker. There they are. You can see the gap now. Winrow in the blue and red car in third, and Curtis, Elwood and Kramer. Here come your leaders down the Hanger Straights, Clark, Senior and Winrow. And Ben Winrow making a double for the, well, a triple for the Winrow family after Jamie's 2 wins earlier on. Elwood making a move there into Stowe, trying to take fourth place back again from Alan Curtis. Here are the leaders, and Harry Senior's caught Stephen Clark, and the duel from race 1 is resumed. With 8.5 minutes just over of the race to go. It looked as though it was plain sailing for Stephen Clark, but you should never write anything off in a Caterham race, and Harry Senior's right with him. He's in the slipstream. Here he goes. He's going through down towards Abbey. Brilliant by Harry Senior, takes the lead. And the 28 car back in front once again, the reigning Sigmax champion against the former Supercar champion. Battle is joined for the second race in a row. Hopefully Stephen Clark will have banished any memories of the last lap of race 1 when he tangled with a back marker. Through the link. Ben Winrow on his own in third. There's a sense of deja vu going on here. The results of race 1 was Senior, Winrow, Elwood, Curtis and Skillicorn. Stephen Clark would have been up there, but he's back up the inside into Stowe and retakes the lead. Clark is not finished yet. You're thinking, how please no back markers. So plenty of laps to go yet, 7.5 minutes to go. Senior back to the inside at Club, retakes the lead again. The battle is well and truly on for the second race in a row. Out of Club, down the Hamilton straights. Senior moves to cover. There's Winrow looking on from behind them. Clark leads as they head out of Abbey through Farm up towards Village. On the Sigmax, back on the Sigmax division. Max Haynes continues to lead there. He's clear now of Molsom and Burtonshaw. There they are. He's in Sigma 150 traffic here. Just got past the 177 car, I think that is. Here are the overall leaders. Harry Senior will try the inside move. This is shades of Jamie Winrow and Tom Power from the previous race in the Sigma 135. Senior retakes the lead into Stowe. Ready to fight back though, Stephen Clark. Up towards the left at Club. He has a look for the inside there. Harry Senior holds him off. Mind games now between these two. They pull well clear of Ben Winrow in third. Here's the Sigmax. Max Haynes. Already staking his claim as a favourite for the title this year. He just got past 130 Roger Gaunt in a Sigma 150. There go the leaders. Harry Senior still ahead. Beware back markers will be the message now from their pit boards. That's car number 10 of Phil Clark about to be lapped, no relation to Stephen. And they come through Chapel towards the Hanger Straights, down towards Stowe. The leaders stream their way past Phil Clark and Stephen Clark, having a look on the inside, but Senior has it as they go into Stowe. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Final Caterham race of the weekend. Brilliant racing, as always, from the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Can Stephen Clark, well, his first aim will be to finish this race after his retirement earlier on, but can he win it? Can he get past Harry Senior? Back markers ahead, and the next one is 52 Michael Downing, the car that Stephen Clark tangled with earlier. Number 8, Peter Marsh, one of the longest serving drivers in this race, just ahead of the number 93, which is Rob Appleton. There's a battle further back, Jeff Newman fighting it out with the 66 car of Barry White. I won't make any puns, don't worry. Here come the leaders. Now, who is it ahead now? Still Senior ahead of Clark. They've got Michael Downing ahead of them in the 52. Stephen Clark has a look for the lead. In the closing stages now of this race for the Caterham Graduate Racing Club, Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories. In Sigmax, it's looking set to be a win for Max Haynes. There are the leaders. Looks like they've got past Michael Downing okay this time. There is Sigmax Haynes, as we'll call him. He's out for a Sunday drive out in front. 3 or 4 laps to go then for Harry Senior to hang on. What can Stephen Clark do? There's Paul Richardson, 156. Used to compete in the Peugeot GTI Rally Challenge back in the 90s. He'll be lapped soon by our leaders. somewhere in all this back marker traffic, they're going to have to be careful here. Stephen Clark especially will be mindful of what happened in race 1. He'll be very careful passing these back markers. Is Clark going to go for a move up the inside here as they lap the number 150 car, Chronic Masuyada? No, he thinks better of it. Through they go. Marshals will be waving the blue flags, of course, to warn the back markers the leaders are on them. And Sue gives them room. The inside into Club there, past one of them. Senior a little bit out of shape on the exit of the left-hander there. This is giving Clark a chance to get into the slipstream. He could make a move here down towards Abbey. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go, and here comes Stephen Clark. Now he's ready for an attack. Here he goes. He's in the slipstream. He pulls out. Down towards Abbey. No. Didn't quite get the momentum he needed. Through they come towards Farm and Village. Now, did Senior make a mistake there? Just out of our view. I can pick up there in a moment. I thought Senior went wide over the tarmac runoff area and may have lost out to Stephen Clark. We'll have to see as they come back into view. No, he's still there. Must have been a back marker I saw go wide. Yes, there's Harry Senior. Must have been seeing things there. Must have been one of the cars they've just lapped. Possibly that's 93 car of Rob Appleton, similar colour. Clark up the inside though as they go into Stowe Corner. Yes, he's through. Retakes the lead. Now what's Senior going to do into Club? I imagine this will be last lap this time. And they'll get the signal to go all out around this final lap. Plan their finishing moves. Through Club Corner, Stephen Clark leads. Has Senior played it right? Does he want to be in second heading into the final lap? 1 minute on the clock as they go over the line. Didn't see if the last lap board went out or not. I imagine it would have done as Senior goes for the inside. He goes through at Abbey. Now, Clark knows what he needs to do here. He needs to get up the inside at Stowe. If he can get past, defend, as if his life depends on it, into Club Corner for the last time. Through they go towards the link. Oh, and the leader made a mistake there. Harry Senior got a bit of a slide on. Stephen Clark goes through, but is that a ploy to get into Clark's slipstream, I wonder, and try and get back ahead into Stowe? Did he slip wide on purpose and drop behind Clark so he can do this? Slipstreams to the inside, and he's going to go through. Senior takes the lead. What can Stephen Clark do at Club? Clock about to count down to 0. Now, if that was intentional by Harry Senior, that's a very clever ploy to take the lead into Stowe at the next corner. Clark trying again. He's right on his tail there through Club Corner for the final time. Senior runs a little bit wide. Clark trying everything he can to get alongside. He's going to be very close indeed. There's the checkered flag, and Senior gets there. Clark second, 0.147 of a second, the margin of victory. 2 out of 2 for Harry Senior. This time Stephen Clark gets home in second place, and Ben Winrow completes the podium in third. The rest of the pack coming through in a line. It was Elwood 4th, Curtis 5th, Kramer 6th, Shaw 7th, Clues 8th, Newman 9th, Skillicorn 10th. And here is Sig Max Haynes, Maximum Haynes, 2 pole positions, 2 race victories. Well done, Max Haynes, the new sensation of Caterham Sig Max. Well, we saw Harry Senior slip wide at the link there and Stephen Clark dove through. But that meant Harry Senior was straight back into the slipstream and down the inside into Stowe. Not saying that was a ploy to get the slipstream down Hanger Straight, but you never know. Good tactical race by Harry Senior. Confirm the result in a second. Results as follows then. Senior the winner by 0.147 of a second ahead of Stephen Clark, with Ben Winrow third and a whole line of cars behind. Elwood, Curtis, Harry Kramer, Simon Shaw, Toby Clues, Jeff Newman and Chris Skillicorn completing the top 10. Barry White was next, ahead of Angus McLean, and Warner Christian Ems completing the top 15. In the Sig Max division, meanwhile, it was a win for Max Haynes ahead of Andy Molsom, Glenn Burton-Shaw in third. And Will Rayson did keep going, finished down in 27th place and only 4th in class, lost some ground midway through. We can head down to Ian in Parc Ferme to talk to some of the drivers.
Welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody. I can tell you something, Stephen Clark and Harry Senior are going to form some rivalry this season, aren't they? Yeah. Stephen, I'm glad to be talking to you now because things didn't quite go your way in race 1, but enough about that. That certainly made up for it now, didn't it?
Yeah, that was a good race. Honestly, about 3/4 way through, I thought they're not going to catch me, and I don't know what lap times Harry was putting in, but out on my own without a tow, I couldn't. I was working the tyres so hard to try and stay ahead, and I think I've cooked him, and he caught me, and like, fair play, man, for catching me from so far back. That was incredible.
It was so close though, wasn't it? You know, almost on the line. And you know, I don't think I can count high enough the amount of times you two overtook and retook each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I certainly am part of this club, part of the grads, just because the racing's so close, and when you have races like that, like, man, yeah, that was good.
I can see it means a lot. Second place, but what a second place that was. So Stephen Clark there, congratulations. Let's just move down to it. We'll catch up with Harry Senior very, very shortly. Max Haynes won the Sig Max, so let's have a chat with Max very quickly. We've got Andy Molsom here as well. He came second in the Sig Max, but let's quickly grab a word with Max now he's here.
Give me 1 sec.
I'll give you 2 seconds if you like. 1, 2. Right, now let's go into it. How nice of me. Well, let him get his helmet off. I'll tell you what, Max, we'll give you a second to get your helmet off. We're going to grab Andy very quickly. Andy, it's great to see you racing again. I know there's been a couple of issues, but tell us, how was it out there?
Brilliant. I don't want to swear, but I really want to. But yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Please don't,
yeah, credit to to Pete Godfrey and Ryan. They've made this car unbelievable, and I'm the weakest link, but I'm getting there again.
I don't think so. Not after that performance.
I'm getting there. So yeah, it's really good. Yeah, brilliant. I can't wish for any better than that. To get Glenn on the line, we was working together trying to catch, but you know, the back markers didn't help us, but that's racing. But yeah, brilliant fun with Glenn.
Andy, you're back. That's what we like to. Let's keep going on, shall we? We've got oh, here he is.
I was trying to get you. Yeah, you came close. It was tight there.
Yes, Max, well, it feels a bit of deja vu actually to the race 1, doesn't it? But you managed to hold on to that one.
Yeah, well, we were battling really hard for a while, and unlike last time, I couldn't put some of the slower 150s in between myself and Will. The tow is really strong, especially when it's quite windy like today. But then something happened to Will behind, so he had a horrible lap. So he went to go around a back marker and got pushed on the grass and then spun at the next corner. So I don't know what happened to him, but it was a good race.
Congratulations, wonderful weekend. Great way to start the season. Harry as well. Let's grab Harry again because I've spoken to Harry quite a lot over the last few years. Harry, that meant a lot, didn't it, coming over the line? I saw all the fist pumps there.
I mean, end of lap 1, I don't know where I was, down like 6th or something, and I'm kind of just refocus, trying to get to the front of that little pack, and Stephen had broken away, so then it was trying to build a gap to everyone in that pack, and I could see I was kind of catching Stephen. It was like 10 minutes worth of flat out qualifying laps, and I finally got up to the back of him and was like, didn't really think this far now, what do I do? It was like
what do I do from here?
Race 1 all over again. I'm absolutely knackered.
I'm not surprised, but a pair of wins, perfect way to start the season, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. Bit more feisty in that race, bit of contact between a few of the drivers on me and around me, so but all's well that ends well.
Congratulations, there we go. Just remember that Harry Senior, Stephen Clark is going to be some rivalry this season. Right, more racing action to bring you, so I'm going to hand over to your commentator Dave Goddard to tell you what's coming up next.
Thanks very much, Ian. Well, next up is the second race of the day for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Championship, supported by Mini Spares. Good race for them earlier on. A great duel for the win between Aaron Smith and Rupert Death, with the latter taking the victory. The win in the Mini Lead class going to Dan Lewis. It's a partially reversed grid based on the results of the race we had earlier on. The top 8 in the Miglias have been reversed. So 8th place was Ben Colburn, number 55, and he starts from pole for this one, alongside Kane Astin. Top 5 reversed in the Libra class, so that's headed up by Les Stanton. As the cars start to head out, we caught up with some of the drivers earlier in the weekend.
Well, what a day we're having so far, and about to see some more mini action very shortly. We've come down to the garages. We're going to have a quick chat with Colin Peacock over here. Colin, you've always got a big smile on your face.
Well, definitely that one. I mean, it went really well.
It was thrilling to watch, but of course the track very cold.
Cold track, yeah, but still really fast. Looking at 16.8, so I'm really pleased with that. And yeah, we'll bring it over the second race. Yeah, it's fantastic, really good.
You led me in nicely there, of course. Race 2, it's going to be warmer.
Yeah.
Going to go even quicker.
Well, put the sunroof down, you know. Yeah, hopefully get the sunroof down and, you know, just enjoy the scenery a bit more. And, yeah, be nice and warm. Hopefully the sun comes out, right? Is that the forecast?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Anyway.
Just tell me, how much fun is it being part of this club?
It's fantastic. And racing is only 20% of the fun. The other 80% is just talking stuff about minis and meeting people you haven't met for ages, seeing people, and yeah, so it's fantastic. It's a weekend really, and 20% of it's racing.
So the cars, how easy are they to get hold of?
Well, very easy. Phone up NDAP Owens or a few others, and you can get a car built. And yeah, it's really easy. And there's quite a few for sale. I'd advise anyone to come and join us. It's fantastic racing.
So would I as well. Colin, thanks very much. Best of luck for race 2, of course, and really good to see you too. We're afraid everybody's actually run away from us, so it's time for race 2 then. So let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who's going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
There's Colin Peacock, full of fun as ever. As the cars come up onto the grid, there is Colin, the red car, second row of the grid. He'll be alongside Jeff Smith. But it's Ben Colburn in pole position, car number 55. Alongside Kane Astin, Peacock and Smith on row 2. Andrew Jordan's on the third row, who'd come back through the field after stalling at the start of race 1 into 4th place. Chris Morgan starts alongside him, and then we've got the protagonists from the first race, Aaron Smith and Rupert Death. They're on row 4 ahead of Phil Bullen-Brown and Kieran McDonald. Looking to see, yes, Ashley Davies has made it back out, so we haven't got the 2 cars involved in the shunt at the start of race 1 by the look of things, unfortunately. No Sean King or Darren Mason. And the Libra class, top 5 on their grid reverse. We've got all 7 of them there. Les Stanton and Phil Harvey will lead up their grid ahead of Hugh Turner, Craig Cox and the earlier winner, Dan Lewis. Peter Hills and Richard Coburn completing the Libra class for the more modified A-Series engines. The cars coming into position on the grid then very shortly. Ashley Davies will be worth watching coming through. It looked like a brake failure that's pitched him into the gravel in the first race. Ben Coburn in the green and orange car on pole alongside the grey and day-glow yellow of Kane Astin. Colin Peacock in red, Jeff Smith in orange alongside him. Just getting Peter Hills into position there towards the back in the blue car, the Welshman. 5-second board is held aloft. Here we go, race 2 for the Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. Waiting for the red lights to come on, they do so. They go out very quickly and off they go. One car very slow away in the middle of the field there. That's a white car. I'll try and identify that in a second. But a great start by Kane Astin in number 11. He takes the lead into Abbey for the first time. Look at Rupert Death up the inside. That's going to be a bit of a squeeze. He's made up about 4 places there off the line. Jeff Smith goes with him, but it's Astin in the lead. Kane Astin leads in the village for the first time. Death again trying a kamikaze run up the inside. Andrew Jordan around the outside, bouncing around there like a Formula 1 car on the outside there. Is that porpoising in a Mini? He's up into second place, Andrew Jordan. Colburn goes down to third. Colin Peacock in fourth. Then we've got Rupert Death and Aaron Smith. Not the best of starts by Jeff Smith there. Everybody is away okay. Pick up who's leading the Libra class at the end of the lap as well. But it's Kane Astin who leads the way down into Stowe Corner for the first time. Chased by Andrew Jordan, the former British Touring Car Champion. Won that with Honda. Third place is Rupert Death. He's just got ahead of Colin Peacock down the straight there. Then it's Colburn, and then Aaron Smith in behind the green machine. Ben Colburn, he and his father and brother race all manner of historic machines as well as minis. Jeff Smith in there as well, and Chris Morgan. Bird in race 1, looking to go 1 or 2 better this time in the blue car. Oh, bouncing over the curb there. Who was that? That was the number 18 of Lewis Selby, retired from race 1. Making his way through from towards the back of the Miglia grid. They complete the first lap then with the number 11 of Kane Astin out in front, ahead of Andrew Jordan, who's leading the Libre class further back. It's Craig Cox, number 232. There's his brother Darren, CEO of the race media, coming under fire. A couple of cars in there. Astin under fire from Andrew Jordan in the number 1. Towards the link once again. Kane Astin throws it sideways. They're really into the swing of things now, this second race of the day. They are loving every second. Here comes Jordan looking to take the lead, the reigning Mini Miglia champion. Down the outside, he's taken the lead from Kane Astin, and now the slipstreaming will begin. Deeth in 3rd place, 3 wide for 4th, Colburn in the middle, Peacock on the inside, Aaron Smith on the outside. Is there going to be a change here for 4th place? Aaron Smith has come through ahead of Colburn and Peacock. Towards club corner they come. Andrew Jordan has the lead in car number 1. Kane Astin nearly clipping his bumper there as they go into the braking area. These cars are specialists in racing as close as possible with no contact. Rupert Deeth in 3rd place. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Aaron Smith in 4th, 1:16.497 as he goes over the line. Chris Morgan pulls out from behind Jeff Smith. He could take Ben Colburn here as well. They're 3 wide, blue, red and green as they go into Abbey, and Morgan does make it stick. Ben Colburn now having a go, starting from pole, but he's dropped back to around 8th place. That's the reverse grid format for you. Jordan leads from Astin, Deeth, Smith. Rupert Deeth lifting a wheel there. Colin Peacock in 5th position. Phil Bullen Brown keeping pace with Colburn now. They've raced together in historic minis a few times. Kieran McDonald rounding out the top 10, number 88. They switch and weave across the straight there. Rupert Deeth's gone through into 2nd place on the outside. Here comes Kane Astin on the inside. Deeth going for the lead. Andrew Jordan holds him off. Switched from touring car racing into historic racing. Shares a very modified Austin A40 with Father Mike, who we see out in the 7th today. They call it the Austin GT40. It's won many historic races over the years, normally against much bigger and more powerful opposition as well. Colin Peacock dropping back a little into 5th position now. There's Rob Howard under fire from Ashley Davies, who's come through quite nicely so far. There's number 69, Tony LeMay, the cream-coloured car, chasing Mark Sims. Andrew Jordan to the inside, holds off Rupert Deeth into Abbey. I thought Deeth was going to have an attack there. Kane Astin behind in the number 11. 20-minute race, plenty of time to go yet. Aaron Smith now in the lead as the pink number 21 car. Has a look at Kane Astin there. As they head through the link towards the right-hander onto the hanger straights. Sideways there, look at that rallycross style from Chris Morgan. He's got Jeff Smith on his tail, ex-BTCC man. Down the straight they come. Rupert Deeth going for the outside. Kane Astin for the inside. Andrew Jordan in the middle. Jordan holds his lead. 4 of them line astern through the right-hander. At Stoke Corner onto club. Rupert Deeth really in attacking mode here. The silver and orange mini spares car, but he's on the wrong line for the left-hander at club, and Kane Astin's up alongside him now. Tries to get alongside into the left, it's the right-hander, but he has to bob back in because Aaron Smith is attacking too. Kane Astin's attacking and defending at the same time here. Cracking racing between this first 4. Colin Peacock's now in the clutches of Chris Morgan and Jeff Smith, then Ben Coburn, Kieran McDonald, Phil Bullen Brown, and the rest of them. Rupert Deeth all over Andrew Jordan for the lead, but Deeth's got to be mindful that Astin's there behind him. Anything can happen between these 4. Still 14.5 minutes to go. Mini racing at its best here on the Silverstone International circuit. Andrew Jordan able to get a little bit of a break of just a few car lengths there. About 3 or 4 mini lengths. Still leading the Mini Libre category, if we look down the timing screen, is Dan Lewis. He's got ahead of Craig Cox now. Dan Lewis could be on for his double. There he is, the black and orange car. Here come your leaders. Rupert Deeth trying an outside run, as is Chris Morgan, to attack Colin Peacock, and Deeth goes around the outside, takes the lead. Great bit of driving by Rupert Deeth. Now can he get it round? He's run wide. He braked a little bit too late there. He comes back in, nearly hits Jordan. And Andrew Jordan, I think, has got the lead back again as they head towards club. They're side by side. Deeth's going to have the inside though for the left-hander, and he's done it. Rupert Deeth takes the lead, started 8th on the grid. It's taken him to lap 5 to hit the front. Now he's got to hold off the attacks of Andrew Jordan. Will be trying to get back ahead here down towards Abbey. They've got to be mindful that Astin and Smith are in behind them, and Peacock's starting to tow up onto the back of them now in the red, number 14 as well. Deeth from Jordan. Astin, Smith, Peacock, Jeff Smith and Chris Morgan are just behind them as well. Could be 7 for the lead shortly. Rupert Deeth moving to defend into Village. Kane Astin attacking for second on the back of Andrew Jordan. Shows what a great level of this series is, how evenly matched the cars are, because some might expect drivers of the calibre of BTCC veterans Andrew Jordan and Jeff Smith to just drive away, given their experience, but shows how evenly matched the minis are. Series regulars know these cars so well. Andrew Jordan, of course, winning the title last year, and it took him time to reach the top in mini Miglias. Demand a very specialist driving style, as we can see here. Jordan trying for the inside, he locks up. Well, he was going to clip the back of Rupert Deeth there. It is going to be shortly a 7-car train, because look, Peacock has closed up. Deeth runs a bit wide over the curb there. This could give Jordan the impetus he needs. Kane Astin could have a go for the lead here as well. Peacock, Smith and Morgan tow up onto the back of them. Here comes Jordan. No, not this time. Still 12 minutes to go. You almost wish these races could be an hour long. They produce so much action. Here comes Kane Astin up on the outside. Aaron Smith on the attack in the 21, just biding his time there. Attention at his man. Whoa, and what happened to Aaron Smith there? He must have put a wheel onto the grass there. He got very sideways indeed. That was rallycross fashion. He could lose 4th to Colin Peacock here. Here comes Jeff Smith as well. He's getting into his strides. His first weekend in Miglia. Andrew Jordan, meanwhile, goes for the inside into Stoke Corner. It's all happening. Jordan retakes the lead. Now, what's happening for 4th place behind? I think Aaron Smith, yes, he's just about able to hang on there. Side by side between Jeff Smith, no relation to Aaron, and Colin Peacock for 5th position, the 2 red cars. Here comes the 11 of Kane Astin, the grey and yellow car, attacking Deeth now for 2nd place. Andrew Jordan has retaken the lead down the inside into Stoke Corner. Can he hang on in front? Still leading the lead class further back is Dan Lewis. 2nd is Craig Cox. 3rd, Hugh Turner. They're fairly well spaced out there. We concentrate on this brilliant lead battle between 7 cars. Colin Peacock's dropped behind Chris Morgan in the 45. He's having a good day. 3rd place in race 1. Here they come down towards the right-hander at Village. Aaron Smith all over the back of Kane Astin now for 3rd place. Jeff Smith in 5th, looking to tow up onto the back of the leading quartet. Seems like those 3 of Smith, Morgan and Peacock can't quite keep up with the pace of the first 4. Andrew Jordan weaves about. Which line's he going to take for Stoke Corner? He's making his rivals guess. 2 Swift-tuned powered cars. Jordan and Deeth lead the way, and Aaron Smith nearly nudges the back of Kane Astin. Aaron Smith taking some risks here. He wants 3rd place. He wants to go after Rupert Deeth after their battle earlier on, I think. Kane Astin holds that 3rd place. With Jeff Smith up the inside, he takes 4th. Came from a long way back there to take Aaron Smith, his namesake, for 4th position. He's adapted to the Miglias, having come up from the 7s very, very quickly indeed. Jeff Smith. And now chasing down Kane Astin for 3rd. Have we lost anybody? A couple of retirement chairs. Richard Colburn and Lewis Selby further back and pulled into the pits. Everybody else still running. Robin's returning from race 1 for them. Here comes Kane Astin up the inside. He's going for Rupert Deeth on the inside into 2nd place at Village. Kane Astin up to 2nd. Now, is this allowing Andrew Jordan to get away in the number 1? Yes, it is. Swinging their way through onto the Grand Prix loop once again. Down the hanger straights. There's Ben Colburn, son of Richard, who has retired. Chased by Kieran McDonald and Ashley Davies further back. Ashley ended up in the Gravel Club in race 1. Rupert Deeth back into second place down the hanger straight round the outside. Somebody off there. Got a glimpse of, I think that was Peter Hills, number 126 from the Libra category. It was at club corner, pulled behind the barriers there. In come the leaders. Jordan, Deeth, Astin, Smith, and here comes Chris Morgan attacking Aaron Smith. No, you don't, says the man in the pink Mini. He's back to 45. Colin Peacock behind them in the number 14. Over 8 minutes still to go. 7 of them covered at the line by 1.9 seconds. Wonderful stuff. Ashley Davies has moved past Kieran McDonald up into 9th place, challenging Ben Colburn now for 8th. Rob Howard ahead of Phil Bullen Brown, who's dropped down to 12th in the ex-Peter Baldwin car. Through come the leaders. To the hanger straights. Jordan from Deeth. What's going to happen this time? Who's going to get into whose slipstream? Jordan breaking the toe, preventing his rivals from doing so. They're moving across, that's why they weave about. But Deeth up the outside is having a go. Kane Astin blocking Jeff Smith slightly there on the inside run. Jeff Smith flings his car sideways through Stowe. Aaron Smith's dropped away a little bit from that group now into 5th place. It's the clutches of Morgan and Peacock. Now towards the left at club once again. This will be for the 10th time. Still 7 minutes remaining. Jordan leads by just 0.2 of a second at the line. Deeth goes around the outside. They're going to be side by side. No, Jordan stays ahead. It's a stunning looking number 1 machine, powered by a Swift Tune engine, as is Rupert Deeth's, tuned by Nick Swift, legendary mini racer. He drives even more sideways than any of these drivers. Great to have him back out in the Miglias, as it would Endaf Owens, the Flying Welshman, and also Nick Padmore, the noted historic racer who races everything from these minis to historic Formula 1 cars. He was out at Silverstone last year. Kane Astin's getting impatient, flashing his headlights there at Rupert Deeth. He wants to make a move here. Deeth being obstinate in that second place, weaving about there. Here comes Jeff Smith on the inside. Astin moves to block him, and Aaron Smith trying to get round the outside. Something's got to give here. They're letting Andrew Jordan escape very slightly. Aaron Smith up the inside of Jeff Smith, attacking for 4th. As Jeff Smith lost that 4th place, he lost a bit of momentum when he had to slow to avoid the back of Kane Astin. Yes, Aaron Smith's got through past his namesake, and now going for 3rd. Next is Colin Peacock. He's got back ahead of Chris Morgan. It's a 7-car scrap. Superb stuff. Over the line they go. 7 of them covered by 2 seconds, and smoke for Kieran McDonald. He's in trouble. 88 car slows. It's dropping fluid, needs to get that off the racing line. He'll be out of the race. He was in about 10th place. Jordan continues to lead. There is Kieran McDonald. He's pulled up on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Marshall's running to help him, making sure the car is not on fire. Plus Peter Hills as well. We saw him pull up earlier on. Aaron Smith still has the fastest lap of the race, but he's mired in traffic behind Kane Astin at the moment. First 2 breaking away very slightly, Jordan and Rupert Deeth. Andrew Jordan showing the rest of the field what they missed in race 1 when he stalled at the start. What they missed is a view of the rear panel of his car. Yellow flags through club because of the stranded car of Kieran McDonald, so no passing there. A little slower than usual and single file. Cars parked out of our view to the right at the moment. Looking down the straight. Here comes Deeth. They're out of the yellow flag zone now, and he's going round the outside. Rupert Deeth as they come into Abbey, side by side. Jordan tries to hold him off. They're absolutely side by side, heading towards Village. Jordan will have the inside for the right-hander. Can Deeth hold in second place because Astin's there as well. Jordan hangs on to the lead. Now here comes Kane Astin. Aaron Smith behind him. Close right up for second place again now. Great sight there as they swing their way onto the hanger straights. Back markers ahead, Les Stanton and Rob Humphreys about to be lapped. Les Stanton already waving to Andrew Jordan there, acknowledging that he's seen him flashing the headlights. Aaron Smith tries to get round the outside as they go into Stowe. 3.5 minutes remaining of this second Mini Miglia Championship race of the weekend, supported by Dunlop tyres and Mini Spares. Oh, and problems there, we've got a tangle, and Kane Astin walloped straight in. Oh dear, what happened there? He must have bounced off Aaron Smith. That's who he was near, Smith or Rupert Death. Let's have a look, see if there's any damage to the other cars. Can't see any damage. There was a back marker near them, Les Stanton. I wonder if he clipped him as they tried to lap him. We saw that Les Stanton was there. Try and see a replay of that. Now Rupert Death ran wide as he came back in. Saw Aaron Smith. I don't think he saw Kane Astin was there. There's the contacts. And poor old Kane Astin goes flying off and into the tyre wall. Big impact in the pit, just before the pit lane entrance there. I'm sure Kane Astin will be okay. They may be small, they're very strong, these little minis. That's a great shame. So it's now 6 for the lead. It's quite a wallop that Kane Astin took there. We hope he's all right. So it's Aaron Smith up to second now with Rupert Death. I think Death just ran wide coming out of Stowe. I thought it was a back marker, but it was Rupert Death. He ran a little bit wide, and as he came back in, I think he saw Aaron Smith, but he didn't see Kane Astin was there. So Death now third, then Smith, Jeff Smith that is, Colin Peacock and Chris Morgan. In the lead class, I think we may have a problem for our leader. Yes, Dan Lewis is in trouble. I noticed his last lap time was a 1:25. There he is, he's slowing. So the lead class leader's not going to get his double. Dan Lewis is out of it. That's going to give the class lead, I think, to Craig Cox in 232. Yes, he's already gone through. So Craig Cox, number 232, takes the lead of the mini lead category. Dan Lewis is out of the race. It's all happening in these closing stages. I think it'll be last lap next time around. Coming to the hanger straight now, the race leaders. Andrew Jordan with the headlights on to warn any back markers they may approach. Being chased by Aaron Smith. He will not want to finish second again. Rupert Death wants a double win in third. Jeff Smith wants his first Miglia win. The reigning 7 champion. They sling their way through Stowe corner. Up to the left-hander at Club. Aaron Smith right on the tail of Andrew Jordan now. Left, the right. They're coming in to start their final lap. There's the board as they go into the Hamilton straight for the last time. And Aaron Smith is ready to make his finishing move. So's Rupert Death. Jordan moves to cover. Which side should I go, he thinks. Managed to defend from both of them there. Now they'll all be starting. This is like the Caterhams. You've got to plan when to make your finishing move. It's all going to be into Stowe corner, I reckon. Aaron Smith challenging Andrew Jordan. Death third, Jeff Smith fourth. Brilliant racing from the Mini Miglias as ever, testing these Dunlop tyres to their limits. Out towards the hanger straight they go. There's the Liber class leader, that's Craig Cox, number 232, chasing Tony LeMay. And here come the leaders down the hanger straights. Yellow flags at Stowe though, no passing there. That's a shame, that'll be because Dan Lewis's car has pulled over. So no passing at Stowe, it's going to be all at Club, and I think it's going to be enough for Andrew Jordan, unless Aaron Smith does something very special indeed here. He's going for the inside. I don't think he's going to get there. Through Club corner they come for the final time. It's going to be a first win of the season for the reigning champion. Round the Club complex for the last time, out of the final corner. Andrew Jordan wins at Silverstone. Second to Aaron Smith, third Rupert Death, fourth Jeff Smith, fifth Colin Peacock, sixth Chris Morgan, as quickly as that's covered by 1.5 seconds at the line. Well done, Andrew Jordan. He's super smart at Mini Miglia, takes its first win of the season, and Aaron Smith first up alongside him to congratulate him. 2 seconds for Aaron today. That'll do wonders to his championship hopes. Rupert Death takes third. You can already already say that one of those three could well be the champion this year. Here comes the Mini Libra class leader, Craig Cox. Well done to him, brother of Darren Cox, who's just behind him, I think. Yes, the 66 car. So the Cox brothers finishing together. And Craig comes in to win the class, his first victory in the Mini Libra category. Nearly pipped Tony LeMay on the line there as well. See the bigger air filter on the front of that car, a more modified Mini. Well done indeed to the Dunlop Mini Miglia Championship. More Mini racing later on. The last race of the day will be the Mini 7s. Already seen what they can do earlier on. Well done Andrew Jordan. Well done Craig Cox as well with his class victory, coming in 12th overall. Jordan taking the win by 0.3 of a second. Top four covered by less than a second. Rupert D third, Jeff Smith fourth. Then Colin Peacock and Chris Morgan within a second and a half of the leader as well. Phil Bullen-Brown taking 7th ahead of Rob Howard. Ben Colburn, the pole sitter, dropping back to 9th, and James Cuthbertson rounding out the top 10 ahead of Tony LeMay. Then the Cox boys, Craig Cox taking the class win in 12th place. Darren and Mark Sims next. Hugh Turner 2nd in the Libra category, and 3rd completing their podium was Phil Harvey in 17th overall. Lost quite a few cars in that one. We saw Kane Astin crash out. Hope he's all right. Ashley Davies was a late retirement as well. We also lost Dan Lewis while he was seemingly set for victory in the Libra category. We lost Les Stanton as well. Kieran McDonald we saw go up in smoke. Peter Hills, Lewis Selby and Richard Colburn. Bad luck to them, but well done Andrew Jordan. Shortly we'll be able to hear from him in Parc Ferme.
Well, it's been a day full of drama, hasn't it? And that race certainly didn't disappoint either. It also wouldn't be a mini weekend if we didn't catch up with this man here as well, Andrew Jordan, taking the win there. And I was just saying it wouldn't be a mini weekend if we didn't come and have a chat at some point. And of course we're chatting in very happy circumstances here, but only just. It was close, wasn't it?
It was close, yeah. I wasn't too happy with the car balance in a new car for this year. And in testing it's been really, really good, and we came here and I wasn't very happy with it yesterday or this morning, so we threw some big changes at it and it was just absolutely fantastic then. So Bahrain Hill, you'll never break the toe. You know, you could be low quicker than everyone, you'll never get away. So yeah, kept me busy.
It with the minis, you've seen it with the Caterham. It's so important around here, isn't it?
Yeah, and you've got to I was quite lucky in a sense. There was a couple of yellow flags in the area, so it took away the big slipstream down the straight to Stowe. So then you could just play that to your advantage and stop it at Vale and fire it off. So it's always thinking, it keeps you thinking.
Oh, I like that, always thinking. Congratulations, great way to end the weekend. Andrew Jordan picking up the win. Let's go have a little chat. We've got Aaron Smith here again. We saw Aaron another cracker out there, wasn't it?
Oh, that was awesome. I mean, for a minute there I thought I was out of it. It was across the grass, across the gravel, collected it all back up, a couple of laps to sort myself out, and then before you know it I went back up into second, and yeah, trying to chase down Andrew Jordan.
It's almost like the stuff of dreams, isn't it? I mean, you're going to get the win though, aren't you? At some point.
I will do, yeah, for sure. It's early days, you know, we've only done 2 races.
Exactly. Thanks, it's been a great sport, Aaron. Thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Let's just keep going down a little bit further. I'm conscious, of course, we do have another race coming up as well, but we do have Mr. Cox down here as well. Let's have a quick word. Well, we spoke yesterday, didn't we?
Yes,
but now we're chatting, and it's been a pretty good race for you, hasn't it?
It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend. Before this weekend, we didn't finish any racing. To come away with a second and then a win, absolutely chuffed to bits, and had an absolutely fantastic race with my brother there. So that's the first time in 20 odd years we've been on a track together in a competition, and that was just fantastic. No body contact, so we can still talk to each other over Christmas. And
it's a long way to go till Christmas yet. I don't think there's a few rounds in between, but I'm sure it'll be all right.
That was fantastic. Yeah, just thanks to everybody who has helped throughout the years. Owen Fabrication, SMMC, my brother, my mum, and all my family. Thank you very much, guys. Cheers, appreciate it.
Great words, thank you very much. Right, there's still 2 more races to go today, so I'm going to hand over to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Okay, a couple of minis to be towed back to the paddock then. Kieran McDonald just being towed off, we caught a glimpse of there. Second race of the day for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship coming up next. Penultimate race of the day. I can tell you there was an amendment to the results earlier on. Brian Branson, number 26, was given a 20-second penalty for contact, dropping him to 6th in the results. Contact with Jason West. He was handed a penalty by the clerk of the course. We'll take a look at how the grid lines up in a moment. So first of all, once again we caught up with a few of the drivers, with Ian down in the paddock earlier.
Well, I'm having a great day, I have to say. There's been so much action. It's almost time for the second Kumho BMW race. We've got Andy Langley over here in the Mini. Let's have a quick chat with him. Just checking tyre pressures here. Oh, he's running away from me. Let's go over here. Andy, what sort of tyre pressures are we looking at here?
So, we're looking at 34 hot at the rear, 32 hot at the front.
Now, of course, race 2. It's going to be a bit warmer, we hope. Does that change anything?
I think, to be honest, probably leave the car the same for me. You know, it's a bit of a test session with these new tyres that we're using, so yeah, we'll see what happens. But
see what happens. Best of luck. We really do enjoy it. Thank you so much. Let's keep on going down, shall we? We've got Mr. Crisp over here as well. Again, doing exactly the same. I think he's just been checking his tyre pressures. Let's just find out what sort of tyre pressures are we going for here.
30 odd.
Okay, 30 odd. Yeah. I like that. Good answer. What are we expecting for race 2?
Don't know. We'll see. We're tail end of Class A, so just need to hang on to the front guys.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Right, have a great time,
okay,
and we'll see you later. There we go. Right, almost time for race 2, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. Enjoy the race.
Ian Crisp, a man of few words there. Seems to be slightly playing down his own chances in the 1 Series. We'll never know. See how he gets on here. For this, the second race, the result of race 1 decided the grid for the Kumho BMW Championship round 2, a 20-minute race. So James Card, the earlier winner, will take pole position, hoping his throttle problem from earlier on doesn't return. Says it's all right when the car warms up, but we'll see how he goes in the early stages. Michael Vitulli will start alongside him in the invitation class car. Brad Sheehan and Russell Dack will be on row 2. Brad Sheehan recovering from a spin in race 1 to take 3rd. Jason West and Brian Branson are protagonists from race 1 on row 3. Ian Crisp lines up alongside the reigning champion Kevin Denwood on the 4th row as they come out from the assembly area. Row 5 will be Jasmine Sapra and Ronan Bradley. Then the first of the BMW Minis, which is Zach Blackwell and Dan Butcher-Lord. It looks like all of the leading runners are there. More BMW Minis on row 7, Andy Langley and James Goodall. Then Charlie Heatley starts alongside Michael Pensavalle. There's his E30 318. Ionut Carrare with his BMW Mini will start alongside James Ford, number 69. I'll try not to get the Ford father and son pairing mixed up this time. Lee Sullivan and Rob Austin will be next in their Minis. They failed to finish the race earlier on, so wait to see if they are present. Don't think they are. I can't see Lee Sullivan's orange Mini. Rob Austin is there, and then we should see Trevor Ford, Pete Miller, Chris Walton and Nigel Williams rounding out the grid. It did look a bit thin towards the back, so I think we're missing a few cars that hit problems in race 1. Jason West back out, minus his bumper. Busy weekend for him, racing in Classic Thunder as well. There's Dan Butcher-Lord, it's Langley, Goodall, Charles Heatley, Pensavalle, Ionut Carrare, the Romanian-born driver. There is 69 James Ford. It's behind him we need to see who is missing. All the front runners are there from race 1. James Card on the outside in the silver car on pole. Michael Vitulli in red alongside him. And Brad Sheehan in pink and white. As I said earlier, I think that livery comes from Days of Thunder. And we've got the Dackmeister, Russell Dack, the former overall champion. He was in a E46 compact then, similar to the car of Kevin Denwood. There are the Fords. James and Trevor. We're missing quite a few from the back, though. Nigel Williams is not there, nor is Chris Walton, nor is Pete Miller. I thought I saw Rob Austin on the green flag lap, but he's not there either. Lee Sullivan, we know, isn't there. Just waiting to see. I think they will do an extra green flag lap. They usually do, the BMWs. It's the 1 minute board, so we are going to get another warming up lap for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. It was an interesting race early on, fair bit of action and incidents. James Card kept his head out in front, finished well clear. Yes, the Fords are both there. We are missing about 4 or 5 cars from the back, unfortunately, but we'll concentrate on those that are there. James Card, Russell Dack, both stalwarts of this championship over the years. So is Jason West. Brad Sheehan, a relative newcomer, very quick, took the Class A championship last season. There's Jazz Sapra, not in his usual grey E46 M3 this weekend. He's in an E36, the earlier model. Still plenty of those out in the pre-93 touring cars as well. I'm surprised that Dave Griffin doesn't race in this series as well with his Diet Coke car, although he didn't come out for the second Classic Thunder race. Perhaps doesn't fit with the Kumho BMW regulations. Ian Crisp in the 1 Series, that was the first 1 Series coupe to race in the UK. Very smart car it is as well. Won't be long, I suppose, before we see some of the new 2 Series cars come into this series possibly as well. And the good old M3 remains the favourite. There was an E30 M3 scheduled to race in other events here this weekend with Arthur Forster at the wheel, but sadly it didn't get past qualifying yesterday before problems developed. It's been a 20-minute race. Just keeping their Kumho tyres warm there. The light just beginning to fade slightly on this overcast day. The morning fog has gone. Still a little bit gloomy, so most of the cars with their headlights on. Marshals bring them up to the grid then. Those marshals are certainly braver than me, standing in front of the cars like that. Full credit to all our volunteer marshals once again, and everybody else here at Silverstone this weekend for making this brilliant weekend possible. One of the best race weekends that I've enjoyed for some time. I'm not saying that just because my favourite Super Tourers are here. It's been a brilliant weekend from every class of racing. There's still 2 more races to come. Marshall's just signalling the last couple of cars into line. Trevor Ford, the last to line up in number 25. Then the 5-second board will go aloft from the gantry, waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so, and they go out now, and we are underway. Down towards the first corner, round 2 of the Kumho BMW Championship underway. Great start by Michael Vitulli. He goes into the lead. James Card in 2nd place, and Jason West in 3rd in his still rear bumperless BMW M3. They head round towards Village for the first time. Vitulli leads it. Card rather having a look on the outside, then West and Sheehan. Vitulli runs a bit wide, taking Card with him. Ryan Branson with a decent start in the orange, number 26 as well. He's up into 5th position ahead of Ian Crisp. Start to sort themselves out, heading towards the Hangar Straight. It's Michael Vitulli in the invitation class car, not eligible for points, that car. Holds the lead ahead of Card, West, then it's Sheehan. Ian Crisp having a go at Brian Branson for 5th position, and a gap back to Kevin Denwood, who is in 7th. Starting to sort themselves out. What's happened to Russell Dack? I didn't see him come round in the early stages. We seem to have lost him. So James Card attacks for the inside at club corner and goes through, takes the lead. Jason West trying to follow him there side by side as they come out, and Jason West sideways. Thought he was going to bounce off the side of Michael Vitulli there, moves back across to defend from Brad Sheehan. Still trying to get a bit of heat into their Kumho tyres, I think. Ian Crisp a bit out of shape there as well. He's sliding all over the place, goes off onto the tarmac runoff area briefly, gathers up the 1 series again. It is James Card who leads Brad Sheehan up into 2nd place down the inside there at Village Corner. Russell Dack, I think, has come through, but further back down the order. Didn't see what happened to him. Everyone's concentrating on the leaders there. They're coming down the Hanger Straights. Card, Sheehan, Branson up into 3rd as a result of that moment for Michael Vitulli and Jason West. Again, that's thought I saw a bit of smoke from James Card's car there, but we saw that in the early stages of race 1 and it seemed to affect him. Through the left-hander at club, Brad Sheehan up there in 2nd. Superb looking car, that pink and white livery. Reminds me of Dave Pinkney's old British touring cars, though not quite as bright a shade of pink on the BMW. Well, James Card has done the fastest lap, 1:10.498. First full flying laps completed. Michael Vitulli down to 5th behind Jason West. Russell Dack has been given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start, so clearly something was amiss at the start of that race. Wondered where he'd gone. He's down in 13th place at the moment. Try and pick up on him coming back through the field if he can. And one of the BMW Minis into the pits, 44 Charlie Heatley in trouble. There goes your leader, through Stowe Corner for the 3rd time. Sheehan 2nd, Branson 3rd, West is in 4th place. Jason West the underscore BMW. Mixed weekend for him. A couple of podiums in the classic Thunder Saloons, but a tangle with Brian Branson earlier on resulted in that bit of damage to the back of his car. Now chasing Branson to try and take 3rd place from him. Brian Branson who shares with Jazz Sapra in brick car races. There is Sapra in the yellow car, chased by Ronan Bradley, the UK-based Irishman. We've seen his brother Niall race with this championship as well in the past. Further down the order, Michael Pensavale was one of them. 4 cars together for the lead. Michael Vitulli is losing pace by the look of him here. But there's a problem with the number 89 car, I'm not sure. We come out of the Vale, up towards club. There are the leaders. Fastest lap of the race was done last time through by Jason West, 1:09.946, so dipping below 70 seconds there. Michael Vitulli, we'll see what his lap time is this time through. I think he's struggling. There go the 4 leaders. There is Michael Vitulli. His lap is a 1:11.6, so yes, just over a second off the leader's pace. As Sapra battling it out with Ronan Bradley. Bit of sideways action there from Brad Sheehan, slightly sideways through Village. He holds 2nd place. Chasing after James Card. He closed in a bit on that previous lap on the race leader. It's Jazz Sapra, the Warwickshire driver. Sonny Gill, one of his running mates, also races in this series. There is number 17, that is Yonat Karari, based in Manchester. And side by side, West and Branson, these two going at it again, fighting for 3rd place. and Jason West move into a podium position. Through the left-hander they go, a little bit of lock-up from one of those cars there. Ransom stays ahead in the orange car. Russell Dack has made his way up into 7th, incidentally, after some sort of issue at the start. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Brad Sheehan is going for the lead here. Somebody going off there. Michael Pensavali's gone over the runoff area coming out of Abbey. E30. He joins in front of the lead battle. It is a lead battle now because they're reeling James Card in. I wonder if his throttle problem is starting to resurface that we heard about at the end of race 1. Back markers are going to come into play. Pensavale, then we've got one of the Fords, James Ford in car 69. Charlie Heatley, number 44, looks like is ahead of him, has been into the pits. Russell Dack has done the fastest lap, 1 minute 9.466. So he tries to recover from whatever happened at the start. BMW Mini moves out of the way there of the leaders. Card's lead was quite substantial at the end of the first couple of laps, but now Brad Sheehan has reeled him in. Through club they come. The lead gap is half a second now. Ransom still third. Jason West unable to do anything about the orange machine ahead of him. Where's the other orange car got up to? That's of Russell Dack. It's on the timing screen. He has been given a time penalty for an out of position start. He had to have 10 seconds added to his race time. Here are the BMW Minis. Zach Blackwell, see the black and yellow car there in the distance, is leading the class once again ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord and Andy Langley. There is Michael Vitulli, seems to be struggling a bit in this one. On his own in 5th place. Jason West tries again. Can he get the inside away from Brian Bransom into the right-hander at Stowe? Looks like he's done it this time. Yes, he's through. Now he's got to hold it on the exit though. Bransom fights back. Good battle developing here for 3rd place. Here they come down into club corner. West's got the inside for the left-hander. And he makes it stick this time. Now Jason West will start to go after the 2 leaders. The gap was half a second. Let's see if James Card's been able to pull away. No, he hasn't. It's down to 0.3 this time, so Brad Sheehan closing up again. Jason West in his lightweight BMW with the rear bodywork missing. Trying to close in. Four E46 M3s. There is Russell Dack, fighting back after whatever the problem was at the start. He's up to 6 now. He's got ahead of Ian Crisp in the 1 Series. Series M Coupe races out to the Dackmeister. The Jägermeister, of course, the famous orange livery. Appeared in the DTM on several cars in Germany, on Group C sports cars as well, and briefly in Formula 1 with the Eurobrun team. But nobody really saw the Jägermeister livery in Formula 1 because in the late 80s Eurobrun rarely qualified for races. Cars line astern now. Jason West is catching Brad Sheehan for 2nd place. We've still got 10.5 minutes to go, so we're coming up to half distance in this 20-minute race for the Kumho BMW Championship. It's all about these 4 E46 M3s out in front. Card, Sheehan, West and Branson. They rumble their way up towards Village. Back in 5th place is Michael Vitulli. There's Russell Dack, Ian Crisp. Next through we should see Kevin Denwood. Haven't seen much of Kevin, the reigning champion, as yet in this race. He's there in 8th place, leading Class C. There's the 1 Series. There are the Fords. Michael Pensavale as well. He's in between. They're 17th, 18th and 19th. They're at the tail of the field. The only retirement so far, Charlie Heatley, number 44 with his BMW Mini. 20 that started this race. Still the 4 of them battling away at the front of the field. Jason West all over the back of Brad Sheehan for 2nd place now. Still allowing James Card to escape very slightly. Let's see what his lead is this time through. It was 0.34 of a second, it's 0.51 now, so he escaped by a couple of tenths. Back markers coming into play now. And there is Rob Austin. Now, Rob Austin, I think may have started from the pits because I didn't see him on the grid. That just might be why I got confused at the start. Whatever, the leaders have lapped him. Still they continue this flying for BMW M3s. Lapping the BMW Minis, Andy Langley will be the next man to go a lap down in the 51 car. Down the straight they come into Stowe corner. Still a little bit of smoke there, slowing James Card down though. Who has in championship turns so often been the nearly man in this championship over the years. Could this be his year? We shall wait and see. A long way to go yet this season. Jason West going well in third. He could be in for 2 titles this year, Classic Thunder and Kumho BMW. Delayed a little there, lapping Dan Butcher-Lord. There was nowhere for Dan to go there. That's allowed Card and Sheehan to stretch away a little bit. They've now got a BMW Mini ahead of the class leader, Zach Blackwell, in the 411 car. Hopefully he'll see them there, coming down towards the link. Yes, he has, lets them through. BMW Minis are a point-scoring class this year. They were not eligible for points last year, as only a new demonstration measure brought in by the club, but they worked. Part of the Kumho BMW Championship. It's over 7 minutes to go here at Silverstone. James Card has led all the way so far in the silver machine. Brad Sheehan in the pink giving chase. A little bit sideways there out of club. Brian Branson trying to fight back against Jason West. Abbey. Still no change in the order. Cards actually increased his lead a little bit that time through to 0.745 of a second. All the way by about half a second. Doesn't sound like much. Meanwhile, further down the order there is Kevin Denwood in 8th place. Ronan Bradley is 9th and Jazz Sapra in the yellow car is 10th. And they're soon going to be lapped by this quartet. A little bit of a mistake from Sheehan there, coming out of the link onto the hanger straight, a little bit sideways. There's Michael Vitulli in the background, and he's being caught by Russell Dack. Ronan Bradley lapping Leonard Carrari. So I hope I pronounced that correctly, the Romanian-born driver. There is Card. He has pulled away from his pursuers slightly now. Next car to be lapped will be Michael Pensavalle. Seen him in an M3 in the past. Now in that little by comparison E30 Saloon. Through towards Village. 5.5 minutes to go. The gap was up to nearly 1.5 seconds that time through, so Card is pulling away. Ronan Bradley is catching Kevin Denwood. Ronan Bradley leading Class B, Kevin Denwood leading Class C. Flashing their lights at the back markers here, just to let them know they're there. 25 of Trevor Ford, Mr. Chairman, goes a lap down. And who's done so much for the organisation of this wonderful series over the years. Oh, and Brad Sheehan was a bit wide there. Is Jason West going to get through for 2nd place? The run up the Vale. Brad Sheehan's got the inside for Club Corner. I think he's going to just about survive that scare. Yes, only just though. Brad Sheehan, he ran wide coming through Stowe. Almost lost 2nd place. Towards the back markers, Trevor Ford and Jazz Sapra go a lap down. James Ford as well. They're signalling the leaders through. The gap is still 1.5 seconds, just under. Jason West, could he go for second here in the closing stages? Brian Branson is keeping a watching brief in fourth. There's 4 minutes to go. Down the straight they come. Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood up ahead. 8th and 9th about to be lapped. Brad Sheehan defends the inside. This is exactly what James Card wants, because the harder they fight each other behind him, the easier it'll be for him to break away for his second win. Jason West trying again, trying to line himself up for an attack into club corner. Sheehan will be wise to it. He'll move to take the inside. There he goes. Through the right-hander at club. Ronan Bradley having a go at Kevin Den. The leaders will be hoping that those two aren't so engrossed in their battle for 8th place that they see them coming and don't impede them. Next card to the inside. It's past Bradley. Denwood doesn't give way immediately. He'll get through at the link there, he's done so. Battle of the BMW Minis, Rob Austin and Andy Langley. They're a couple of laps down, these two. Still just the one retirement, that being Charlie Heatley, number 44. This is for position. Rob Austin, Andy Langley and James Goodall. They're fighting for third in the BMW Mini class and 13th overall. Zach Blackwell still leads the class. A couple of laps to go now. Jason West is really pushing to get past Brad Sheehan for second place. Brian Branson behind in fourth. Over the line they go, with 1 lap to go next time around. Kevin Denwood in the background there trying to hold off Ronan Bradley. They are in different classes, they're both leading their classes as well. There's a slowing BMW Mini there, that's one of our battlers from that third place fight. Oh, it's James Goodall, 47, has hit problems. So we go the leaders towards the hangar streets. There is 47 James Goodall, and from Scarborough in Yorkshire. He's pulling over out of the race. The inside of Stowe Corner, safely away by the barriers. So there goes the second place fights. They're not going to catch James Card here. Coming round to start his final lap. The question is, who's going to be second? Will it be Brad Sheehan, Jason West or Brian Branson? Over the line to start their last lap. The lead is up to 2.4 seconds. That's the biggest it's ever been during this race. Brad Sheehan hang on to second ahead of West. Up to Village for the last time. Well, he's been plagued by issues with this car over the last couple of years, James Card. He's been the nearly man for a few years in this championship. Could this be James Card's year? One way to go yet. It's looking good here at Silverstone. Pole position. Looking good for 2 race victories. Past this lap is with Russell Dack. There he is in the background. Catch a glimpse of him, the orange car. Around the outside goes Jason West, determined to take second place away from Brad Sheehan. What's he going to do into club for the final time? Can he get the inside away? We will find out, because here comes James Card. He is heading for win number 2 here at Silverstone. A glimpse in the background there. Who's going to come through? Sheehan hanging on. Oh, West made a mistake through club. He tried too hard to take second place and he's lost third. Oh dear. Great shame for Jason West. Card wins it. Sheehan second and Brian Branson pinches third on the final corner. Jason West tried an attack there. He got it wrong. Lost momentum. And Brian Branson snatches third. It's James Card with a double victory here at Silverstone to kickstart his championship challenge perfectly. There are our class winners, Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood, They start their season with doubles too. Michael Vitulli wins the invitation class in 5th overall. Russell Dack, that 10-second penalty drops him to 6th overall. Class D is going to be won by James Ford this time, car number 69. And the BMW Minis will be won by Zach Blackwell, number 411. Just crossing the line now. There's Michael Pensavali, bit of damage to the front of the E30 there. He was home behind Dan Butcher-Lord. Third in the BMW Minis, looks like it's going to go to Rob Austin. There he is across the line. Give you the results then in a second. Well, the win goes to James Card. He pulled his winning advantage out to 4 seconds in the end for a close battle early on. Brad Sheehan taking 2nd place and Brian Bransom taking 3rd on the last bend from Jason West. Michael Vitulli 5th and the winner of the invitation class. Russell Dack, his penalty dropping him to 6th. And Ian Crisp in the 1 Series M Coupe 7th. Ronan Bradley wins Class B in 8th, Kevin Denwood Class C in 9th, then Jasvir Sapra rounds out the top 10. Then the BMW Minis of Blackwell, Butcher-Lord, Austin and Langley. Trevor Ford taking 15th place ahead of James Ford, his son winning Class D ahead of Michael Pensavali. The other finisher was Ionut Carrare. We lost the BMW Minis of James Goodall and Charlie Higley. We'll head down to Parc Ferme shortly with Ian Waterhouse to talk to some of our successful drivers. 1 race to go here at Silverstone.
Welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody. Another fantastic race, wasn't it? Battled all over the park, and this man, James, he played his cards right there. James Card, did you get that? No? I tried to crack a joke, James, but people don't get it. And that was another exciting. But last few laps, though, you actually managed to get away a little bit. Was it help that certainly Brad and Jason had a bit of a battle behind you?
Yeah, because my power steering fell from lap 1, so I've been manhandling the thing, couldn't get it into corners, couldn't turn around, so my arms are absolutely dead. Luckily, they started battling because they were going to get me at some point.
Let me feel that.
No,
whoa, that is...
Honestly, those with no power steering are hard to drive.
Do you know what, Jason? After race 1 as well, you said you had an issue. You really do manage your crisis quite well because we don't have a clue.
Oh, doesn't feel like it in the car. There was every swear word under the planet going on in there, but I wasn't sure it was going to get to the end. But it did, so thankfully. But now I've got very sore arms.
Well, look, you can go rest up now. Congratulations, great weekend for you. We've got Zach Blackwell again. Deja vu, actually, this, isn't it? From earlier in the day. Zach, back again.
How are you doing?
I feel like maybe we could have just played the recording from earlier and nobody would have noticed a cracking race out there.
Yeah, that was brilliant, thank you. It was a little bit hectic at first and then sort of worked my way into it, but then I've killed my brakes. Yeah, for about halfway through, I've killed them.
Goodness, there was no more laps then, huh?
Yeah, no, they are absolutely toast. So yeah, managed the race towards the end and just made sure I didn't get any too many lockups and things like that. I could feel the back end twitching a lot on braking. So yeah, good days for racing.
I was going to say, it's been a great weekend's racing, yeah. Great start to the season for you as well.
Really enjoyed it. Thanks to all you guys as well for being out here.
Thank you. How nice is that? Right, we've got one more race left to go, so I'm going to hand over to Dave Goddard to take you through it.
And that final race of the day is for the Dunlop Mini 7 Championship, supported by Mini Spares. Mike Jordan, the winner earlier on. Andrew completed a father and son double in the Miglias earlier. Can Mike Jordan make it a family hat-trick? We will find out very shortly. Just looking at the grid details for this one. Just like the Mini Miglias, partially reversed grid. The top 8 will be reversed in each class. Let's hear from some of the drivers earlier in the day.
Well, we certainly had an eventful race 1, didn't we? It's almost time for race 2, and I wanted to catch up with this young man over here, Spencer Wanstall. Spencer, a quick word if we can. Let's grab him over here. Now, I've got to bring it up.
Yeah.
What happened?
So I went into the complex, and it basically back end started to go, and it's jumped out of second gear. So as I've gone to power out of it, which you do in a front wheel drive car, back steps out, you power out, you pull it straight. It's in neutral, so there's just nothing. So I've just gone round in a circle, basically.
Well, you went around in a circle, but you got straight back out quick
Yeah.
and finishing 4th in race 1, didn't you?
Yeah, so sort of have a split second where you're like, what's just happened? And then I was like, all the gauges looked alright, banged it back in gear, seems alright. We went, and yeah, just too little too late really, when I couldn't catch the pack back up without a tow or anything. But at least we know the pace is there, and 4th position first round of the season's pretty strong.
It is. I was just about to say, actually, you just kind of answered it for me. The pace is there.
Yeah.
Race 2 then, Spencer.
Yeah.
You're the man to watch, right?
Yep, race 2 will be up there again, barring any jumping out of gears or anything like that. Me and Mike will evenly match there, and he'll know that now going into race 2. So, and I'll be ahead of him on the grid rather than in 11th. So,
absolutely.
Roll on race 2.
Enjoy it, and we must get that round of golfing. And now stay with me a little bit longer as well, Spencer. Just taking up the game of golf. I just wanted to show you. We spoke to Connor a little bit earlier, Connor O'Brien, and he said we all love each other here at the Minis, and I just want to give you a bit of proof of that. If you can just pop the camera down here. Love you. Bye. And with that, of course, it is time for race 2. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Well, those of you who are watching on Facebook, the Facebook feed times out after a certain amount of time. That is going to time out shortly, I've just been told by our director. So if you want to watch, continue watching our final race, you need to switch to the YouTube feed. Look on the British Automobile Racing Club channel on YouTube. So our Facebook feed is going to time out shortly, so if you're watching via Facebook, please switch to YouTube for this final race, because it will time out. Anyway, the grid for our Mini 7 Championship race. The top 8 in each class, the main 7s class and the scholarship class, have been flipped around based on the results of race 1. So it's Julian Proctor who will be on pole for race 2 alongside Tina Cooper, Jordan Sims and Graham Davis on row 2. Spencer Wanstall, the man we just heard from, alongside Joe Polly on row 3, and then Connor O'Brien and Mike Jordan on row 4. Behind them, Stephen Hopper, Paul Woodbridge, Graham Penn and Glenn Woodbridge. Joe Thompson will be worth watching if he makes it back out here from row 7 alongside Darren Thomas, and Lee Roberts, who failed to start the first race, completes the 7th grid. Then there's a gap of 10-second delay, and then we get the Mini 7 S-Class. Stephen Rideout and Matthew Ayres head up their grid, ahead of Chris Pryor and Ben Butler. Ben Butler in the Jamaican bobsleigh car. Then Fraser Hack and Ben Seyfried, Damien Harrington and Michael Winkworth. Bit of news from the clerk of the course. Car 784 Ryan Taylor was given a 30-second penalty in race 1 for contact with car 777 of Dave Rees. We saw Dave Rees end his race in the gravel at Club Corner. That was the reason why. Contact with Ryan Taylor. He got a 30-second penalty as a result, the ex-national mini stocks racer. To the grid they come then. Getting themselves warmed up. Julian Proctor in the orange number 10, the former S-Class champion, now in the main 7 category, in pole position, man from Radstock in Somerset. He'll start alongside number 18, Tina Cooper, also racing her Lotus Elise this year in another sports car event. She's raced with the Mini 7s for many, many years. Second row, Jordan Sims, latest member of the Sims family to hit the Mini Trail, alongside Graham Davis, number 22, the Londoner. Row 3, Spencer Wanstall, hoping to make up for his spin while in second place in race 1, alongside Joe Polly from the legendary short oval family, and now circuit as well. Of course, Ryan Polly winning circuit titles in Renault Clios, Honda Civics, among other things. Row 4, it's Connor O'Brien. Great fights from him for the lead in race 1, along with Mike Jordan, looking for his double in the orange car, looking for a Jordan family hat-trick. Steve Hopper, Paul Woodbridge on the 5th row. There's Graham Penn in the blue car. And Glenn Woodbridge, son of Paul. Now, is Joe Thompson there? Couldn't quite see. Wait to see as they come up to the grid. He'll be a contender if he is. There's Graham Penn just coming up the Vale into Club Corner. Yes, Joe Thompson is there, the white and red car. Darren Thomas back out. His car went up in a cloud of smoke in race 1. Has Lee Roberts made it out? No, I don't think he has. I think he's had problems in qualifying because that's Stephen Rideout, the red car, the first of the S-Class cars. So no Lee Roberts. He goes down as DNR, did not race. Matthew Ayres in the grey car. Chris Pryor, his debut. Ben Butler. Fraser Hack in the yellow machine. And Damien Harrington as Ben Seafried. Damien Harrington in the greenish-blue sort of turquoise car. And Michael Winkworth completely dominated the S-Class last season. Trying to do the same here. There's Ryan Taylor in the orange 784. John Coburn Evans at the back, along with Dave Rees. He's repaired after his trip into the gravel in race 1, the P Green sponsored car. Into line then on the grid. The orange car with the black bonnet is Julian Proctor. Tina Cooper in the Herbie the Lovebug liveried car alongside. And Jordan Sims in green, Graham Davis in yellow. Names to watch are the likes of Conor O'Brien, Mike Jordan, Joe Polly, Spencer Wanstall. I suspect those four will quickly be through fighting for the lead. Fairly blustery here at Silverstone now for this final race of the day. This will be a 20-minute race. Green flag has waved at the back. The final race of the weekend here at Silverstone, looking to finish with a flourish. The red lights go out and away they go. Down towards Abbey go the sevens. 10 seconds time, the S-Class will join in. Who's going to get the lead as they head into Abbey Curve for the first time? Spencer Wanstall's moving up rapidly on the outside. It's 3 wide. Wanstall's going to go round the outside of everybody and take the lead. Coming out of Abbey towards Farm. Proctor second, Cooper third. Now the charge of the S-Class brigade from further back in the order. Watch for Michael Winkworth coming through from the fourth row. Meanwhile, it's Wanstall who leads. Joe Polly's already come through into second place. Julian Proctor down to third. Conor O'Brien runs wide over the runoff area on the outside on the exit of Village. We head up towards the link for the first time. Spencer Wanstall has the lead, looking to make up for his error earlier on. And it's Ben Butler who's gone to the front in the Jamaican liveried car. Always sideways there out of Village, could lose the lead here. Stephen Rideout goes off in avoidance. It's Ben Seafried who's taken the lead of the S-Class further back. Here come the leaders into Stowe. Wanstall from Polly. Conor O'Brien coming through into third place. Look at the lead that the first two already have. Proctor in fourth place. Looks like it's Glenn Woodbridge coming through possibly into fifth. It's one of the Woodbridges certainly up there along with Tina Cooper. Now where is Mike Jordan? Mired in the midfield, that's where. Didn't make the best of starts. There's the orange car. Oh, and there's contact there. Julian Proctor. He's been hit by Graham Davis, I think. Does a 360 and gets going again. Over the grass on the inside of Club. That's a great shame for the pole sitter. Comes to the very back of the 7-pack. Now, has Graham Davis got damage as a result of that? Yes, damage to his bonnet, you can see there. That'll hinder him down the straights. First lap completed then. Here come the S-Class. It's still led by Ben Butler. Plenty of place swapping going on there. Michael Winkworth already making his way forward, up into around 5th in class at the moment. Ben Butler from Ben Seafried, side by side for 3rd in the S-Class. Between Fraser Hack and Matthew Ayres going through Abbey there. Mike Jordan makes up a place. He's past Tina Cooper. Here's a replay of what happened at Club. Graham Davis locked up and bang into the back of Julian Proctor. He did 360 in round. Nice save by Julian Proctor, but Graham Davis just missed his braking point there. It wasn't intentional. Just a racing incident there, but Julian Proctor's race is rather ruined. Graham Davis's car is rather battered as well. Spencer Wanstall in the clear at the front then in car number 2. Joe Polly under fire from Conor O'Brien as they head through Club Corner forward into the second time, and O'Brien is understeering wide there, drops him back a bit from the rear of Joe Polly's car. Over the line they go. 4th place it is Glenn Woodbridge, he's going well, and Joe Thompson up to 5th. He's come through nicely. Mike Jordan 6th. Here's the S-Class. Now, has Michael Winkworth gone to the front? No, he's 3rd at the moment, behind Ben Butler and Ben Seyfried. 4th place is Matthew Ayres, then Fraser Hack in 725 in the OAP livery car. I don't think he is an OAP. Over the line they go. Slark family prepared car of Ben Butler leads the way. Damien Harrington trying to make a move there on 714 of Chris Pryor into Autograss and Legends Racer. Good stuff among the S-Class at the moment. Here comes Michael Winkworth looking to retain his title. It's Ben Butler out front at the moment from Hertfordshire, ex-British Karting Championship competitor. Spencer Wanstall has gone clear, over 2 seconds ahead of Conor O'Brien, who's got ahead of Joe Polly now into 2nd place. Towards Club Corner they go. Conor O'Brien going after Wanstall for the lead. Now where is Mike Jordan? I think he may have now got through into 4th place. We'll pick that up in a moment as through goes Michael Winkworth past Ben Seyfried up into 2nd in class. Ben Butler, the current leader of the S-Class, is 14th overall. Here comes Winkworth though into Club Corner. He's having a look on the inside. Butler holds him off. Ben Seyfried on the attack as well. Racing minis for many years now. Has had a lot of these drivers, like Spencer Wanstall for one. He is well clear at the front. 3 seconds was his lead last time through, but Mike Jordan has now got the fastest lap of the race. He's up into 4th. He's got ahead of Thompson and Glenn Woodbridge. And up the inside, Michael Winkworth takes the lead of the S-Class into Abbey. Takes up his familiar position at the head of their field. Also flying through the order, looks like Ryan Taylor in the orange car in the background. Oh, and a big blow up there, and that's Darren Thomas. Again, exactly the same as race 1. We saw him go up in smoke, but he's really gone up in smoke this time. His engine lets go big style coming into the Hanger Straight. Oh dear. The warning flags and the oil flags, I think, will be out there. Looks like they're getting through okay. The smoke has cleared. Almost a return of the fog we had this morning there, coming into the Hanger Straight. Michael Winkworth chased by Ben Butler. Battle is joined at the front of the scholarship class, but here's the 7s leaders. The gap has come down a little bit. Conor O'Brien and Joe Polly starting to hunt down Spencer Wanstall. Mike Jordan now in 4th place, then young Joe Thompson, Glenn Woodbridge, and the rather battered machine of Graham Davis after that contact with Julian Proctor earlier on. Here's Winkworth leading the way in the S-Class, ahead of Butler now. Seyfried is next. Wait to see who comes through behind him. It's Damien Harrington. Then it looks like it's Chris Pryor. Yes, he's running well, ahead of Ryan Taylor. Both ex-short oval with Pryor and Taylor running in the Southern Mini and Metro Centre sponsored cars. Southern or Southern, I couldn't be sure. Winkworth leads the way. From Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk. Ex-auto grass racer, so he knows all about going sideways. Julian Proctor still going, we can see there, after his contact earlier on. Here are the S-Class leaders. Oh, goodness me, that's the leader! Spencer Wanstall, goodness gracious. Huge accident at Club Corner. What on earth happened there? That's a colossal rollover. How on earth has he done that? That is almost certainly going to be a safety car or possibly a red flag, but so the driver's out, he's okay. That shows the strength of the roll cages in these minis. How on earth did he do that? Let's have a look again. Spencer Wanstall, he just got up on the curb and went straight over. That is incredible. Nobody else near him, he just hit the curb and went straight over. Don't know whether he just lapsed in concentration. Wow. Thankfully, Spencer Wanstall is okay. That's the main thing. His car certainly isn't. The race does continue. I thought the safety car was going to be scrambled there, but the marshals will be able to clear that wreckage, hopefully, as Conor O'Brien now leads in car 87. I'm sure Spencer Wanstall will go for a check-up with the medics after that one, but he appears to be okay, thankfully. Mike Jordan up into second place now. Yes, the marshals are able to wheel the car out of the way under yellow flags. Well done, marshals. Conor O'Brien sliding there. There might be some fluid down from that car that went over. The slippery surface flag will go out if so. There's Jo Polly. She's dropped back into third place behind Mike Jordan. Fourth is Joe Thompson, moving across to the pit wall there to defend his line, Conor O'Brien. That was so sudden that happened. He was quite happily leading the race and then suddenly just clips the curb. That's how quickly it can happen in any motor race. Extraordinary. Conor O'Brien, is there something amiss with O'Brien's car? He's sliding about all over the place. I wonder if he's dropping some fluid, because he seems to be sliding about a lot. I'm just relieved that Spencer Wanstall is okay. That was a spectacular crash. Meanwhile, Michael Winkworth still leads the S-Class ahead of Ben Buckler and Ben Seyfried. There's Julian Proctor in the middle of them. Saw him in an incident earlier on with Graham Davis. Now Mike Jordan is moving up to attack Conor O'Brien for the lead. Yellow flag still out at club corner, so no passing there, with the incident still being cleared up. So Brian, yeah, the car seems to be sliding about a lot. Whether he's, I don't know whether he is dropping a bit of fluid, or whether the car's got a bit of, it's gone over some debris perhaps. Maybe have a slow puncture. They're moving across towards the, are they moving across to read their pit boards perhaps? I don't know. Joe Thompson's got up into third ahead of Polly. Conor O'Brien continues to lead. Just under 10 minutes of this race to go. Yes, there was a puff of smoke there. There is something amiss with Conor O'Brien's car, I think. And through goes Mike Jordan into the lead. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, his lap time was a second slower last time through Conor O'Brien. I think there's something wrong with that car. Come on to the straight there. They run out wide on the exit of the link. Going up to lap John Coburn-Evans. There's Ben Seyfried. There's the leader in the S-Class. That is Mike Winkworth. Heading for yet another victory by the look of things. Conor O'Brien trying to fight back as they slide their way into Stowe Corner once again for the 8th time. Jordan's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:24.36. A shocking incident for Spencer Wanstall. Thankfully he's okay as O'Brien up the inside. He came from a long way back there, dives down the inside into club corner and retakes the lead from Mike Jordan. They're side by side on the exit. Jordan trying to fight back on the outside. Well, maybe there isn't a problem with the 87 car after all. 13 thousandths of a second separated them as they crossed the line there. Behind them is Joe Thompson, then Joe Polly. Glenn Woodbridge is still 5th, and O'Brien has the lead back again. Battle is joined here at Silverstone. Again, that's a puff of smoke there. Not too sure what's causing that. Thought he may be dropping some oil, but that seems not the case. Mike Jordan ready to fight back. Here's Michael Winkworth, comes up to pass Tina Cooper in the number 18. That's for 7th overall. I think he'll be moving up to the main 7th class before long. Got Stephen Hopper, number 38, in the other blue car behind him there. Then Ben Buckler and Ben Seyfried, his class rivals. There are the leaders. O'Brien from Jordan. 7.5 minutes to go for Mike Jordan to attack Conor O'Brien. Conor was 4th in the points in the Mini 7 Championship last year. Mike Jordan raced in just a couple of rounds. He did get a win in the season finale. That was at Donington, if I remember correctly. Thompson up there in third. Many people tipping him as a future champion. There's Mike Jordan out of the slipstream. Down towards Abbey, and he goes through. Now O'Brien, I think, signalled to him there as they came down the straight. Saw that earlier on from a couple of drivers. Joe Thompson still holding off Joe Polly for third place. Glenn Woodbridge has pulled into the pits. His problems from race 1 have returned, it seems. There's a bit of damage there to Stephen Hopper's car. The wheel arch is hanging off, so maybe he's clipped the back of Tina Cooper's car. Love the eyes on the headlights of that car. Michael Winkworth continues to dominate the S-Class. Damien Harrington's up to third. Now Dave Rees is in pit lane as well. 7 car. Mike Jordan continues to lead. Here's a battle further back. Ryan Taylor, I think, is in the midst of this slot. He's running a little better in this one. In the orange car, ahead of Fraser Hack in the 725, and they've got Matthew Ayres behind them. They're in the background there. You look at the leading runners in the S-Class. It's Winkworth from Butler, then Damien Harrington in the turquoise car. Ben Seafried is next, and Ryan Taylor heading the next group. Five and a half minutes to go. Such a shame for Spencer Wanstall. Spun it in race 1 while fighting for the lead. It was nearly collected, and then that spectacular rollover. Thankfully, he appears to be okay. Michael Winkworth continues to dominate the S-Class. Mike Jordan, there he is, still your leader, by 0.4 of a second last time through. There's Thompson and Polly. They're clear of Graham Davis, slightly battered car after earlier contact, but he's still in 5th. Although Winkworth will be chasing him down. Here's a scrap further back in the order, 766, that's Jeff Williams from the northeast. Against the 717, that's Dean Stanton from Hampshire. Quite a way further down the order. This is towards the back for 21st place overall. But there's battles everywhere you look, as in any good mini race. The bonnet's coming loose on the 717 car as well. Mike Jordan continues to lead the way. Doesn't matter if it's a Mini, a TVR, a Porsche, a British touring car, a British GT entry, he can win in any of them. I remember him in the Eurocar V8s as well, Sonny Howard's big V8 engine creations. In the Mac Tools liveried car. Damien Harrington up the inside, about to take second in the S-Class from Ben Butler. There he goes. Tina Cooper just behind them, then Steve Hopper and the lime green machine of Ben Seafried. There he is. No mistaking that car. Damien Harrington very much on the move. Gained 3 places in the last lap, up into 7th overall and 2nd in class now. But I don't think he's going to catch this man. The gap is over 4 seconds. 3 wide behind. Ben Seafried gets a run on Stephen Hopper. In fact, Harrington's last lap was half a second quicker than Mike Winkworth, so he is trying to catch him. I think he might run out of time. There's only 3 minutes of the race left. Meanwhile, Conor O'Brien having a go at Mike Jordan up the outside into club, trying to get the line away for the right-hander. It's all over the back of Jordan there. Tell there's been a bit of rubbing. You can see a tyre mark on the door of Conor O'Brien's car. Over the line they go, nose to tail, 0.2 of a second in it. Conor O'Brien's in the slipstream. He's going for it. He's going through, retakes the lead. A couple of laps to go, and Conor O'Brien takes it up. Now, what can Mike Jordan do? He'll have to get in the slipstream and try and play O'Brien in his own game as Ben Seafried makes a move on Tina Cooper. Steve Hopper is in there as well. I think Tina Cooper's losing ground here, the 18 car. Ben Butler fighting back. These two are definitely reeling in Michael Winkworth. about 4 seconds behind him, and Butler retakes second place in the Jamaica car. There's Winkworth. Wait to see if they can catch him. Oh, Matthew Ayres is off in the gravel at Club. Now, that's going to hinder the leaders because there'll be yellow flags at Club for the rest of the race now. What happened, he said. I think that's what he said anyway, Matthew Ayres. Marshall's with him. Here come the leaders. Conor O'Brien from Mike Jordan. Yellow flags at Club, so no passing there. Now, is it going to be last lap this time? I would imagine so. No, the board doesn't go out, so we'll have to wait and see. It's very close. Because there were 125 left on the clock as they came through, and they are lapping in the 125s, so we might get 2 more laps out of this. It's going to be very close. Damien Harrington side by side with Ben Butler for second in the S-Class. There's the class leader up ahead, Mike Winkworth. Maybe side by side coming into the yellow flag zone there. Butler holding the place. Runs wide on the exit though. Michael Winkworth is catching Graham Davis as Damien Harrington out of the yellow flag zone so they can race again. Harrington to the inside. Retake second in the S-Class and 7th overall. Somebody's lost a bonnet. Who's that? Is that Ryan Taylor? Yes, it is. Side by side with Chris Pryor. There's a few cars going to need mini spares, the championship partners, after this one. Ryan Taylor, a mechanic at the Southern Mini and Metro Centre in Warwickshire. His family's business. Mike Jordan has retaken the lead from Conor O'Brien, meanwhile. It's going to be checkered flag this time. I thought they'd get one more lap in there, but no, Mike Jordan takes the checkered flag. Conor O'Brien second. It's 0.43 of a second in it as they cross the line. Joe Thompson takes third. Joe Polly is fourth. And here comes Michael Winkworth. It's going to be a double win for him. It's like it is for Mike Jordan in the 7s. He's going to win the S-Class. Has he got past Graham Davis this time? No, there's Davis, the yellow car. Michael Winkworth, 6th overall and wins the S-Class. Now, who's going to win the battle for second? It's going to be Damien Harrington, 7th overall, second in class. Ben Butler, third. Behind them, Ben Seafried. Rounding up the top 10 will be Tina Cooper. She's 6th in the 7s. And Stephen Hopper and Ryan Taylor in his bonnetless Mini comes home ahead of Chris Pryor. And behind them, Ollie Handley, the junior Saloon Car Graduates. An eventful race to round off the day then. The main thing is Spencer Wanstall appears to be okay after that rollover while leading the race. Well done, Mike Jordan. It's a hat-trick for the Jordan family. Mike 2, Andrew 1. The results of the Mini 7s in a moment as the drivers wave a thank you to the fans and the marshals. Well done indeed to all our Mini 7 racers and the Miglias as well. The Mini 7 Racing Club, always spectacular. Here's your result then. Mike Jordan the winner by less than half a second ahead of Conor O'Brien at the line. Joe Thompson just beating Joe Polly home for 3rd place by a similar margin. Graham Davis 5th ahead of S-Class winner Michael Winkworth, then Harrington, Butler and Seafried his placemen. Tina Cooper next home ahead of Steve Hopper and Julian Proctor, the pole sitter. Ryan Taylor holding off Chris Pryor and Ollie Handley. Beyond that, Paul Woodbridge, Graham Penn, Stephen Rideouts, and the battling pair of Williams and Stanton at the back of the field. John Coburn-Evans, the final finisher. Quite a few non-finishers, and the main thing is Spencer Wanstall is okay after his accident. We can now hand down to Parc Fermé for our final set of interviews of the weekend with Ian.
We're certainly in mini heaven, aren't we? And once again, an incredible. In fact, every race has been close and incredible, hasn't it? There's been literally next to nothing to choose between the two. We've got the drivers here all having a good chin wag, haven't we? Here, I've got to jump in very quickly. Mike, what a perfect weekend it's been for you.
We've had a great weekend. We were just saying we both thought we'd missed the last lap board, but I don't think there was, because I was sort of coming through a bit concerned, thinking he's going to have a good run at me on the last time down Hanger Straight. But no, if we go on all year like that, we're going to have some bloody good racing.
It's fantastic. I mean, it's so close. I thought Connor might have had a problem at one point.
No, I think we both had. I had two big moments on the brakes up there and lost a lot. He had a bit of a moment and dropped back, but no. It's just I love racing with him. It's really enjoyable.
Fantastic. Congratulations, wonderful stuff indeed. Let's go grab a quick chat with Michael. Oh, they've all gone over here. Sorry, they're all running over, haven't they? Look, let's go chat to Michael Winkworth yet again, because we always have a habit of chatting to him. Michael, I just run out of things to say to you now, because we talk so often. I think people are going to think something's going on between us.
There might be, mightn't there? No, there's not. Yeah, that was a good race. It was a hard first few laps, to say the least, but yeah, made it in the end. So
perfect weekend, isn't it? Really?
Yeah,
what
I'm over the moon. Absolutely over the moon. The car is absolutely spot on. So yeah, well happy.
I didn't jinx it. There you go. There you wonderful stuff. Let's keep going along as well. Catch up with Mr. Thompson down here too. He finished in 3rd place in the Midi 7 challenge. I'm going to swing round here. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Third place. That was a great battle you're having with Joe, wasn't it, out there?
It was tough, yeah. We've got our old donkey in, so we're lacking a bit on the old horses. But it was hard to keep her behind. But it was always good to have her.
So you're making a change for the next round?
Yeah, making a little bit of change. Hopefully get number 1 back in. But better than a non-finish earlier, so we'll take what we can.
That's it. Congratulations, well done. I know Chris will probably want to have a chat. Connor, a quick word with it. Great racing once again. A couple of times, I don't know if it was just on the stream, it looked like there was a bit of blue smoke puffing out. Was everything right with the car?
I thought I could hear something, and I don't know if it was one of the wheels locking or I don't know. I couldn't really tell because I was a bit in the moment, but yeah, I thought I could smell, or like you said, a bit of blue smoke. So we'll have to have a look at that. But it was driving fine. It might have lost a bit of something. I don't know, but yeah, it was a good race. Just no last lap board. Done us over.
As it. You know, it's so much fun to watch though, because I lose count the amount of times. Then you're in front, then the next lap Mike's in front, next corner you're in front. I mean, it's so hectic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's well, not better with more cars, but it's fun to just keep swapping positions. But at the same time, you don't want to let the rest catch up. So it's catch-22, but enjoyable, and we move on, I suppose.
Congratulations, great weekend for you. Top step next time though, of course. Fantastic stuff. That rounds out the weekend's action. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Well, first of all, thanks very much indeed to Ian Waterhouse, our man in the paddock and Parc Fermé this weekend. Well done for all the interviews. Well, I don't know about you, ladies and gents, but I was exhausted just watching that. What an incredible weekend of motor racing here at Silverstone. First of all, we must say thank you to all the volunteer marshals, the Orange family. Couldn't go racing without them. Also to all the other officials here at Silverstone, the medical staff, the recovery crews, the race control officials, timekeepers and everyone else here this weekend for putting on this meeting for us at the home of British Motorsports. Thank you to everyone at the British Automobile Racing Club. Thank you to all our camera crews and everybody else for bringing us the action. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment and all their teams and mechanics as well for keeping their cars running. And well done to everybody, a hugely entertaining weekend of racing. Thank you to all the organising clubs as well, particularly, I have to say, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's been probably their best ever event this weekend, not just with the Super Tourers, but everybody else as well. They've been record entries, record grids. Even their, as I said earlier, even their own chairman couldn't race in his favourite race this weekend because it was oversubscribed. What a wonderful weekend from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Kumho BMWs, and the Mini 7 Racing Club as well. Everybody else for a wonderful weekend. Our next action here on BARC TV is next Saturday, a one-day event from Alton Park up in Cheshire, which features the British Endurance Championship, the Praga Cup as well, plus support. Endurance racing coming next Saturday then. And we look forward to seeing you all with us for that one. But on behalf of Ian Waterhouse, our man in the paddock, And all our camera crews, plus director Elliot Goodman and everyone else here at Silverstone. This is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV on a wonderful weekend here at Silverstone. Thank you everyone for watching. It's over and out. Thanks again for watching. Bye for now.